Chapter 21. The exoskeleton looks pretty tough. Can my dagger even damage it? Quite obviously, a dagger would have a shorter reach than a steel longsword Jin Wu used before. So, if he wanted to cause a deep wound, he needed to strengthen his attacks. Jin Wu held the dagger in the reverse grip. He figured that it'd be easier to hurt the monster by holding the blade in this fashion. Kuruk. Finally, the spider stood before Jin Wu. Then, it raised its two front legs up and bent them at an angle. What is it trying to do? His curiosity lasted only for a brief moment. Jin Wu's eyes shot open wide next. Slam! If he didn't instinctively tilt his body out of the way, the spider's legs would have penetrated his chest just now. The spider's legs stabbed into the ground behind him before rising up in the air, its joints folding back up. And from the ends of its legs, pieces of the rocky ground fell. Jin Wu sneaked a glance behind him. The stone floor now had a pretty substantial hole in it. If I got hit by that, it wouldn't have ended with me feeling a bit of ache in my chest, huh? Jin Wu's glare sharpened even more. Now was the time he needed to concentrate even harder. It's coming! Swish! The spider's legs that initially resembled bullets being fired could now be captured in his eyes. Left. He ducked his head lower to evade the spider's left front leg. Right. He tilted his body back and let the spider's right leg brush past him, before he took a step closer. Right. He evaded the spider's leg that took aim at his head once more, and took 2 steps forward this time. Left, right, left, right, left, left. Slam. Boom. Quang. Kaboom. Slam. Boom. Quang. Kaboom. The spider's leg stabbed and destroyed the ground so loudly that his ears actually felt numb from the pain. Jin Wu evaded the spider's attacks one by one and got closer and closer to the monster. Meanwhile, Jin-Ho couldn't quite believe his own eyes. Well, what the hell is up with this guy? Even though he was watching from afar, those attacks were so ferocious that all the hair on the back of his head was standing up. However, that man was evading them all while standing right in front of the monster, not to mention he was actually getting closer too. Seeing that efficient and calm movement, Jin Wu felt a chill run down his backside. And he's supposed to be in E rank? There was no freaking way. If it was him standing there, and not Sung Jin-Woo, then he'd be torn into a rag by now. He didn't have any confidence whatsoever to dodge those attacks even once. However, Jin Wu was evading them without making a single mistake. An E rank doing something that a D rank hunter, such as himself, couldn't even dream of doing? There could only be one explanation for this. He is a fake registrant. Jin-Ho's expression hardened. Out of those highly talented hunters, there were a few who could freely control his or her magical energy. If they felt like it, they could easily fake the results and get a lower ranking. Hunters who got assigned lower ranks than what they should have got in the first place simply by hiding a portion of their magic energy. Such people were labeled as fake registrants. And perhaps more alarmingly, most of those fake registrants carried around rather sinister motives for doing so. Such as that serial killer whose hobby was to enter low-ranked dungeons and murder all the other lower-ranked hunters. As only those who were present knew what happened inside a dungeon, there was no better place to commit crimes than the world behind the gates. Jin-Ho nervously swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, Jin Wu seemed far scarier than the spider. And just why did I have to insist on coming to this place? Jin-Ho felt like he'd break out in sobs at any moment now. Swish, swish, swish. In the meantime, the spider's attacks poured down without a break. Jin Wu dodged all of those attacks and grew confident of his victory. Having decreased the distance between them little by little, the head of the spider was almost within his reach now. The attack pattern of the spider was rather simple, so he could get close to it pretty easily. For now, I'll aim for its eyes. It was the basics of all basic rules to attack the monster's weak points. So, he decided to attack the eyes of the spider, which looked to be the weakest point in its defenses. As soon as I stabbed my dagger in those eyes, just as Jin Wu made up his mind, he suddenly sensed that the spider's attacks had slowed down for some reason. Swish! Swish! Was it because his eyes had adjusted fully to the speed of its attacks? Boom! Slam! No, that wasn't it. His eyes might have been misled, but his hearing could not be fooled. The loud noises coming from the exploding ground came to him a beat slower than before, since a few seconds ago. Jin Wu was already pretty confident of his rather excellent sense of hearing, so he could feel this subtle change. It was then a certain ominous premonition flickered past in his brain. When he took a closer look, the muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth were trembling quite imperceptibly. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Jin Wu had been getting ready to jump up 3 meters and reach the head of the spider, but he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Jin Wu hurriedly changed the direction of his jump from forward to his rear. And then, splash! From the mouth of the spider, dirty and turbid liquid spewed out. Jin Wu rolled on the floor for a second before regaining his balance. He quickly took a look behind him. The spot on the floor he had been standing only until a second ago was now emitting smoke as it got scorched black. Sizzle. Stones on the floor melted away powerlessly. Jin Wu swallowed his saliva after seeing that. If I had jumped forward just now, it wouldn't have been only the floor that was melting right now. Perhaps sensing that Jin Wu had been distracted, the spider rushed towards him in no time. Rustle. Jin Wu raised his head. By then, the spider was already right in front of his eyes. Swish. Jin Wu jumped up to evade the giant spider's legs. Slam. The B** star's attacks had recommenced. D** imminent. After that, Jin Wu got near the monster's head several times more. Every time he did that, though, he had no choice but to retreat in order to evade that disgusting digestive juice. When the spider's attack pattern had become two, it became that much harder to deal with it. If he got closer after evading all those snapping legs, the digestive juice spewed out. Its legs attacked again once he had to retreat to a distance because of the juices. *T. Feeling frustrated now, he decided to attack the legs with his dagger. Unfortunately, the legs were also covered in that thick exoskeleton, and no matter how many times he cut it, he couldn't even nick it once. Jin Wu bit his lower lip. This isn't going to work. The spider only needed its two front legs to attack him, but on the other hand, he needed to use his entire body to evade them. It was obvious who would tire out first here. Tiredness. Tiredness, 57. As he thought, his tiredness stat was rapidly rising up. When this stat hit 70, his speed would decrease. And when it reaches 90, his breathing would become too heavy and it'd become that much harder to freely move about. He was running out of time. If I want to get closer to it, then speed. His speed was the issue. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, speed is it? As Jin Wu continued to barely evade each of the legs raining down, a thought entered his head. Yeah, I had that, didn't I? He indeed possessed a single active skill. He had forgotten all about it because there was no need for him to use it until now. Dash! You've activated skill. Dash dot. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Along with those messages, Jin Wu's body became even faster as if a booster had been activated. Evading the spider's legs had become even easier as a result. Swish! 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 Boom! 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 He swiftly evaded the spider legs, slamming down like lightning bolts, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the monster. Taken by surprise, the spider hurriedly spewed out its digestive juice. However, thanks to the increase in his speed, his movement had now this certain composure to it. Jin Wu easily evaded the digestive juice and pounced towards the spider's head. Slash! His dagger slashed at the spider's eyes. Effect: paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect: bleeding has been activated. The target stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Yes! One of the two special effects the poison fang of Kasaka possessed had activated successfully. Roar! The spider roared out and staggered about. Jin Wu didn't miss this opening. The moment his 2 feet landed back on the ground, he jumped up again and climbed on the spider's body to get to the top of its head. The spider went crazy and swung its legs all over the place, but Jin Wu wasn't going to let those blind attacks land on him. Slam! Boom! Kaboom! Holes continued to appear on the poor, blameless ground instead. Now standing on top of the spider's head, Jin Wu began stabbing the eyes of the spider with his dagger. Stab! Stab! Stop! Roar! Stab! Stab! Roar! The spider rampaged around this way and that, but Jin Wu endured till the end and continued to shove his dagger into the head of the spider. Kuaruruk! The spider began tottering about dangerously. It was obviously getting damaged now. Seeing this, Jin Wu's hands picked up speed. And eventually, the huge body of the spider finally tilted to the side. Thud! However, Jin Wu didn't stay his hand. No, he kept going at it until the spider was dead for sure. Stab! 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 Kuruk! Geodododo! Along with the final gasp from the spider, several messages popped up in his view. You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up! Level up! Level up! I did it! While covered from head to toe in the spider blood, Jin Wu raised his hands up high. Maybe because it was a boss monster, his level jumped up by 3. Status window. Name: Sung Jin-Woo. Level: 21. Class: None. Title: None. HP: 2600. MP: 391. Tiredness: 0. Stat: Strength: 53. Stamina: 30. Agility: 38. Intelligence: 30. Perception: 32. Available points to distribute: 0. Skills: Passive skills: Unknown, LV max. Tenacity, LV1. Active skills: Dash, LV1. From level 18, he had jumped up to reach 21 in one go. And that wasn't even the end. Besides the level up messages, something else also popped up as well. Tiering. Store. By function is now available with your level having reached 20. Oh, so I can finally spend those gold things now. That was a nice message for sure. However, now wasn't the right time to relaxedly browse through the store. Rumble. The cave began to shake just a little. With the death of the dungeon's owner, the entrance of the dungeon will be destroyed in 1 hour. Remaining time, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Indeed, he had to get out of this place before the gate closed on him. After all, browsing through the store could be done once he was somewhere safe. Just as Jin Wu was about to climb down, he spotted something gleaming brightly in the middle of the spider's head. Is that an item? However, unlike the monsters from the instant dungeon, there was no message about recovered items, nor could he automatically claim them. What could it be then? Jin Wu pondered briefly before realizing what it was. Ah, these things have magic crystals, don't they? No matter how busy he was, how could he forget something so valuable like that? Jin Wu extracted the magic crystal hidden deep inside the head of the dead spider. This was a C-rank magic crystal extracted from the boss monster, so it should at least go for around 10 million won easy. As the trophy for his glamorous victory, this would do very nicely. Jin Wu lightly jumped down from the dead spider's head. Tap! He landed lightly on the ground and turned around, and well, he discovered more gleaming lights, this time coming from the spider's belly. Not only that, but several of them, even... Jin Wu was now feeling rather surprised. He heard stories of some monsters possessing 2, 3 magic crystals, but there were simply too many lights to say those could all be magic crystals. What could they be then? He used the dagger to slice open the belly and continued on to its stomach, which resulted in half-digested remains of the insect-type monsters to pour out to the ground. And the lights were coming from those. No way. Jin Wu rummaged through the dead insects one at a time. And just as he suspected, they all possessed their magic crystals. Sure, a few of them had melted down and become smaller than before, but quite a lot of them had survived and remained as good as new. When he collected the intact ones, he counted over 10. I really hit the jackpot this time. He came to earn this month's rent, but at this rate, he'd be earning way more than that. Youngnim. When Jin Wu looked back, he saw Yu Jin-Ho there. Please put them in here. Yu Jin-Ho then proceeded to carefully tuck in the magic crystals belonging to Jin Wu inside his equipment bag. Next, he reached inside the corner of the same bag and pulled out a thermos before pouring the flask's content on its lid. Youngnim, you must be feeling thirsty. Please drink this. It's water. Indeed, it was a cold, refreshing cup of water, filled right up to the edge. Why is this kid doing something no one asked him to? Chapter 21 Fin. Chapter 22. Since Jin Wu was feeling thirsty anyway, he took the thermos lid to drink the water. But his head never stopped tilting in the meantime. Gulp, gulp. The water slid down his throat and refreshed him quite nicely. Hyungnim, did you enjoy it? Before he had noticed it, the honorific had changed to Hyungnim, too. Yeah, it's refreshing. Jin Wu spoke his earnest opinion and handed the lid over to Yu Jin-Ho. And the things you saw in here. Even before Jin Wu could finish a sentence, Yu Jin-Ho quickly cut in, as if to say that there's nothing to worry about. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone and take this secret with me to my grave. No, hang on. No need to take it to your grave. But, of course, I will. It'll be a promise between Hyungnim and I, after all. Well, in that case. Okay, if you say so. You don't have to worry about a thing, Hyungnim. It wasn't as if anyone would believe the claim that a rank E soloed the boss of a rank C gate anyway. Still, the kid was saying he'd voluntarily keep his mouth shut, and that would certainly make his life a bit easier. I thought he didn't know how to take a hint, but he's pretty quick on the uptake on things like this, eh? Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Hyungnim? No, not particularly. Well, that sounded a bit suspect there. Jin Wu studied the overly polite mannerism of Yu Jin-Ho and inwardly questioned his motives, before coming to a conclusion of his own. Well, yeah, from Yu Jin-Ho's perspective, I did save his life and all. Wasn't it the most obvious thing in the world that you'd become really courteous and humble towards a person who saved your life? When looked at that way, his attitude made more sense. The reality of the situation was slightly different from that, though. Rumble? The dungeon shook around for a bit again before its tremor stopped. That tremor was the reminder that the gate would close in a little while. The tremors would progressively get worse as time went by, and just before the gate closed, it'd morph into a full-blown earthquake. Let's get out of here. Yes, Hyungnim. Jin Wu began walking towards the entrance. Before they reached it, though, there was a sudden flash of light, and the rocks blocking up the entrance collapsed. Boom! Afterwards, Huang Dong-suk and his goons rushed into the boss room. As soon as spotting the dead spider behind Jin Wu, their expressions became dumbfounded. What the hell? It's really dead? Did those two hunt it? That spider must have been nothing much, even with that big body and all. Well, if a rank D and a rank E managed to kill it, then Huang Hyung, what should we do now? Huang Dong-suk scratched his chin while gazing at Jin Wu and Yu Jin-ho. With the spider dead, the gate would soon close. It'd be too late to start mining the mana stones now. They hadn't even finished getting ready, yet the remaining time was now less than an hour. It was time for the plan B. So, he loudly called out to Yu Jin-ho. Va Yu Jin-ho. Yu Jin-ho flinched and took a step back. His face was full of nervous tension. An oily smile floated up on Huang Dong-suk's face. I thought your gear looked real eye-catching, so we did a background check on you, and it turns out that you're a son of a real big shot. The son of the Eugene Construction's owner, Yu Myung-han, no less. And so what? We'll give you a chance. I've got some stuff to discuss with your old man, you see. However, it'd get real troublesome for us if the matters of this place get out. So, if you wish to live, you better become our accomplice. An accomplice? Huang Dong-suk pointed at Jin Wu with his chin. Being on the receiving end of that disgusting stare, Jin Wu's forehead creased for a second. Kill Sung Jin-Woo. What? Yu Jin-ho freaked out, and Huang Dong-suk chuckled, as if he found that expression rather funny. The thing was, he used his phone to do an online search and found out that Yu Jin-ho's father was the owner of the top construction company in the country. Seeing that, a sinister scheme formed in his head. He'd filmed the scene of Yu Jin-ho killing Sung Jin-Woo and then, under the pretext of keeping his mouth shut, blackmail Yu Myung-han. The known wealth of Yu Myung-han is supposedly around 10 trillion won, wasn't it? TL. Almost $9 billion. He might be able to reel in several times more money than mining these mana stones if he played his cards right. That's the only way you'll leave this place alive. As long as you kill Sung Jin-Woo with your own hands, we'll let you live. If not, we kill both of you. Huang Dong-suk's eyes became very hostile right away. What are you hesitating for? No one will know what happens inside a dungeon, anyway. Wait. Could it be that you're scared of a rank E, even though you're a rank D? Yu Jin-ho turned his head to his side. Jin Wu shrugged his shoulders as his answer. He was implying that Yu Jin-ho should do whatever he felt like. With a determined expression, Yu Jin-ho unsheathed the sword on his hips. Finally, he made up his mind. Huh. A smile formed on Huang Dong-suk's mouth. Unfortunately for him, his expectation was not met. Still holding that sword, Yu Jin-ho stood alongside Jin Wu. Ho! So, you want to team up with that guy and fight us, is that right? Huang Dong-suk muttered softly. A scion of a well-to-do family got lucky and killed a rank C boss, and it looked like his ego had become bloated somewhat as a result. Zhou Gyuan whispered from the side. Hyung, what should we do now? Huang Dong-suk lowered his voice, so both Jin Wu and Yu Jin-ho wouldn't be able to hear him. For now, take care of Sung Jin-Woo first. We gotta hold on to that potential money bag. Our losses today are pretty substantial after all. Okay, we'll do. Zhou Gyuan's hands began emitting bright light next. Seeing this, Jin Wu's eyes narrowed to a slit. In the end, they want to have a go, huh? This would be his very first time fighting against other hunters. However, he wasn't planning to go easy on these B** stars that have aimed for his life several times already. But then this happened. Tearing. There was that mechanical beep again. An emergency quest has been generated. An emergency quest? Jin Wu raised his head. He didn't even say anything about wanting to look at the contents. Yet the quest window spread out before his eyes without his consent. Now, that was a first. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill. 8. The number of killed enemies. 0. Jin Wu's eyes opened wider. In order to complete the quest, Huang Dong-suk and his teammates must all die. It was then, a beam of light flashed right before his eyes. The light beams left Zhou Gyuan's hands and flew straight at Jin Wu. Boom! Flung away by the explosion, Jin Wu's figure flew at a frightening speed and slammed into the cave wall. Slam! A portion of the wall collapsed and fell on top of Jin Wu. Tumble! Hyung Nim! Yu Jin-ho froze on the spot from surprise. Don't sweat over the dead guy, and why don't you come over here? Huang Dong-suk beckoned with his fingers. Yu Jin-ho stared at the spot where Jin Wu was. Just like what Huang Dong-suk had implied, Jin Wu wasn't moving an inch as he remained buried under the debris. You murderers! Tears pooled around Yu Jin-ho's eyes. Huang Dong-suk and his Dongsang simply giggled at the label of murderers thrown at their way. Well, that was the truth to begin with anyway. Just how many died by their hands inside many other dungeons? While they were looking at Yu Jin-ho and continued to smile, Jin Wu was under the pile of rubble, doubting his own eyes at the moment. The contents of the quest were slowly changing, That was why. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the end amp. Asterisk at hashtag. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, hashtag $%, dollar, hashtag $% and amp, asterisk hashtag $% The number of enemies left to kill. 8. The number of killed enemies. 0. A few words suddenly became illegible before changing their shapes. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards you. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, your heart will cease functioning. The number of enemies left to kill. 8. The number of killed enemies. 0. What a clear-cut threat that was. If he didn't finish the quest as intended, it would kill him instead. Kill if I don't want to be killed. Is that it? The contents were pretty shocking, but Jin Woo's fluster didn't remain for long. No, his flustered mind rapidly morphed into one of relief. Even he found it hard to believe, but that was the truth. There was this fear that always lingered in his mind, starting from the day these quests popped up in front of his eyes alongside stat values and such. What would happen to me if this mysterious phenomenon suddenly stopped? What if all these things only happened as a coincidence, and they could end at any given moment? Such fear always accompanied him. However, through this emergency quest, the truth became clear. Things happening to him were not a coincidence, nor were they some weird goodwill from someone. If the quest was generated by something holding some form of goodwill, then it should have just said overcome this danger, and not threaten him to kill him as a penalty. The system had a clear purpose. It was either make Sung Jin-Woo strong, or need a strong Sung Jin-Woo. And, depending on the situation, Mihu could kill other hunters at the drop of a hat. Even he could glean such intentions from the system now. Jin Wu felt reassured by that revelation. What a relief that it was not a coincidence, that it definitely had a goal. Whenever he found himself in danger, he yearned to be stronger. He so dearly wished to stop living the life where it was no different from dangling precariously on the edge of a cliff. But, on that fateful day, during the most dangerous moments of his life, his opportunity came. The goal of this system and Jin Woo's wishes lined up perfectly. The system is using me, and I'm using the system. That was all there was to it. As long as there was an end goal, a purpose, this phenomenon would never suddenly vanish from his eyes. Jin Wu slowly got up from the rubble. HP 1360/2600. As expected of a magic spell shot by a rank C hunter, it was only a single hit. Yet his HP had almost halved. There was no more room left to take it easy now. Intense malice filled up Jin Woo's eyes. He began walking towards Huang Dong-suk. What the heck? Huang Dong-suk and his goons had been surrounding the scared Yu Jinho, so they ended up discovering Jin Wu rather belatedly. What's going on here? He's still alive. But Gyuan Hyung looks like a dead fish, though. What an embarrassment this is. He's a measly rank E, you know. Huang Dong-suk scratched his chin. Hey, Gyuan, how didn't you finish him properly the first time? Zhou Gyuan's face reddened somewhat. Yeah, I should've. But this wasn't right. He really did pour his all with that shot. He had spent over a third of his overall magical energy. Yet how could this kid stand back up? Could the attack not connect properly? But then there wouldn't have been such a loud explosion if that was the case. Lots of questions formed in his head, but there was no time to ask them. Because Jin Wu opened his mouth first. Since you're playing around with people's lives. The eyes of Huang Dong-suk's group were now fixed to Jin Wu. He came to a stop in front of them. Yu Jinho flinched in surprise, but the reactions of other hunters were rather subdued. Some of them even began smirking in derision. Jin Wu spoke with a dry voice. You've all sufficiently resolved yourselves, right? Huang Dong-suk let off a snort after hearing that. What the hell is this fool even saying? Hyungnim, let me handle this kid. A hunter with tiny little eyes approached Jin Wu and placed his arms around the latter's neck. It looks like you mister hasn't really figured the situation out yet, but the thing is... The expression of the tiny eyes became weirder and weirder as he strengthened his arms. What the hell? Why can't I pull him down? He tried to perform a headlock with his physical strength, but no matter how hard he pulled, Jin Wu's upper body showed no sign of budging. Wasn't this B***starred supposed to be only a rank E? Cold sweat formed on the forehead of the tiny eyes. How could he be this strong? It happened then. Slice. The head of the tiny eyes fell to the ground. Thud. Juntae. Huang Dong-suk's eyes trembled like an earthquake. What the hell? That knife. Just when did he? Where did he get that? Huang Dong-suk and his goons quickly took several steps back and yanked their weapons out. Jin Wu's hand was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. Tearing. The number of enemies left to kill. 7. The number of killed enemies. 1. 7 left. Chapter 22 Fin. Chapter 23. Jin Wu swept his gaze at Huang Dong-suk and his group like a predator eyeing his prey. Huang Dong-suk swallowed his saliva. He was already pretty surprised by the dagger appearing in that man's hands. But more importantly, Park Juntae's death shook him to the core rather greatly. How did an E-rank hunter kill a D rank in one hit? He had no idea what kind of a trick the other guy used, but from now on, underestimating his opponent was definitely forbidden. No, he had to be very meticulous here. Huang Dong-suk gave a signal with his eyes to his side. Gyuhuan, hit him one more time. Zhou Gyuhuan lightly nodded his head. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Zhou Gyuhuan told himself, such as lights began gathering in his hands again. But even before the arrows of light could leave his fingertips, Jin Wu appeared right in front of Zhou Gyuhuan first. Zhou Gyuhuan's jaw hit the floor. The light in Jin Wu's eyes gleamed coldly. You first, the magic-type hunter, who possesses strong firepower but a weak body. Jin Wu had finished his calculations already. The dagger stabbed straight through Zhou Gyuhuan's neck. Stab. Kyo Heek. Zhou Gyuhuan tried to cover the hole in his neck and collapsed to the floor. Plop. Kill him. You ah. With that as a signal, the hunters around him rushed towards Jin Wu at once. Jin Wu raised all his senses to the maximum and calmly focused on the movements of his enemies. All sounds disappeared and time slowed down. The agility stat and its 38 points had begun displaying its worth. He then blocked or evaded swords, spears and arrows being thrust at him from the very short distance. The eyes of the hunters became incredibly large. How can he rank move like this? Too fast. I can't hit him at all. The complexions of the hunters became ashen. Indeed, speed was a subjective thing. To their eyes, Jin Wu's movement was absurdly fast. Meanwhile, Jin Wu waited in among the hunters and calmly cut into their vital spots, one at a time. Effect, paralysis has been activated. Effect, bleeding has been activated. Effect, paralysis has been activated. The special effects of the poison fang of Kasaka continued to activate, and the hunters all fell into a quagmire of confusion. I can't move my body. Magic. Was that magic? You son of a b****. Effect, bleeding has been activated. Effect, paralysis has been activated. Effect, paralysis has been activated. What the hell is this guy's real identity? Yuwak! Screams resounded out without a break from here and there. 5 hunters surrounding Jin Wu all crumpled down to the floor in no time at all. Plop! Plop! Tearing. The number of enemies left to kill, 1. The number of killed enemies, 7. Jin Wu shifted his gaze over to the last remaining survivor. And that was none other the big bearded man, Huang Dong-suk. He discarded his shield as an expression of determination formed on his face. He then loudly roared out, Yuhaha! Huang Dong-suk kicked the ground and rushed forward. Thump, 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 thump. His mind raced as he ran forward. He was a tanker and was considered one of the top, even within the C rank. His opponent most likely was a damage dealer. Although that man seemed to be very agile, judged from his quick movements, there was no way he'd possess enough power to penetrate past Huang Dong-suk's reinforcement skill. You can't fatally wound me with a measly little dagger. The one to be crushed when they collide would be Sung Jin-Woo. Instead, their distance closed up in the blink of an eye, and Huang Dong-suk tackled with his shoulder. Reinforcement! But then his entire world seemed to spin around, and before he realized how, he was staring at the ceiling of the dungeon. Slam! His brain shook hard, and a strong impact force was transmitted into his entire body. He wanted to get up, but his body didn't listen to his commands. Huang Dong-suk tried very hard, but eventually gave up and lay sprawled on the ground. Cough! He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Did he throw me down to the floor? Did Huang Dong-suk really lose in a contest of strength? In a battle of physical strength? How can a measly rank E? He was now so sure that something had gone terribly awry somewhere. 5 rank CS and 3 rank DS were knocked down in the blink of an eye. There was no way this starred was a rank E. Jin Wu stood next to Huang Dong-suk. The bearded man couldn't even properly move his body. His fate was quite obvious now. If this was a sports match or a spar, then this battle would have ended right here. Too bad for the bearded man, though Jin Wu wasn't planning to stop there. Wait a minute. Huang Dong-suk raised his hand first. If you want money, I'll give it to you. As long as you spare me. 3 times. Jin Wu's voice remained cold. Aren't you a bit shameless, asking to be spared by someone you tried to kill 3 times already? First, by blocking the exit of the boss room. Second, ordering Yu Jin-ho to kill him. And finally, Zhou Gyuhuan's magic. Huang Dong-suk tried to kill Jin Wu these 3 times, even after excluding the battle just now. Give and take. When he returned alive from the underground temple, Jin Wu resolved himself to return as much as he had received. Whether it was kindness or hostility, he'd repay the acts of ill intent with an equal amount of malice. There would be no room for negotiation. Realizing that begging for his life wouldn't work, Huang Dong-suk's eyes shot wide open and foam bubbled around his mouth. You think you'll be okay after you laid your hands on me like this? Do you have any idea who my younger brother is? Shatter. Huang Dong-suk could no longer continue with his words after his neck was broken. Kill. The whites of the bearded man's eyes were showing now. Tearing. The number of enemies left to kill, 0. The number of killed enemies, 8. Finally, this quest had come to an end. Phew. Jin Wu spat out a long sigh, containing a myriad of emotions, and lifted his hand away from Huang Dong-suk's head. His gaze then stopped on his hands. He might have one-sidedly bulldozed past his opponents, but for someone who had fought to the death against 8 other people, his hands remained remarkably steady. Is it okay to be like this? Jin Wu placed his hand on his chest and felt for his beating heart. Thump, thump, thump. His heart was beating as calmly as if he had been taking a stroll. What if? For the first time ever, he began to think that seeing the system wasn't the only change taking place within him after he returned alive from the underground temple. However, his musings had to be kept brief. Soon, the familiar beep entered his head. Tearing. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. Completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. He was half expecting this to happen, and sure enough, he now had received rewards. Jin Wu didn't even hesitate and chose yes. Confirm. Tearing. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 10 additional stat points. Reward 3. Skill. Intimidation. Not only 10 points, but even a skill too. Jin Wu's eyes widened from the huge amount of available rewards. All those stat points were one thing, but this new skill stole away almost all of his attention. If I didn't possess the dash skill when fighting that spider, the only reason why he managed to hunt the boss down was because of dash. There was no need to mention how important a skill was during a battle. It was not for nothing that a rune stone, with which a person could learn a brand new skill, cost several hundreds of millions of won. Jin Wu immediately checked this skill called Intimidation out. Show me the third reward. Tearing. Skill. Intimidation LV1. Active skill. Mana required to activate. 100. Can render a designated target in a state of fear for 1 minute by using your powerful aura. Multiple targets can be selected. Effect fear. All stats minus 50%. Although it was only active for a short time, it was still a rare skill that could decrease the opponent's stats by a substantial amount. Of course, exactly like other effects, if the opponent's resistance was high enough, it would fail to activate. But if it did work, then Jin Wu thought that taking care of his enemies, regardless of who it was, would become as easy as pie. And since it could be used against multiple opponents, the scope of this skill's usefulness seemed limitless too. It's really good, isn't it? The rewards were just as good as the potential penalty was as bad. Hang on a sec. Now that I think about it, it's not like that, is it? After all, his life was at stake here. And was that all? Jin Wu took a look around him. He frowned deeply after taking in the gruesome sight. He had witnessed enough deaths of other hunters, but even then, he'd never really get used to looking at the corpses of other people. This was what this quest asked of him, though. But for a quest that asked for many lives as its completion requirement, the rewards handed out felt rather cheap, and not quite enough. Well, even if it weren't for the quest, he'd still have to fight against Huang Dong-suk and his crew in the end, but still. And they say, a man's greed knows no bounds. Jin Wu shook his head wryly. It was then the cave shook around once more. Rumble. The tremor had become stronger than before. It was now the time to get out of the dungeon. But before he could do that, there was something else he needed to take care of first. And that happened to be Yu Jinho. Jin Wu's gaze drifted toward him. Yu Jinho had been pitifully frozen solid in his spot until then, and flinched rather grandly before hurriedly lowering his gaze to the ground. Now, what should I do with this kid? Of course, he wasn't thinking of harming Yu Jinho. There was no need to, nor was there a reason to do so, either. However, if the events of this place got leaked out to the rest of the world, then there was a good chance that his life would become inconvenienced in a variety of ways. So, I guess I should make sure he doesn't talk, huh? Just as he thought that course of action would be for the best, Yu Jinho rapidly ran towards him, knelt down, and bowed his head. Hyungnim, please spare me. Suddenly, Jin Wu felt that the following conversation should unfold a lot more smoothly than his initial expectation. Yu Jinho was shaking like a wet dog. His complexion was pale, as well. Well, 8 people died in the blink of an eye right in front of his face, so that was par for the course, really. One of the most important tools in dealing with people was this, the fear. So, Jin Wu decided to use this situation to his advantage. Why should I? Hayek. Jin Wu thought that he heard the sound of Jin Ho's heart falling to the floor just now. His guilty conscience that asked, was that too much? Only lasted for a second, though. If you want money, I can speak to my father, and who do you think I am? Jin Wu's expression crumpled unpleasantly. Sure, he did grow up impoverished, but that didn't mean he was corrupt enough to hold a person's life hostage and extort money that way. Wouldn't he be no different from Huang Dong-suk if he did that? I am truly sorry. If it weren't for Jin Ho's current state being absolutely terrified, Jin Wu would have smacked the back of the kid's head or something by now. He was holding back only because it looked like Jin Ho might keel over from a heart attack if he really did that. Confirming how displeased Jin Wu's expression was, Jin Ho nervously swallowed some dried saliva. Now that I think about it, even back when Huang Dong-suk offered him money, could he have abandoned all material desires and now only walks the path of bloodshed and murder? Jin Wu's image inside Jin Ho's head was being solidified in an even weirder direction. However, it was too early to draw a conclusion yet. If that was the case, then why did Hyungnim extract those magic crystals? Not too long ago, Jin Wu personally went and extracted all those magic stones, even going so far to dig through the spider's entrails. Sure, it was used in a variety of ways, such as a source of high-density energy, as a raw material in manufacturing magic tools, etc. But to a hunter, a magic crystal was simply another word for money. Jin Ho's mind spun at a quicker pace. So, that's how it was? Those crystals were the prize of blood. They were the deserved prize he earned through staining his hands with blood, and that was why he didn't mind digging through the stomach of a dead monster. He'd not show a hint of mercy to those enemies who tried to harm him, but he was also the practitioner of the way of the blood, meaning he did not want anything to do with the monetary gain that he hadn't earned with his own hands. And I tried to buy his benevolence with money, so of course he'd get P** set off at me. In that case, what Jin Ho needed here wasn't father's money, but the deserved profit that could be earned if he managed to walk out of here alive. When he sneaked a glance, Jin Wu's expression was still distorted somewhat. Jin Ho quickly continued on with his words. Hyungnim, if you spare me, then I'll hand over all the profit earned in this dungeon to you. And, as expected, Jin Wu immediately displayed his interest. Please think about it, Hyungnim. If you monopolize the profit meant for 10 people after 9 others are killed, others would definitely start questioning you. From Jin Ho's perspective, Jin Wu was, without a doubt, a fake registrant. Not only that, a highly skilled fake registrant who enjoyed murdering people. Obviously, he'd not want the attention of other folks landing on him. So what? On the flip side, if we both walk out of here alive, then according to the contract, all the magic crystals from this dungeon belongs to me. Even if all the other teammates had died, since you don't get a share in the first place, no one would suspect you. Of course, there was no way that Jin Ho would be suspected of foul play here. Well, his father owned one of the country's top-ranked companies after all. The potential profit he'd earned from selling off the magic crystals would be like a pocket change to him. This money is something Hyungnim totally deserves. I mean, this is your deserved reward for saving me and getting rid of Huang Dong-suk and his lackeys. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 23 Fin. Chapter 24. Jin Ho empathized the words deserved reward, for some reason. Yeah, for sure. Certainly, that method was the safest way to dispose of the magic crystals. These crystals no longer had any owners. No matter how avaricious Huang Dong-suk was, he still couldn't take them to his grave. That left just one person, Jin Ho, as the sole claimant to the rights of these crystals. However, such a guy was saying that he'd voluntarily offer them up. Jin Wu didn't want anything to do with them if they were to be taken away forcibly, but there's no reason for me to refuse things that are willingly entering my pockets, no? Without his help, Jin Ho would either have been killed by now or get dragged around as a hostage instead. When looked at that way, the claims of them being deserved reward made some sense. Seeing that Jin Wu's expression lighten up, Jin Ho was now sure of his guesses being on the money. As I thought, the magic crystals are the deserved reward of blood for hunting down Huang Dong-suk and his gang, so he's not going to say no here. The meaning of the word deserved as imagined by these two men had what you'd call a significant difference, but they had no way of knowing that. Okay. As soon as Jin Wu agreed, Jin Ho's face brightened up in an instant. Hell, Jin Ho was even feeling a bit awestruck by how steadfast Jin Wu was with his personal beliefs. However, Jin Wu's face became emotionless next. However, how do I trust you? Jin Wu had recalled his initial goal once more. He wasn't trying to scare the kid so he could line his pockets in the first place. No, he started this intimidation antics so he could avoid being inconvenienced later down the line. How can I betray you, Hyungnim, who saved my neck multiple times already? You could ignore our promise and just yap on to anyone you meet, no? Actually, it wouldn't be too big of a hassle if the kid did that. Killing Huang Dong-suk and his goons were 100% acts of self-defense, after all. There were 8 of them, not to mention they were fully armed as well. Heck, they even attacked first with a powerful magic spell, too. Laws had changed ever since the emergence of the hunters, so Jin Wu knew that he'd walk away scot-free only with that much justification. Jin Wu wanted to let things die down quietly in this manner, and Yu Jinho's help would be needed to facilitate that. There might be a slight problem with how he went about asking for that help, but as far as the end result was concerned, this was the best method available. So, speak up. Jin Wu stared at the other guy with eyes that demanded answers. Yu Jinho formed a determined, dignified expression. I will never do something so cowardly, Hyung-nim, especially for someone who has saved my life. Hang on a minute. Jin Wu thought that he had seen those determined eyes from somewhere, before realizing that they were rather similar to back when Yu Jinho refused the suggestion of Huang Dong-suk to become their accomplice not too long ago. This kid, he's being serious. The give and take. When his life was hanging in the balance, Yu Jinho chose to stand with Jin Wu. He trusted Jin Wu and tried to go up against 8 other hunters. That was why Jin Wu decided to trust Yu Jinho, at least once. Of course, not right away, and not quite like this. Maybe after planting the fear of God into the kid first. Jin Wu reached down and picked up Huang Dong-suk's discarded shield. The back of my head is still aching from Huang Dong-suk's sneak hit, you know. Jin Wu pretended to study the shield from this way and that, before powerfully flinging it towards the wall of the cave. Kaboom! More than half of the shield got buried deep inside that wall. Cold sweat drops dripped down Yu Jinho's face as he nervously swallowed his saliva. I hope that my Dongsing isn't going to disappoint me too. BB but, of course, Hyung-nim. It happened then. The dungeon began shaking much harder this time. Their time was clearly running out. Jin Wu never held any thoughts of harming Yu Jinho from the get-go, so he figured that this much would be enough. So, he ordered Yu Jinho, collect all the magic crystals. We're leaving. Thank you very much, Hyung-nim. Yu Jinho stood back up and bowed his waist 90 degrees. A smile found its way back onto his face too. While Yu Jinho went around to fill up the bag, Jin Wu began rummaging through Huang Dong-suk's pockets. I gotta get paid what's mine too. He was promised 2 million won for the day's work, and he couldn't afford to let a single cent slip by. Huang Dong-suk's wallet was filled with lots of 50,000 won bills. When he counted, there were 45 of them, just over 2 million, in other words. The bearded man promised to pay in cash as soon as the raid was over, so he must have had them ready, just in case. Because, well, he wouldn't have been able to cut the tail all the time. Thanks for the pay. Jin Wu said the words of thanks to no one in particular and left the boss room first. Yu Jinho was almost finished packing up the magic crystals, but then belatedly noticed that Jin Wu had disappeared and hurriedly began searching for him. Hyung-nim. All he found were the rapidly cooling corpses of the hunters that lost their lives to Jin Wu. Hayek. Yu Jinho and his deathly pale complexion hurriedly chased after Jin Wu as if he was scared of being alone. The agent from the association's investigation department swiftly arrived at the location of the gate. The procedure to follow when there were casualties during a raid was rather simple. The remaining survivors only had to report the matter to the association and let the investigators do their job. That was all. The investigator for today was a strict-looking Ani. And your names are? It's Sung Jin-Woo. My name is Yu Jinho, ma'am. Hunters dying inside dungeons happen pretty much every single day, so this procedure was more like a formality at this point. To be more precise, it was now more to do with record-keeping. Actually, that was if there were nothing to be suspicious about. So, every rank C hunter in the raid team was killed, yet how did one rank D and one rank E manage to escape unhurt? The investigator questioned the duo while adjusting her glasses. Her glaring eyes narrowed to a slit. Now normally, it'd be the weakest hunter in the team to die first most of the time. Yet, she intensely scrutinized the 2 men before discovering something particular and raised her voice. Oh my gosh! Her eyes began sparkling as she approached closer. Isn't this the longsword Kalion that's been launched recently by the Maya Company? Oh my gosh! Isn't this one of the Royal Series shields crafted by the one and only master craftsman Greedos? Yu Jinho's face brightened immediately. You seem to be well versed in weapons, ma'am. Yeah, it's nothing to feel proud about, really. No, it's only on the level of browsing through the catalogs every now and then. Oh ho 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 ho. The price of the longsword was around 700,000,000, while the shield was around 500,000,000 TL, $620,000 and $443,000, respectively. These powerful armaments were crafted with magic crystals costing well over hundreds of millions of won, as well as other expensive materials, and they were capable of boosting the abilities of a rank D hunter past that of a rank C. With this revelation, the agent began imagining the events that had taken place inside the dungeon. With these types of armaments, a lone rank D hunter managing to hunt down the boss monster seemed rather feasible now, even when considering that all the rank C hunters had been annihilated along the way. In that rank, he probably hid in a corner somewhere and barely saved his life. Of course, the reality was opposite of that, but in any case, she came to a conclusion. The odds of a man with enough financial wherewithal to purchase such armaments stabbing his comrades in the back for a handful of magic crystals were low at best. On top of that, it was also impossible for a rank E to do anything to several rank C hunters too, so the deaths of Huang Dong-suk and 7 others could only be chalked up to an unfortunate accident. I understand what happened now. The investigator closed the case file with a satisfied face. The investigation will conclude with this, so you may go home now. I'm sure it had been a difficult day so far, so thank you for taking the time out to aid us with the investigation. Thank you for your hard work. Jin Wu said goodbyes on behalf of both men. The investigator and her car left just as quickly as they had arrived. You also worked hard, Hyung-nim. Yu Jin-ho bent his waist 90 degrees once more. Even after they had exited the gate, Yu Jin-ho's overly polite attitude didn't change. He must have been pretty darn scared even now. Jin Wu inwardly clicked his tongue. Yeah, you too. Well, I haven't done much anyway. You did most of the work, Hyung-nim. Oh, here are your magic crystals. Yu Jin-ho very courteously handed the bag over to Jin Wu with 2 hands. And indeed, the bag was filled to the brim with magic crystals. The highest price a magic crystal from a rank C gate could fetch was around 10 million won. Even the smallest ones fetched several millions. Jin Wu's eyes scanned the number of crystals, and he inwardly cried out in elation. Just how much will these? He tried so hard to suppress a grin from breaking out on his face. It was then a drop of water suddenly fell inside the bag. Splash, splosh. Jin Wu raised his head. They were raindrops falling from the sky that had been gradually getting darker as the afternoon rolled by. It was a good thing, sending her off with an umbrella. Jin Wu formed a subtle smile while thinking about his little sister. Later in the evening, Jin Wu summoned his status window as soon as he arrived back home. Stats. Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 32. Available points to distribute, 10. The 10 points he got as a reward from the emergency quest still remained, waiting. His entire body was itching from the desire to spend them. If he wanted to earn them through daily quests, then he'd have to spend the next 3 days and still had to find 1 more point from somewhere, and if he wanted to earn them through leveling up, then he had to raise it by 2. The priority is with agility, then perception next. He spent 7 points on agility, and the rest 3 on perception. Stats. Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 35. Available points to distribute, 0. Okay. His stat values looked more even now. Agility had almost caught up with strength, and perception was already at 35. Once agility's values got closer to strength, he was planning to increase stamina next. Leaving alone the stat of intelligence and its unknown uses for the time being, he wanted to raise all of his other stats as uniformly as possible. Should I check out today's results? Name, Sung Jin-Woo. Level, 21. Class, none. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 2,600. MP, 390. Tiredness, 0. Stat, Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 45. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 35. Available points to distribute, 0. Skills, Passive skills. Unknown, LV max. Tenacity, LV1. Active skills, Dash, LV1. Intimidation, LV1. The level that had risen up by 3 and the new skill Intimidation caught his attention the most. And his stats also had received a healthy boost from the 10 extra points. These alone would qualify today's earning as quite spectacular. But there were more, weren't there? 2 million when I got for today's work and all those magic crystals filling up the bag as well. Jin Wu counted the number of the crystals once more. 11 from the spider, and 38 from Huang Dong-suk and his lackeys. In total, 49 of them. If he asked 5 million for each, he'd still earn well over 200 million won. 200 mil from a single day's hunt. The profit that should have been shared by 10 people. No, 9 had been swallowed up by him, so the amount had no choice but to balloon up. This was the same thing as the unexpected kiss of Lady Luck landing squarely on his cheeks. All I have to do now is to sell these things. Selling magic crystals wasn't difficult. Since the demand was so high, when he put them up for sale, they would all sell out pretty quickly. The question was, though, where he should sell these. There were several cases of a direct trading between individuals, and guilds and corporations also bought them in large quantities as well. For his case, since there were so many of them, he figured that it'd be for the better to seek out the help of professionals, rather than try his hands on dealing with individuals or sell them online. Can't I just sell them to a store or something? It'd be so much more convenient for him if the store bought his crystals at their retail value, as it would with the Japdom. While thinking this and that, Jin Wu pushed the bag full of magic crystals to the corner of the room. And then, he abruptly recalled one last fruit of today's labor. Right, the system said that I can start buying stuff from the store. Jin Wu immediately summoned the store. Although it wasn't much, all the gold he had saved up from the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon still waited for their turn inside his inventory until now. Buy! Tearing, accompanied by the familiar beep, the list of purchasable items popped up in his view, and they continued to do so quite literally without an end. Everything from cheap potions and trinkets, all the way up to absurdly expensive defensive items and eye-catching weapons could be found here. There were so many items that could be bought with gold. It was pretty obvious, but the more expensive an item was, the better its options got. One of the best items available even cost as much as 10 billion gold. Whoa, 10 billion, is it? His current gold was just over 112,000. It was way too short to buy anything truly useful. But there was no need for him to fret here. Why? Because he had plenty of time on hand. I can buy any of these as long as I have enough gold, right? Jin Wu hummed to himself and continued to browse through the list of really expensive items. There was one more reason to seek out instant dungeons now. Already, he couldn't wait to receive the prize of the daily quest for tomorrow, the random box. Chapter 24 Fin. Chapter 25. Part 11. Arrangement. 3 days passed by since the incident of the C-rank gate. Gina came home early from school, as it was Saturday today. As soon as entering the apartment, she began sniffing the air and hurriedly removed her shoes. Appa, what's going on here? Did you order fried chicken? Yeah, I ordered some takeaway to make sure it'd get here just in time for you. Wow, really? Jin Wu beckoned her while sitting by the dining table, causing Gina's eyes to open wider. She immediately ran towards him. Hiya, what's going on here? And you're a serial Scrooge, too. Did something good happen lately? Hey now, put down your school bag first, will you? Why is a girl so hot-headed? It's fine. This bag ain't that heavy, you know? And she was complaining not too long ago about her bag being too heavy and that she didn't want to carry an umbrella around. Jin Wu Tsuke, scared but couldn't really hide the smile creeping up on his face. Asking me if there was anything good happening lately? Of course there was. The family's bank balance had swelled up from 800,000 won all the way to 180,300,000 earlier today. TL, just under $160,000. 180 million was from the sale of the magic crystals, and 500 grand was used for the month's rent. Still, 180 million. Just one raid, and he was able to get his hands on an absurd amount of money, totaling 180 million. He had been one for a while now, but this was the first time he felt like a real hunter. Well, this was the era where a casual mention of hunters instantly brought up the images of wealth, so that couldn't be helped. Also, the face of the employee at the Magic Crystal Exchange when Jin Wu went there with his stash was still so vivid in his memories too. Did you hunt all these monsters? Things happened and so it's something like that. Holy moly, how incredible. 49 C-rank magic crystals. The initial estimated price for the whole lot was just over 300 million won. But who knew that taxation would be so heartless? I gotta pay 40% as tax? Yes. When an individual is selling the crystals, 40% is taken as tax. However, when a guild is selling them, it's only 10%. Is there a reason why there's a reduction in tax for the guilds? Well, unlike freelancers and their teams, guilds must cooperate without question when they are ordered to mobilize, you see. Indeed, when he searched through his memories, he remembered hearing about both the agents from the monitoring division of the association and the White Tiger Guild coming to the location of the dual dungeon incident. Because they were receiving special treatments, guilds had to cooperate with the government and the association when they asked for help. The high tax rates caused Jin Wu to ponder his choices for a little bit. Should I just hold on to the crystals and sell them off after I enter a guild? But he made up his mind soon afterwards. By the time he entered a guild and started working for them, the main objects of conquest would be gates rated A and B. The magic crystals coming out from those gates would incomparably be more valuable than those from a gate rank C. And right now, he needed every cent he could get his hands. Besides, I can't just sign on with any OL guild out there just to decrease tax, now can I? Okay, fine. I will sell them. That's how he got his hands on 180 million. Just as Gina had implied with her question, the chicken and beer meal was to celebrate the big earnings sitting pretty in the family bank account right at this moment. Thank you for this meal. Gina sneakily reached towards the beer can. But then, Jin Wu's finger powerfully flicked her forehead. Ouch! For you this. He then placed a can of cola in front of her. Hein, I was only joking, you know. Not minding Gina and her hands busy rubbing her reddened forehead, Jin Wu popped the lid open on the refreshingly cold can of beer and poured the contents down his throat. But then this happened. Tearing. Jin Wu couldn't help but react nervously when he heard the familiar beep. Why a system message? All of a sudden? Harmful substances have been detected. Effects above. Detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. You detoxed harmful substances? Are you talking about alcohol? Jin Wu drank up the remaining beer in the can and popped open another just to make sure. Gulp, gulp. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff. Detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. And the exact same messages appeared again. He had drank up 2 cans of beer in one go, but he couldn't feel one hint of drunkenness come over. Whatever this buff thing was, it was definitely working as intended. What's this? Jin Wu tilted his head. He had yet to meet a single hunter capable of throwing buffs around. Most of the hunters possessing such specialized skill sets all worked for large guilds. As he was affiliated with the association, there hadn't been a single opportunity for him to meet one so far. Even if someone sneaked a buff on me, surely the system would have notified me of it. In that case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either he received the buff while he was unconscious, or got it before the system was active. Personally, he was more inclined towards the latter. Appa? What's wrong? Is it indigestion? You should have been more careful, you know. When Jin Wu's expression became serious, Gina asked him with a worried voice. Nah, it's just that I remembered something pretty urgent, that's all. Eat without me while I take care of this. Okay. Jin Wu headed back into his room. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny of his memories, trying to figure out if he had missed anything, even if it was small. Ah! Suddenly he recalled something. Every quest has rewards, even penalty quests. But there was one quest that I never got around to confirming the rewards. No. Jin Wu hurriedly opened the mailbox. At the time, he had no clue what the system was nor what rewards could mean, so glossed over them. But he definitely remembered reading the message that said he had met the conditions to clear the quest. His heart began beating faster and faster. Jin Wu eventually discovered the messages sitting right at the bottom of the mailbox. Congratulations on becoming a player. Read. Jin Wu's voice trembled as he spoke softly. Confirm. Tearing. This system will support the growth of the player. Failing to comply with the system's instructions will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. As he thought, there was the mention of rewards. The voice he heard back inside the underground temple clearly said these words. Completion requirements for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless has been met. A secret quest or not, it was still a quest, wasn't it? However, he hadn't checked what kind of rewards he had received until now. Back then, he thought that it was all a hallucination, didn't he? Will result in potential penalties. Your rewards have been delivered. Would you like to confirm your rewards? Y/N. Yes. Tearing. Rewards for the secret quest. The courage of the powerless. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer, Candiaru. The Grand Sorcerer Candiaru has been deeply moved by your courage and has gifted you with a special spell. When accompanied by the blessings of Candiaru, you'll get to enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life every day. Let there be a bright future laying in wait for the challenger. One-time effect will to recover. All your damaged body parts will be recovered to their original state. Continuous effect, good health and long life. You'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Only now puzzle pieces fell to their places. That's why my leg was... It was all due to the quest reward that his sliced-off leg had reverted back to how it was before. Same thing for why he couldn't get drunk from a couple of cans of beer. Hang on, I'm immune to all types of poison, too. Jin Wu's eyes abruptly shot open real wide. If that was the case, then could it be? Jin Wu hurriedly extracted a certain item out from his inventory. Item: Poison Sac of Kasaka. Rarity A. Type: Medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Effect: the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect: damaged muscles. Strength -35. My muscles are supposed to get damaged because of the toxin, but wouldn't this detox buff resist that? There was only one way to find out. Jin Wu squeezed his eyes shut and drank the liquid contained within the pouch. Gulp, gulp. Sticky, yucky liquid slid down his throat. The taste was oily and terrible, but he endured it. And they say what's good for you usually tastes bitter. When he finished drinking all of the poison liquid, messages popped up in his view. Harmful substances have been detected. Effects of buff, detox will now commence. 3, 2, 1. Detoxification has been completed. Side effect, damaged muscles has been nullified. Yes. Jin Wu clenched his fists real tightly. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet, so he quickly summoned his status window. Stats. Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 53. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 36. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. As he expected, there was no decrease in his strength stat. It still remained as 53 points, and then he saw the new stat called reduction in physical damage, too. Sure, it might be limited in the category, but it still was a marvelous stat that reduced all physical damage by 20%. Nice! Just as Jin Wu began celebrating the emergence of this new stat, Gina called out to him from the living room. Appa, you know a guy called Yu Jin-Ho? He's looking for you. No way. He can't be the same Yu Jin-Ho. Jin Wu quickly went to the living room and snatched the phone's receiver off his little sister. Hello. Hyungnim, it's me. Yu Jin-Ho. Really now? The voice coming from the other side sounded way too familiar. How did you get this number? There was a person I know working for the association, you see. You didn't want to answer your smartphone, so I had no choice but to call you at home like this. Details only. Ah, oops, my bad. Hyungnim. But it's not something we can discuss over the phone. May we meet up somewhere, so I can tell you in person? Jin Wu tilted his head slightly. He still wants to meet me after going through such an ordeal? Hyungnim, I really gotta ask you for this favor. Please. What a weird kid this guy was. Jin Wu eventually agreed to spare 1 hour after Yu Jin-Ho earnestly pleaded with him. The meeting place was a franchise cafe located not too far from Jin Wu's home. Even though it was a weekday, there were quite a few people inside the cafe, perhaps because they chose to meet right after the lunch hour. Hyungnim, over here. Yu Jin-Ho greeted him rather enthusiastically. Before entering the cafe, Jin Wu focused his perception to the max, but he couldn't sense any other hunters inside the shop. At the bare minimum, this meeting wasn't for the purpose of revenge, it seemed. Although Jin Wu couldn't really remember doing anything that warranted such an ill will towards him and requiring a swift retribution. Jin Wu sat down on the other side of the table. Didn't think we'd meet again. There was a half-eaten ice cream on top of the table belonging to Yu Jin-Ho. Yu Jin-Ho spoke as he stood up. What would you like to order? Should I go and get you some coffee? No, it's fine. Yu Jin-Ho looked a bit crestfallen for some reason as he sat back down. Jin Wu opened his mouth first. So, what do you want? It was then. I'm telling you, this guy did it for real back then. It was so crazy, really. Jin Wu shifted his gaze over to his side. The table next to his was occupied by 3 burly students with rather thuggish faces hailing from some local athletic club or the other, and they were busy chatting to 3 girls. Jin Wu tried to get back to his own conversation. As I was saying, what do you? And when did I ever do that? Will you listen to this be *starred, busy inventing rubbish because we're in front of girls? Want from me? But you said it, didn't you? Wow. Should I show you the pics, man? Should I, release the evidence to the rest of the world or something? The voices of the male students got louder and louder, and the laughter of the girls was just as loud as well. When the noise became too loud to carry on his own conversation, Jin Wu was left with no choice but to stand up and silently walk over to the table next to his. The eyes of the male students all focused on Jin Wu. Will you please keep it down? There are other people in here, too. One of the male students scratched the back of his head and pretended to apologize a couple of times. Yes, we'll keep it down. Very sorry about this. Girls began giggling hoarsely from that sight. Jin Wu quietly stared at them for a while before turning around. But when he did, something flew in and tapped him in the back of his head. A rolled-up paper serviette fell to the floor. Pwahaha! Geek. Hey, you shouldn't do that. Male students began guffawing real hard, while girls pretended to scold the boys, even though mocking grins formed on their faces. Witnessing this scene, Yu Jin-Ho's expression gradually froze up. Hayu, Hyungnim. Jin Wu picked up one of the unused spoons next to Yu Jin Wu's ice cream and walked over to the counter. Oh, look. He's going to tell on his mommy. Mommy, they are making noise. Stop them, please. Foot. In the meantime, those kids kept running their mouths off. Jin Wu asked the nervous-looking female employee behind the counter with a deadpan face. How much for this spoon? And my apologies, dear customer. We don't sell spoons separately, you see. It's not more than 10,000 won, yes? Pardon? I guess so. Jin Wu placed a 10,000 won bill on the counter and turned around. Dear customer? Excuse me, customer? Jin Wu ignored the calls of the female employee and headed straight to the table where the male students from some athletic club were. When they noticed that Jin Wu was displaying a suspicious behavior, the 3 students slowly stood up from their seats. What you want now? What? The attention of everyone inside the cafe was now focused on this table. Jin Wu showed the students his spoon. Just as question marks floated on the expressions of these hapless kids, Jin Wu began squashing the spoon in his hand, and the poor thing easily lost its shape right in front of their eyes. The complexions of the male students grew paler and paler. Jin Wu then placed the spoon on their table. But what was left there could no longer be called a spoon anymore. No, it was just a piece of folded metal, roughly shaped like a ball. The male students nervously swallowed their saliva. That's not a human strength. This guy, he's a H-hunter. The male students signaled to each other before the kid, who threw the serviette at him, bowed and apologized for real. I am really sorry. The rest of his friends then started apologizing as well. I'm sorry. It was our fault. Forgive us. The male students bowed several times with pale complexions, before making their hasty retreat from the cafe while dragging the girls out as well. Hooray dash! The customers surrounding that noisy table sent gazes filled with appreciation towards Jin Wu. Meanwhile, Jin Wu returned to his seat and settled back down. Yu Jinho's eyes sparkled as he spoke up. As expected of you, Hyungnim, enough. Jin Wu got back on topic at hand. Why did you ask me for a meeting? Well, Hyungnim, I gave this matter a lot of thought. I mean, lots and lots of thought, you know? But I think I really seriously must ask you. Jin Wu tilted his head. What are you talking about now? Hyungnim actually... Yu Jinho's face reddened as if he was embarrassed about something, before he summoned up his courage and spoke up. Actually, I was thinking of forming my own tea. Jin Wu didn't even hesitate 1 second and replied. I'm not interested. Chapter 25 Fin. Chapter 26. Part 1. Transaction. Yu Jinho's expression became dumbfounded. Already, Hyungnim? I don't need to hear the rest to figure it out. Jin Wu was quite decisive in saying no. This wasn't because he didn't like Yu Jinho or something like that. Although he seemed a bit off in the head, his attitude remained courteous, and he came across as someone who'd always keep his word. He was quite different from other signs of chaebols often seen in mass media. TL. Chaebols. Wealthy owners/families of corporations. However, Jin Wu was not interested in becoming a playmate of the son of a wealthy family during the boy's hunter phase. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. He'll need... Just as Jin Wu got up to leave, Yu Jinho hurriedly reached out and held on to him. Hyungnim. Only for 20. No, wait. Please partner up with me for the next 19 times. For what? To clear dungeons. Yes. I'll definitely compensate you properly. Yu Jinho's voice sounded rather desperate. Jin Wu tilted his head slightly. There were 2 reasons why people became hunters. Either it was for money or for their sense of duty. But Yu Jinho didn't belong to either camp. Maybe it was possible that he thought of being a hunter was a slightly more dangerous form of extreme sports or some such. That was what Jin Wu had been believing until now. True, he was taken aback slightly when the kid declared that he wanted to form his own private raid team, even after going through that ordeal the last time. There are all sorts of people in this world, that's for sure. It wouldn't be too strange to find a scion of a wealthy family who had become numb to the safe environment he had grown up in. However, Yu Jinho's expression seemed far too serious and determined at the moment for that kind of an explanation. Could there be a different reason? Rather than the promise of proper compensation, Jin Wu's curiosity was being tugged by the idea of raiding dungeons 19 more times. Jin Wu's brain quickly kicked into gear. Hang on, let's say that last time was his first raid. And when he completes 19 more raids, then could this kid be aiming for? It didn't take long for Jin Wu to realize the truth. His expression became dumbfounded. Instead, are you perhaps thinking of getting the guild master license? That's correct, Hyungnim. What a smart decision it was not to order coffee. Otherwise, he might have sprayed the bitter liquid all over the table by now while trying to drink it. You want to become a guild master? Well, the story's a bit complicated there, Hyungnim. Yu Jinho's face reddened considerably compared to before as he spoke. Hyungnim, please listen to my story. Jin Wu was in a slight dilemma, wondering what he should do now, but in the end, he was defeated by his curiosity, so he sat back down. Fine, I'll listen. Well, the promised hour had not ended yet, so there was that too. It wouldn't be a problem to listen to the kid's story anyways. Yu Jinho hurriedly parked his, but backed down as well. As you correctly guessed, I want to acquire the guild master license. Acquiring that license was not that difficult. Actually, you had to be a hunter who participated in at least 20 raids. As long as you met this base requirement, all you had to do was to pass a written test, and you'd get the license. Of course, nobody would join the guild created by a rubbish hunter, and if a guild failed to maintain the minimum number of members, it'd be disbanded as well. Yu Jinho continued on. It's not public knowledge yet, but actually, my father is trying to establish a guild of his own. A guild created by Yujin Construction? Yes. Yujin Construction was one of the biggest corporations in South Korea. It had expanded its business well beyond the fields of construction and into other sectors, and had been making a killing there. Jin Wu had heard that recently they reaped huge profit after jumping into the hunter-related businesses as well. And they want to form a guild of their own? When Jin Wu displayed a hint of interest, Yu Jin-ho became excited and added more explanations. He'd scout strong hunters and build a massive guild, and place all our hunter-related business interests under it. That's his plan. If a corporation wished to partake in hunter-related businesses, then it was a necessity to work together with a guild. Well, you'd need the strength of a large guild if you ever wanted to get your hands on magic crystals and remains of the monsters, or treasures such as mana stones found in gates ranked A or B. And so, you wish to become a self-sustaining entity. Is that it? That is absolutely correct, Hyung Nim. With the financial wherewithal of Yujin Construction, creating a guild wouldn't even pose a problem. No, the real issue would be with just who gets to run it. My father is thinking of hiring an S-rank hunter as the guild master and placing my older brother as the vice master, and run the guild that way. But Jin Wu immediately caught onto what Yu Jin-Woo was implying here. If things were done that way, then a source of worry would be created along the way. The power of authority the guild master wielded was simply far too great. Even if it was the vice master who had hired the master, in case of a conflict arising between the two, there was a very good chance that the latter would end up completely overtaking the entire guild. In order to prevent that, there was only one way. All you had to do was to hire a master who'd never ever betray the one who hired him or her. For instance, brothers or even a son. And the chairman of Yujin Construction, Yu Myung-hwan, had a son called Yu Jin-ho. However, my older brother's business experience is far too good for me to simply take over the position of the guild master. It was his idea to enter the field of hunter-related business. You see, we gained huge profit in that sector because of him. His older brother had become a successful entrepreneur by the age of 31. Compared to him, Yu Jin-ho was only a 22-year-old university student, even if he possessed a unique plus point of being a rank D hunter. Naturally, the chairman was thinking of entrusting the guild over to the eldest son. The eldest couldn't become a master since he was not a hunter, but he still knew a lot about the hunter-related businesses and also managed to achieve great success in the sector too. Meaning, even if there was an element of a risk, the chairman would still take the chance. And you wish to change your father's mind by acquiring the master license, yeah? That's right, Hyung Nim. And so, Jin Wu figured out why Yu Jin-ho was here, trying desperately to reel him in. Even if the kid hired a high-rank hunter and acquired the license that way, it'd be no different from buying it with cash. However, what if the kid succeeded in 20 raids with low-rank hunters, such as Jin Wu, and acquired the license that way? Yu Jin-ho would be able to persuade his father. Simply him being able to lead a group of hunters would be enough to get his approval. That was what Yu Jin-ho was counting on. If Yu Jin-ho became the guild master, they would get an S rank as the vice master and scout all the talented hunters. Well, others would only feel secure and join them if one or both master and vice master spots were filled by someone with powerful abilities. If this plan were to come to fruition, then completing those 20 raids was an absolute must. Hyung Nim, please help me. I have no one but you. Hyung Nim. Yu Jin-ho bowed his head. If it weren't for Jin Wu, the kid would have died during his very first raid. By the giant spider, or at the hands of Hwang Dong-suk. 2 times. Yu Jin-ho needed a trustworthy ally here. I can definitely trust Hyung Nim. He might be a cold-hearted person who would not bat an eyelid when killing his enemies, but he also happened to be a righteous man who'd not treat lightly the lives of those weaker than him. And just as important, he didn't care about getting his hands on ill-gotten gains as well. Jin Wu was the perfect candidate. However, Jin Wu didn't need Yu Jin-ho. That was why he asked the kid, "What would I get in return then?" Yu Jin-ho raised his head, his expression one of joy, as he quickly produced an envelope he had prepared earlier on. And a blueprint of a building came out from there. Jin Wu took a look at it. This is the guild office building we're constructing at the moment. The expected retail price of the building is around 30 billion Korean wons, but it'll definitely rise up in the future. Although the association was doing their best to manage them, there would always be that fear of monsters escaping from the dungeons. That was why the land price near the association headquarters or around large guilds always rose up higher as time went by. Well, there would be no more precious wealth than one's own life, after all. Even if it was a small guild, being near one almost guaranteed your safety. However, if it was a building occupied by a large guild, there was no need to mention it. If I become the master, then for exactly 1 year, I'll use it until the guild has been stabilized. And then, hand over the deeds to you, Hyung Nim. Of course, I'll make sure all the paperwork are in order, so there wouldn't be any unnecessary complications later down the line. A 30 billion building, for rating rank C gates 19 more times. Jin Wu smirked slightly. As long as you become the master, it'll all be worth it. Is that right? That's correct, Hyung Nim. On that fateful day, Yu Jin-ho got to learn the valuable lesson of anything goes inside a dungeon. Hiring NEOL hunters could lead to him getting killed. On the flip side, hiring famous hunters would mean Jin-Ho would lose the ability to persuade his father. However, Jin Wu was different. He was nominally a rank E hunter, yet he was strong enough to solo a C-rank boss, as well as 8 C-rank hunters without getting hurt. Hyung-nim could be at least a B-ranked, or someone far stronger than that. With Jin Wu was around, raiding 19 C-rank gates would not pose any problems at all. So, yes, if he could become the guild master, 30 billion sounded rather cheap in comparison. The only thing remaining was Jin Wu agreeing to do so. He wouldn't say no with the sort of terms on offer, right? Jin-Ho nervously studied Jin Wu's reactions. What should I do? In the meantime, Jin Wu was in a serious dilemma. 30 billion won. That was a huge amount of money. If one considered the fact that the winning prize of the local lottery was 1.5 billion won, he'd have to get lucky 20 times in a row to earn that amount. Not only that, the value of the building would only continue to rise up. If it were any other normal hunter, they would jump in with both feet and sign up right away. That's how tempting this offer was. However, Jin Wu was as far removed from being normal as anyone could ever hope to get. The one and only under the heavens. He was the only hunter who could grow stronger. If he continued on with quests and leveled up over and over again, he'd reach the S rank sooner or later, or even something surpassing that. If I could surpass the S rank, then 30 billion would be nothing. The contract fee for S rank hunters went for several dozen billions already. No matter how famous a celebrity or a sports star was, they would never even come close to the worth of an S rank hunter. This was the era where the number of high-rank hunters signified the strength of a nation. As a result, the treatment S ranks received exceeded one's imaginations. Considering that, what Jin Wu needed to prioritize here was not money, but his growth. And in order to grow, it'd be more convenient to be alone. Yeah, it'd be better to minimize the risks of unexpected events. If he hunted along with other people, the experience points received could decrease too, and because of all those eyes watching him, making a move would become rather cumbersome as well. Not to forget, in order to avoid anything troublesome happening down the line, he had to threaten Jin-Ho back then, something he didn't want to do in the first place. And finally, he'd have to match his schedule to that of the assault team from now on. The efficiency of his growth would only decrease, one way or the other. I can always make money later on. Although it was unfortunate, he had to decline this offer, just as he thought like this. Hang on a sec. Suddenly, he came up with a pretty good way to catch 2 birds called money and growth with a single stone. If it's in this manner. When he finally raised his head, he spotted Jin-Ho and his nervous face. Jin Wu slowly opened his mouth. I only have one condition. Jin-Ho's expression brightened up instantly. Whatever it is, please tell me, Hyung-nim. I wonder, would you be able to smile even after I told you what it is? Jin Wu smiled inwardly and spoke up. You and I, only 2 of us, will enter the dungeons. Pardon? Jin-Ho gasped out in pure shock. Hyung-nim. If I didn't make a mistake here, then are you saying that Hyung-nim and I, just us 2, will clear C-rank gates? Only us 2. You didn't make a mistake then? Jin-Ho's face was drained of all color just then. Chapter 26 Fin. Chapter 27. Sure, Jin Wu was able to defeat the spider boss all by himself, so he'd be able to do something similar to other bosses as well. But when imagining only the 2 of them against a horde of monsters, just like back in that dungeon's entrance with those insects, Jin Wu suddenly found himself unable to breathe. Jin-Ho became completely speechless, while Jin Wu formed an expression that said, I knew it. However, this is the best way. The best in order to catch both birds. It'd be very hard to enter any freelancer-run raid teams as a hunter ranked E. From the very first day, he made up his mind to start making money in this profession. He was constantly reminded of this harsh reality. Either he had to give up entering dungeons with his qualifications, or he had to create his own raid team. However, this kid was volunteering to form one for him. Wasn't this a great opportunity? In other words, but Hyung-nim, you need at least 10 people if we want to enter a CRA. I'm pretty sure you'd find plenty of willing people when you say you'd pay them just for showing up to fill up the head count. Time to put to good use what he had learned from Hwang Dong-suk. Then, if there were hunters who didn't want to fight with their lives on the line, but were in urgent need of cash, they would surely jump in with both feet at this golden opportunity. Jin-Ho's expression became one of a scared cat, though. Wait, surely, you are not suggesting that us 2 will kill every single monster inside a dungeon, all the way up to the boss, are you? In truth, it'd be only one person doing that, though. You got it. With this arrangement, Jin Wu would be able to prevent the potential worst-case scenario of someone stealing his experience points, and the only person next to him would be Jin-Ho, so he wouldn't even need to worry about other people watching him all the time as well. If it's like that, then I'll get to enjoy some serious power leveling, won't I? On top of that, After all the raids were done and dusted, he'd get a nice little bonus of a wonderful building rolling right onto his lap. The only thing remaining now was him persuading Yu Jin-Ho. And as expected, Yu Jin-Ho was very, very scared at the moment. Isn't that way too dangerous, Hyungnim? You're only looking at it from one way and not the other. Jin Wu beckoned the kid to come closer, so Lee Jin-Ho leaned forward. If no one else participates in hunting besides us, doesn't that also mean no one will get hurt, as long as we're okay? Oh, of course. For the first raid, you were like a third while being dragged along, so you couldn't do anything about the incident that had happened, but think about for the moment the ramifications of your own raid team, finishing up all 19 raids without a single casualty. Yu Jin-Ho's eyes shot open right up. If that was the case, then persuading his father would become one level easier. Not only he'd be a D-rank hunter, but the record of being the leader of a team that successfully performed 19 raids without a single incident would be added on top as well. It'd be the definite proof of him being qualified to become the guild master. Nothing would be better for himself than this, wouldn't it? Jin Wu studied Yu Jin-Ho's expression and smiled in satisfaction. This kid, he's convinced now. From the word go, the person in need was Yu Jin-Ho. As for Jin Wu, he didn't really need to go on a raid with Yu Jin-Ho, but still could enter dungeons via the association giving him a call, or through the random boxes. Yu Jin-Ho's was thinking now. Although it was a bit scary, if he succeeded in pulling this off, then just as Jin Wu had implied, there would be so much he'd get in return. When recalling the sight of Jin Wu displaying his absolutely overwhelming might in battles from last time, Yu Jin-Woo realized that maybe there wasn't much to fret over at all. Yu Jin-Ho finally made his mind up, albeit after some serious internal struggle. We'll do it your way, Hyungnim. In that case, I'll search for suitable teammates. Very good. Jin Wu nodded his head. They had come to an understanding. Since he was still in front of Jin Wu, Yu Jin-Ho stopped feeling nervous and tight-chested and displayed a bright smile. I've managed to finally get Hyungnim on my side. For some reason, he was not feeling too scared of the upcoming raids. A trustworthy comrade named Jin Wu had joined him, and it'd be a bit easier to form a raid team now, too. As Jin Wu had said, with the terms on offer, many would queue up in line just for a chance to participate. With this, I'm one step closer to becoming the master. Jin Wu also smiled brightly as well. Clean up as many C-ranked dungeons by myself, and level up as quickly as possible. The two men exited the cafe with satisfied expressions. After going their separate ways, Jin Wu ran back home. Well, he didn't know when the association would give him a call, after all. It had been over 10 days since he was discharged from the hospital, so it'd not be so strange to hear about a gate opening up in the vicinity. The association normally summoned hunters 2-3 times a month to clear dungeons that appeared within this area. One of the main reasons why he only gave 1 hour to Yu Jin-Ho was that the call from the association could come at any time. For the time being, I can't afford to miss even a rank E dungeon. He wanted to kill lots of monsters and raise his levels quickly. How inconvenient it was not to have his smartphone around. What a relief that the new one should arrive in a few days' time. Jin Wu pushed open the front door and entered. The apartment was quiet. It was in the middle of the week, so his little sister was still at school. After confirming that there was no one at home, Jin Wu opened the window displaying the daily quest. I should get today's rewards. Before he went out to meet up with Yu Jin-Ho, he had finished the day's daily quest already. But there were too many eyes watching, so he had no choice but to delay receiving his rewards. Well, he couldn't really show off the sight of a blue light wrapping around his body as well as a box suddenly popping out from nowhere in the middle of the street. Now could he? Tearing. Daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Press up 100 times. Complete 100 out of 100. Sit up 100 times. Complete 100 for 100. Squat 100 times. Complete 100. Running 10 kilometers. Complete 11/10. You've completed daily quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Y/N. Yeah. Oh, hold up. Wait. Just like usual, Jin Wu was about to receive his rewards, only to spot something strange and hurriedly stopped himself. His gaze stopped dead and remained fixed to the column of running. Running 10 kilometers. Complete 11/10. At first, he thought that he ran 1 kilometer more than necessary. However, the longer he thought about it, the stranger it seemed to him. I filled up my quota, so why did it keep recording the extra distance? Jin Wu's gaze became sharper. Was this really nothing more than coincidence? Jin Wu got down to the floor and supported his weight on his arms. And then, his body rose up and down without a break. However, his sight was fixed to the seemingly empty air in front. Tearing. You've completed 1 press-up. Press up 100 times. Complete 111/100. Tearing. You've completed 1 press-up. Press up 100 times. Complete 112/100. As I thought, running wasn't the only category that reflected the extra number of exercises performed. The count for press-up also kept climbing up. Suddenly, he became rather curious just how much higher the numbers would count to. Veins bulged on Jin Woo's arms. Thanks to his enhanced stats, he couldn't feel his weight. Actually, his body felt as light as fuzzy hair. Before long, the number hovering near the 100 mark climbed to 200. Tearing. You've completed one press-up. Press up 100 times. Complete. 200/100. Tearing. You've completed one press-up. Press up 100 times. Complete. 200/100. The count stopped for sure at the 200 mark. He performed a few more press-ups just in case, but it didn't want to go up any higher. Both the sit-up and the squat also stopped counting at the 200 mark. Press up 100 times. Complete. 200/100. Sit up 100 times. Complete. 200/100. Squat 100 times. Complete. 200/100. Running 10 kilometers. Complete 11/10. 200. No more and no less. It wasn't just climbing up without an end. And no, it wasn't as if the 100 mark was the end. There definitely was something here. His gut feeling was declaring as such. What if there was another result waiting for him once he completed all the overcounting? Let's make sure. With much faster steps than usual, Jin Wu exited the apartment. The next 9 kilometers for the running column were filled up really quickly. When Jin Wu arrived before his home, once more, a new message popped up in his view. Tearing. You've completed Hidden Quest. Preparations to become strong. Completion rewards have arrived. Would you like to confirm? Y/N. The title of the quest hadn't changed, but the type of the quest had changed to Hidden Quest now. His suspicion was proved to be correct. Jin Wu swallowed his saliva. Confirm. Tearing. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. All stats +3. Reward 3. 1. Blessed random box. Or 2. Cursed random box. Would you like to collect them all? All stats raised by 3. His eyes shot open wide. The rewards from the hidden quest proved to be really exceptional. With all the stats getting a 3-point boost, it was the same thing as his level rising up by 3. No, wait, his stats might have risen, but since his level stayed the same, he had gained even more. Because with higher stats, raising his level would become that much easier. But at the same time, he felt a bit fearful as well. On one hand, he couldn't help but hold a vague hope that, from today onwards, all the daily quests coming his way could be converted to hidden quests instead. However, if the rewards are this big, then the odds of the daily quest coming to an end were incredibly high as well. Also, if the hidden quest was something only available for just this once, then that meant he had to be extra careful when choosing the third reward. Reward 3. 1. Blessed random box. Or 2. Cursed random box. This would be his first time having to choose his reward. If he chose one, then he'd lose the other one. So, I wouldn't be able to see one of the two forever, is that about right? Just taking a single look at their names, it was rather obvious which one he needed to select, but this also could be a trap as well. Collect the third reward. Tiering. You must choose between one of the two available random boxes. Blessed random box. Presents the player with the item he wants. Cursed random box. Presents the player with the item he needs. Which one will you choose? Their explanations were exceedingly simple, and that made choosing even harder. If there were no explanations to begin with, he'd have chosen the blessed random box in a heartbeat. But now that he had read the dang explanations, it felt like he'd still end up missing out regardless of which one he chose. A thing that I want and a thing that I need. Just from those explanations, both of them sounded like a good deal. But there's definitely a trap here. The thing he wanted would be something he wanted because he recognized its usefulness to his current situation. However, the thing he needed might not necessarily be like that. Something that he may need, but didn't want to come out instead. For instance, when needing a powerful weapon, he might end up getting a horrifying bomb that could completely blow himself and all his teammates into smithereens in one go. That's why it's called the cursed random box, right? So, he'd go with the lower risk selection. In situations where the end results of a choice weren't known, this would be the wisest way to minimize the amount of regret felt later on. Jin Wu finally made his decision after a cool-headed weighing of pros and cons. Blessed random box. A small box slowly materialized in front of his feet. Jin Wu picked it up. Could it be? Chapter 27 Fin. Chapter 28. His heart began beating faster and faster, because the size of the box was rather familiar to him. His hands ripping open the box became far more urgent. As I thought, Jin Wu's eyes grew wider. There was a golden key inside the box. Indeed, it was the key to an instant dungeon, the one he'd been anxiously waiting for. The information on the key appeared soon afterwards. Tiering. Item. Key of the Demon's Castle. Rarity S. Category Key. A key that will let you enter the dungeon, Demon's Castle. Can be used at the Daesung Tower located in Songpagu, Seoul. It's an S. Jin Wu raised his voice in surprise. Of course, there was no guarantee that the rarity ranking had any bearings on the difficulty of the dungeon. But he couldn't think of it any other way. The rarity key opened a dungeon that was on par with a gate ranked E, after all. What would he do if the difficulty of the instant dungeon turned out to be S, then? Even with a raid team consisting solely of S-rank hunters, there was no definite guarantee that such a dungeon would be cleared. The odds were around 50:50. The difficulty of a gate exploded upwards past the rank B. And even when looking through the entire world, there had been too few cases of S-rank gates opening up in the world. One of them appeared on Jeju Island, though. Afterwards, the island of Jeju became an abandoned hellhole where no humans could exist. Jin Wu stared at the key in his hand for a long while. This is what I really wanted. If there was one silver lining to be found here, then that would be the explanation, saying he'd be able to enter the dungeon with this key, unlike the previous one which said he'd be transferred instead. The implication being that he could escape at any time if he felt like it. Even if the key suddenly vanished from him, he still had the return stone from the last dungeon waiting to be used inside his inventory as well. He was no longer worried about getting trapped behind an invisible wall like the last time. I've worked hard to earn this chance, so I can't throw it away like that now, can I? He simply had to confirm right away with his own two eyes whether this was what he really wanted or not. Part 2. Demon's Castle. In front of the Daesung Tower, a super tall skyscraper over 100 floors tall was standing straight as if to pierce the heavens above. Indeed, this was what the modern skyscraper should look like. Just looking up at it made him feel extremely dizzy. There were only a few people walking around as it was already late evening now. The streets with not one soul on it gave off an eerie vibe. Still, I can't be sure so. Jin Wu took a good look around him, before pulling up the hood attached to his top to hide his face. If someone saw a person disappearing and appearing again in thin air without a gate around, that might cause a bit of ruckus. Not only that, there were several CCTV cameras installed here and there in the near vicinity, so it wasn't such a bad idea to avoid being too conspicuous. Actually, there was someone busy eyeing Jin Wu right at that moment. Who could that kid be? To think there would be a straggler wearing a hoodie busy loitering around the building at this time of the night. The security guard watching on from inside the building found Jin Wu's behavior rather suspicious and stood up from his chair. However, as this guard walked towards the door, he couldn't help but come to an abrupt stop, and his eyes opened up real wider. Well, what the heck? The security guard gasped out in a surprise and hurriedly ran outside. The man was definitely walking towards here, yet he had vanished from the view just like that, utterly without a trace. The security guard searched around his vicinity, but he couldn't even spot an ant here. He tilted his head this way and that before turning around. Well, I'll be. What a baffling thing that was. The security guard was about to go back inside the building, but then caught something in the corner of his eyes and turned his head to see what it could be without thinking. Yuwak? He cried out in shock as he fell hard on his butt. What the heck is going on here? The security guard cried out with a pale face. A person's disembodied hand floating in the air, then vanished once more. Jin Wu retracted his hand. It's connected to the outside world. Unlike the last time, there was no invisible wall blocking his exit. The key also didn't disappear and remained tucked inside his pocket. If he wanted to, he could get out of here at any time, in other words. Now that I'm finished with confirming the escape route, since he didn't know whether the rarity of the key equated to the difficulty of the dungeon, he was far more cautious than usual. Jin Wu pulled the hood back and took a look behind him. It was a sight shocking enough to make him groan. Just now, when he was taking a few steps towards the Daesung Tower, the world in front of his eyes transformed in an instant. Could this place even be called a dungeon anymore? A completely different world was waiting for him. Instead of the vanished Daesung Tower, a massive tower-like structure stood there. Wait, is that really a tower, or should I call it a castle instead? A tower rising up high into the air, without an end, wrapped in reddish-black flames. It was as if the tower wasn't burning, but it was spewing out billowing flames instead. A burning tower? Huh. Rather than the name of Demon's Castle, maybe that nickname suited it better. Jin Wu slowly walked towards this burning tower. Crackle. Pop. The closer he got, the louder the noises of flames rampaging around grew. Can I even enter this thing in the first place? However, even if he did, there was yet another problem to consider. Just like the last instant dungeon that was based off on the subway station, there was a good chance that since this dungeon was based off on the Daesung Tower, he'd have to climb up 100 floors to clear it completely. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how long that would take. Jin Wu's steps came to a halt. He sensed a strong aura near the entrance. He slowly surveyed the surroundings and spotted a black life form the size of a bull huddled in slumber right in front of the doorway. Jin Wu carefully summoned the poison Fong of Kasaka. Tiering. Item. Poison Fong of Kasaka. Rarity C. Type. Dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison Fong of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding status effects. Can be stored in the inventory, or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Its attack power wasn't all that high, but the greatness of its added effects was proven in real battles time and time again. It'd be nice if the paralysis works, and I get to kill it easily. Jin Wu walked as quietly as possible while approaching that creature. However, it was impossible to fool the olfactory senses of a monster. Soon enough, the creature sniffed the air and raised its body up. Que punto? Jin Wu clicked his tongue. The creature stood up completely, and all three of its heads turned in Jin Wu's direction. Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus. It was a huge dog possessing 3 heads. The name written in red letters floating on top of its heads immediately drew his attention. It was proof that the monster's level was very high. Since it's red, does that mean it's around the same level as those centipedes from the penalty zone? Back then, he managed to barely run away from the centipedes. Well, he was only a level 1 back then, so it couldn't be helped. But it's different this time. He had grown stronger quite quickly during the short space of time. Without a doubt, that black creature was strong, but still, it didn't come across as truly overwhelming. His enhanced alert perception was telling him that he could do this. It wasn't for nothing that he raised his perception stat. He kept on investing points to this stat so he could easily tell whether he should fight or take flight in cases like this. Growl! The Cerberus sensed the enemy and bared its fangs to threaten him. Jin Wu's gaze then wandered off to the creature's tail. It kind of resembled a whip, and its end was enveloped in flames as well. Jin Wu's eyes sharpened in an instant. Fangs and a tail. At the bare minimum, 2 methods of attack, huh? Jin Wu swallowed his dry saliva. The Cerberus slowly closed the distance before stopping right in front of him and began studying him for some reason. Is it looking for an opening? Just as he thought that, the monster attacked him. Roar! Jin Wu's eyes opened much, much wider. Too fast. Jin Wu barely evaded the Cerberus's fangs by sliding underneath the leaping monster. The Cerberus landed back on the ground and spun around, before began biting at him with its 3 heads. Woof! Bark! Roar! The sharp fangs gleamed coldly in between the biting snouts. Tiering. Title. Slaughterer of Wolves buff effect has activated. Title. Slaughterer of Wolves. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. TL. Again, the hunter is a lowercase here because it literally means someone who hunts, while the hunters up until now have been written in English and is a specific job title of those who hunt monsters from dungeons. He sensed his body getting lighter. Nice. Jin Wu quickly retreated and wielded his dagger at the Cerberus as it continued to stick close to him. Swish, 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 swish. Clang, cling, clang, clang. The dagger collided with the fangs and issued loud noises. The blade moved at a blinding pace, yet all he could do at the moment was to deflect the Cerberus's attacks and nothing else. Even after I buffed up, it's still this strong? The Cerberus's agility had easily exceeded his imaginations. In order to overturn this situation, Jin Wu activated his intimidation skill. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Jin Wu's eyes widened. It didn't work? It was at that moment that the long tail of Cerberus flew in like a whip. Whoosh dash! Jin Wu reflexively ducked his head lower and evaded the tail. But that caused his legs to stop moving for a second. And the monster didn't miss this opportunity. One of its heads powerfully bit into Jin Wu's left shoulder. You a hack! Jin Wu summoned all of his strength and stabbed the dagger into the middle of the biting head. Stab! Effect. Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect. Bleeding has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Whimper! The Cerberus cried out and let go of him. Thankfully, he was able to minimize the damage done before other heads had the chance to join in on the attack, but his left shoulder was now in tatters. What a scary biting power that was. He tried to move his left arm, but it didn't want to budge. Jin Wu's expression crumpled unsightly. He managed to wound the Cerberus, but when comparing the severity of their injuries, then it was clear that he came off far worse in that exchange. If either a paralysis or bleeding worked, the situation would have been different by now. Jin Wu glared at the Cerberus and clicked his tongue. Then something else happened. The eyes of the Cerberus were being dyed in a crimson color all of a sudden. Gruel. Inexplicably, Jin Wu sensed something ominous was about to happen. What could it be? Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus is using skill. Rage. Its state of rage will persist for the next 3 minutes. All of Cerberus's stats will be increased by 100%. Cerberus will no longer feel pain. Jin Wu cried out. What did you just say? A monster just used a skill? In that instant, the Cerberus leaped off the ground. F***CK. Even before he could react, the Cerberus appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly swung his dagger, but it only managed to graze the side of one of its heads. And all 3 heads bit into Jin Wu simultaneously. Quijik! You. Jin Wu gritted his teeth. His neck, waist, and thigh all got bitten. The Cerberus ran at its top speed and slammed Jin Wu against the castle's gate. Slam! Jin Wu's HP hit the rock bottom in an instant. Kyo Heek. HP. 411/3602. Tearing. Your HP has decreased below 30% and skill. Tenacity has been activated. All damage received will be reduced by 50%. Thanks to the damage reduction and the tenacity passive, he was able to avoid getting killed in 1 hit. Cool. Jin Wu's eyebrows shot up in anger. Chapter 28 Fin. Chapter 29. It'd be easy to go mad from pain and wildly thrash about, but he'd lose this great opportunity, which would most likely never happen again. Losing his consciousness now would mean his end. 178, 179, 180. Jin Wu had been bitterly waiting for the end of the 3-minute duration and finally revealed his hidden trump card. The first reward. Give it to me now. He immediately collected the first reward from the daily quest he had saved up until now. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition has been applied. So whoosh. A blue light enveloped him, and all depleted health reverted back to full. HP. 3602/3602. Even his tattered left arm was healed as good as new in the blink of an eye. This is my chance. Jin Wu's eyes gleamed coldly. In such close proximity, no matter how agile this monster was, it'd not be able to dodge his attacks. Jin Wu rapidly caught one of Cerberus's necks with his left arm and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka in the middle of that neck. Stab, stab, stab. The rage state had ended by now, and the Cerberus began to violently thrash about trying to escape from Jin Wu's embrace. Whimper, why? However, Jin Wu did not let go and held on with his powerful arms. The harder the Cerberus struggled, the stronger he gripped the neck of the monster. In the meantime, his dagger continued to stab into the creature's neck. Stop, stop, stop. Whimper dash. The Cerberus bit into Jin Wu as it struggled to the bitter end, but the battle had already been decided by then. Stab, stab, whimper, whine. The poison fang of Kasaka now traveled lower down from the neck and stabbed the Cerberus's chest. Stab, stab, stab. Soon enough, the monster's resistance became noticeably weaker and weaker. Whimper. In the end, the heads of the Cerberus fell to the side, lifeless. Tearing. You have defeated Hell's Gatekeeper, Cerberus. Level up, level up, level up, level up. In one breath, his level rose up by 4. That was how difficult this battle was. Jin Wu only let go of the Cerberus's neck after confirming its body going limp with his own eyes. The heavy body sprawled to the floor without any resistance whatsoever. Plop. Jin Wu rested his hands on his knees. Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. A monster that could use a skill. If he didn't prepare a hidden trump card, then he'd have been killed for sure. A chill crawled down his spine just from thinking about it. Oh, I almost forgot. Items. Would there be as many rewards befitting his life-or-death struggle to bring down this monster? After calming himself down, Jin Wu reached out towards the Cerberus. Tearing. You have discovered item, Gatekeeper's necklace. Take it. You have discovered item, key to the castle's gate. Take it. You have discovered item, Cerberus's molar, X3. Take it. Take them all. A steel necklace originally found around one of the Cerberus's necks, a gray key, and 3 molars of a monster appeared in his hand. Item, Gatekeeper's necklace. Rarity A. Type, necklace. Agility +20, perception +20. Item, key to the castle's gate. Rarity A. Type key. The key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle. Can only be acquired after killing the gatekeeper. Item, Cerberus's molar. Rarity none. Type, miscellaneous. Oh. Jin Wu's eyes went round. This necklace can boost both my agility and perception by 20 points. A necklace with eye-spinningly good options came out. Its rarity was also ranked A. Out of all the items he'd seen so far, this one featured the highest rarity ranking yet. Well, I had to go through so much to kill it, so... Indeed, there was no way that its rarity would be low. However, when it came to actually putting the necklace on, he couldn't help but to hesitate big time. The thing was, it was shaped like a roundish metallic choker with spikes spouting out in regular intervals. So no matter what it said on the cover, it was undoubtedly a dog collar. Jin Wu closed his eyes and deliberated on his choices for a long time, before deciding to try it on at least once, and brought the necklace closer to his neck. Then a message popped up. Tearing. Will you wear item? Gatekeeper's necklace? Jin Wu fell into yet another bout of dilemma for a second, before helplessly muttering out his answer. Sure thing. It was then. The necklace slowly disappeared from his view. You're now wearing item. Gatekeeper's necklace. Jin Wu hurriedly summoned his status window. Stats. Strength 60. Stamina 39. Agility 80. Intelligence 37. Perception 67. Available points to distribute 0. Reduction in physical damage 20%. Holy *T. Both his agility and perception were increased by 20 for real. The option was now in effect. In other words, it seemed like that he didn't have to worry about walking around displaying the items he wore. The fact that he didn't have to be seen with a dog collar on his neck brought him a huge sense of relief. Next up are the molars. Jin Wu summoned the store next. He sold the Japtum Cerberus's molar and got 150,000 gold for each. He sold all three off right away. Soon, 450,000 gold entered his hands. Current gold, 562,362. What kind of Japtum is this expensive? It was a rather nice baseline to judge the overall difficulty of this dungeon. In other words, the difficulty of clearing the demon's castle would be incredibly high. However, it wasn't all necessarily bad news. He only hunted a single monster, yet he got to earn over 4 times the amount of gold compared to the whole day spent inside the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. If he saved up gold in this fashion, it wouldn't be too far from now when he'd get to purchase all those items that cost millions upon millions in the store. That is, as long as I get to clear this dungeon. Jin Wu stared up at the burning tower. Crackle. Pop. The very top of the structure was completely shrouded in some kind of blurry fog. He had to actually enter the tower if he wanted to see what was going on inside. But Jin Wu shook his head. Now's not the time. He only barely managed to hunt down a single sentry standing guard by the door, even with his title buffing him up and resorting to using up the quest reward too. He couldn't even guess just what kind of danger would be waiting for him beyond that gate. So, now was the time for him to back off. Still, he was certain of one thing. Just as the explanation said, this key to the demon's castle was indeed something he wanted. The name Blessed Random Box wasn't wrong. Leveling up quickly, valuable items, and plenty of gold too. This place had it all, and one day, he'd get to claim them all as his. Only that, today wasn't that day. Although he was slightly unwilling, he stored the gray key inside his inventory. I'll return. Definitely, very soon. Jin Wu smiled as he turned around to leave. Part 3. Coincidence. A few days went by without any incident. Yu Jin-ho called Jin Wu almost daily and reported on the progress. From the day after their meeting, he had called Jin Wu precisely 3 times. Hyungnim, it's me, Yu Jin-ho. Details only. Yes, Hyungnim. It seemed that the job of finding other teammates was going rather smoothly. Yu Jin-ho repeatedly emphasized that the formation of the raid team would end soon, and that Jin Wu should wait just a little while longer. Looks like he's really scared of me dropping out, huh? However, Jin Wu couldn't just wait and do nothing while waiting for the team to form. So, he accessed the website for hunters today as well. He asked around all the time for the past few days, but no freelancer-run raid teams wanted to work together with an E-rank hunter. He simply had gotten lucky on that day. Sure, Hwang Dong-suk had been scheming some nefarious things, but in any case, Jin Wu still ended up being a part of a raid team, didn't he? Thanks to that, I made lots of money, my levels went up, and even got me a new skill too. Should he feel grateful to Hwang Dong-suk? In that case, Jin Wu let off a smirk. Well, as he was now, he wouldn't mind meeting up with other selfish hunters acting like geckos at the moment. No raid teams wanted him, the association wasn't calling him, and keys to instant dungeons didn't want to show up too. Basically, he was doing nothing but suck on his fingers for the past couple of days. SFX for an empty stomach rumbling. Is it time to eat already? Jin Wu felt hungry as he spent hours roaming the online job postings, so he headed to the kitchen. But when he opened the fridge's door, it was completely empty inside. This was the inevitable result of not going shopping for the past few days. His excuse being that his mind had been preoccupied with several urgent matters until now. Should I go shopping then? Jin Wu yawned out slightly and closed the fridge's door. One of the few advantages the apartment he was living in had was its close proximity to a large supermarket. Wearing simple, easy-to-move clothes, Jin Wu left his home. A 10-minute walk later, he had arrived at his destination already. As soon as he stepped in through the door, the wide-open expanse of the supermarket's interior entered his view. Maybe because there wasn't some sort of promotion going on, It was quieter than usual in the aisles. Jin Wu picked up a basket and slowly walked around. Ever since his mother was confined to the hospital, Jin Wu had been acting as the head of the family, and now he grew to be more or less familiar with chores of the household, such as shopping for groceries. There isn't anything catching my eyes today, though, while he was deeply staring at the displayed produce, trying to think about what to prepare for dinner. Pardon me, young man, I see that you're feeling much better now. A rather friendly voice came from behind him, and Jin Wu turned around to look who it was. Who is he? Because of his high perception stat, he knew that there was a hunter nearby. But this was a supermarket where lots of people came and went, and hunters also had to go shopping too, so he didn't dwell on the matter for long. However, he didn't expect that hunter to engage him in conversation. Not only that, a hunter he actually knew too. Mr. Song, Juicy? Jin Wu's expression brightened in an instant. Mr. Song. Song Chiyol looked at Sung Jin-Woo with an expression half in disbelief and the other half in delight. I did hear the news that you were fine, but I still can't believe it, even after running into you like this. Song Chiyol formed a deeply moved expression next. Jin Wu felt kind of embarrassed by the emotional eyes of Song Chiyol and sheepishly scratched the side of his temple. Meanwhile, Song Chiyol continued on. I should have gone to visit you at the hospital, but for some reason, the folks at the association all tightly shut their mouths, and I couldn't hear any concrete information on you until now. Did you know that Miss Ju Hui is also anxiously waiting for your news? Miss Ju Hui? Really? That's right. She said that she'd give up being a hunter, but still, she stopped by at last week's raid location just to look for you. Last week, after listening to Mr. Song's story, it turned out that, rather coincidentally, there was a raid organized by the association on the very same day he entered Huang Dong-suk's team. That was why there hadn't been any word from the association until now. It was not that there hadn't been any calls from the association, but more like he missed it when it did come. A small mystery got resolved pretty easily, just like that. Song Chiyol studied Sung Jin-Woo's appearance here and there, still mystified by what he was seeing. By the way, was Mr. Sung this tall before? And with his bad leg and all too. Song Chiyol's gaze naturally headed lower. And then, his eyes grew extra wide in shock. Your leg? Chapter 29 Fin. Chapter 30. Jin Wu calmly made his reply. When I came to, my leg had been all healed up. Even I'm not sure what happened to me. Song Chiyol nodded his head. Ever since Gates appeared for the first time 10 years ago, many illogical things continued to transpire to this day. The people called hunters who had awakened their abilities were a prime example of this. A healer ranked S could reputedly heal a person who was ripped to shreds back to normal, as long as the victim was still alive. What if a high-ranking healer healed Jin Wu's injuries while he was unconscious? If that was the case, then his severed leg being reattached didn't even qualify as a miracle. It'd do no good to see a young man such as yourself become disabled like that. What a relief this is. What a relief. Song Chiyol lightly patted his chest, as if a big weight of his had been lifted off his shoulders now. It was then, Jin Wu's gaze drifted towards Song Chiyol's left arm. The older man's sleeve was empty. Song Chiyol chuckled and massaged his left shoulder. Don't you worry about it. A hunter getting injured during a raid is a normal occurrence, after all. No, I've been lucky for not running into an accident until then. Song Chiyol spoke, as if it wasn't much to fret over, but the gazes of other people walking by weren't like that. Oh my gosh, what a regrettable thing that. Did a monster do that? Annie's out shopping, and students walking by whisper to each other after spotting Song Chiyol's empty sleeve. Hell, there was even this one guy who quite openly stared on as well, while looking rather mystified and all. Jin Wu quickly spoke up. Should we go somewhere else? There were far too many people walking by here, right by the butchery aisle. Song Chiyol had been feeling uncomfortable by all the stares, so he nodded his head quickly. He still had few more things to say to Jin Wu too. That would be a good idea. The two of them hurriedly walked away, in order to find a quiet spot to chat. But, as they walked, Song Chiyol sensed that something was rather odd here. The sounds of Mr. Song's steps are... Jin Wu's steps were just too soft. The youth was walking right beside Song Chiyol, yet it was hard to detect his presence. Why was that? The older man even felt that, were they to start fighting here, he'd be unable to even touch a hair on Jin Wu's body. Even though he was rank C, and Jin Wu was rank D. Just what am I even thinking about? Song Chiyol shook his head. That wasn't the important thing right now. There was something he badly wanted to say to Mr. Song. No, he simply had to say it. Song Chiyol came to a stop where it was quiet and isolated. Jin Wu also stopped there. Song Chiyol turned to look at Jin Wu, and before the youth could stop him, bowed his head 90 degrees. Mr. Song, thank you. When a man who was old enough to be his dad lowered his head like that, Jin Wu couldn't help but feel solemn as well. Jin Wu, of course, tried to dissuade Song Chiyol, but the older man didn't listen and instead carried on with what he wanted to say. If you say 11 people died because of me, then you are responsible for saving 6 lives that day. My share of the blame in that matter is the biggest, so on the behalf of all the hunters who were there, let me say thank you. Song Jin-Woo meant every word he spoke, and Jin Wu could feel the older man's sincerity as well. The situation had become somewhat awkward, but it didn't feel so bad. How should he go about describing it? He was feeling proud? Of course, that didn't mean he should let an elder remain in that bowing position. Juicy thinks so, please stand back up. Please. Just as Jin Wu tried to persuade Song Chi-yeol to stand up straight, the latter's phone went off. Song Chi-yeol asked for Jin Wu's understanding and pulled out the smartphone tucked inside his inner pocket. Hello. Song Chi-yeol's face gradually hardened as he answered the call. I understand. I'll be there soon. Song Chi-yeol ended the call and spoke to Jin Wu next. Looks like I need to get going. He was implying that there was a private matter he had to attend to. However, Jin Wu was able to listen in on the contents of the conversation. His hearing had been improved by a great deal after his perception stat rose up dramatically. That call just now was from the association, asking for a cooperation in clearing a gate nearby. Song Chi-yeol was actually hiding the truth, because he was worried that Jin Wu would want to tag along, that Jin Wu might want to participate in the raid, even though it hadn't been long since his discharge from the hospital. Jin Wu asked the older man. That was from the association, yes? Song Chi-yeol hesitated slightly before making his reply. That? Did you hear everything? When an association formed a raid team, it had summoned every hunter affiliated with the organization who lived in the vicinity. If Song Chi-yeol received the call, that meant Jin Wu's house had been called as well. It was the order to mobilize, the one Jin Wu had been waiting for. Jin Wu cut to the chase. I'll go with you. But you, Mr. Song? A look of uncertainty floated up on Song Chi-yeol's face as he stared at Jin Wu. The two men arrived at the meeting place. The gate had formed in the middle of the road pretty close to residential areas, so the police officers called in to control the access to the location. However, there were almost no onlookers present here, to begin with. The majority of gates the association took on were those dangerous ones that had been left alone for too long after their initial discovery. Besides, even if one were to stick around a gate, one would still not get to see how hunters fought, anyway. It was only a couple of curious, naughty kids loitering around who got chased away by the officers every now and then. With a thud, the door to the taxi was closed shut. Jin Wu and Song Chi-yeol had exited from the taxi and made their way towards the location where the other hunters had been gathered, only for the cops to stop them. Please show me your IDs. Song Chi-yeol pulled out his wallet and displayed his license. I'm Song Chi-yeol, a rank C hunter. This is my colleague, Sung Jin-Woo. The cops compared the photo on the license to Song Chi-yeol's face before returning it and parted ways. Sorry for the inconvenience, hunters. Keep up the good work. Song Chi-yeol performed a slight nod to the policeman and continued on. Jin Wu followed right behind him. The employee from the association was waiting in front of the gate. It was a young woman wearing a round-rimmed pair of glasses. She approached the two men after spotting them from a distance. Song Chi-yeol hunted him. Ah, how did you get here? Song Jin-Woo hunted him. You weren't answering your phone until now. Song Chi-yeol replied instead. We were in the same location and came here together after you guys called me. Ah, is that so? I thought that Song Jin-Woo hunted him was avoiding answering our calls again. The association employee chuckled and cracked a joke. Well, that indeed had been true in the past. A long time ago, Jin Wu got injured badly during a raid, and he grew fearful of going to dungeons, which led to him switching off his phone for a while. In the end, he had to return to raiding dungeons, since not answering the call 3 times in a row meant he'd be chased out from the association. Recalling his past, Jin Wu could only smile in bitterness. All right, other hunters are waiting for you. Why don't you two head over there and greet them? There were other hunters who had arrived earlier where the association employee was pointing at. Well, there were only 2 other hunters there, however. The number of those willing to come had decreased sharply after that huge incident. Jin Wu heard from Song Chi-yeol on their way here that, besides those who died, many other hunters decided to quit this life from the shock of that underground temple incident. One of them happens to be Miss Ju Hui. Jin Wu took a look around, but he couldn't see her. When Jin Wu and Song Chi-yeol approached closer, the 2 hunters awkwardly averted their gazes. Jin Wu narrowed his eyes. But, of course, these 2 happened to be Kim Sang-sik, who ran off trying to save only himself, and the other male hunter who had discarded the injured Jin Wu. Of course, they would find it rather awkward to face him. Excuse me, Mr. Song. Kim Sang-sik was thinking of at least greeting the youth. But when he was subjected to Jin Wu's cold glare, he eventually shifted his gaze away. Kim Sang-sik shut his mouth, studied the mood for a bit, before shuffling further away from there. He stopped at a bit of distance away and sneaked a glance at Jin Wu, before he tilted his head in confusion. Is he really the Sung Jin-Woo that I know? I mean, his eyes are as fierce as a monster, man. Like a real monster. Kim Sang-sik shuddered deeply. As he thought, his arm was covered in goosebumps. Jin Wu withdrew his glare, filled with hostilities. Thankfully, quite unlike you, Jin Ho, Kim Sang-sik was quick on the uptake. After locking eyes once, he didn't even try to come near Jin Wu's vicinity. He sincerely hoped that this arrangement would remain for the rest of the raid. Mr. Song Chi-yeol, standing next to Jin Wu, shifted his gaze in a direction and smiled gently. There she is. Jin Wu also turned his head in the direction Song Chi-yeol was looking at. But before he had the chance to completely turn around to look, Mr. Jin Wu, something rather soft suddenly hugged him tightly. Miss Yui? While Jin Wu was getting flustered, Jui was too busy making sure he was fine with a tearful face. Are you all right? You are not hurt anywhere, right? Your leg. Mr. Jin Wu. How come your leg is? Jui's eyes went extra round as she alternated her gaze between his face and his leg. There was a bit of difference in how extreme it was, but nevertheless, her reaction was more or less the same with Song Chi-yeol's. Oh, that? Just as Jin Wu was about to reply. How steamy? It's steamy, I say. Both the gazes of Jin Wu and Jui shifted over in the direction of that voice. From afar, an unknown man was whistling loudly at them. More importantly, though, he was wearing the blue-colored prison overall. Is there a film shoot going on around nearby or something? While Jin Wu was tilting his head in confusion, a man wearing a business suit climbed down from the front seat of a certain minivan. He then threw out a measured warning at the prison overall guy. Shut your mouth. The prison overall guy pretended to not know anything by staring at the distance. However, he quickly threw an oily wink at Jui when the business suit looked back inside the van. Immediately, Jin Wu's expression crumpled. Two more people climbed out of the van right away. Both of them were men, and particularly worthy of note was the fact that they all wore prison overalls and had been cuffed as well. The business suit led the three prison overalls towards the association's employee, and she welcomed him with a bright expression. You've finally arrived. Please forgive us for our tardiness. There was traffic on the road. The business suit then proceeded to sign on each of the documents the association employee presented to him. In the meantime, the employee called for the hunters to gather around. These folks are the replacement convicts who will participate in the raid alongside you hunters. And so, the expressions of the hunters hardened considerably. Kim Sang-sik was the first to step forward. What? Replacement convicts? Are you telling us to go on a raid along with a bunch of criminals? Hunters who had committed crimes had two choices. Either spend their allotted time behind the bars, or cooperate with the association and reduce their sentences. Most chose the latter option, and they were referred to as the replacement convicts. The association employee repeatedly lowered her head. I'm really sorry about this. It's only because the number of hunters active in our district has declined so much that the association has no choice but to do this. However, they will be accompanied by a hunter from the monitoring division, so you don't have to worry too much. Kim Sang-sik asked, still full of suspicion. A hunter from the monitoring division, you say? Chapter 30 Fin. Chapter 31. Yes, all the convicts are rank CS, but the hunter from the monitoring division is actually a rank B, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Kim Sang-sik nodded his head. The popular opinion stated that you'd need around 10 C-rank hunters in order to contend against a single hunter ranked B. Well, a B rank was personally coming to monitor the troublemakers, not to mention participating in the raid itself, so there was no reason to say no here. 1 rank B and 3 rank CS. Jin Wu quietly studied the faces of the monitoring division's agent as well as the 3 replacement convicts, before tilting his head slightly. Something's off here. He could sense a minute trace of murderous intent flowing between those 4. Was this also one of the facets of the enhanced perception stat? Or was he simply being overly cautious? In any case, he was overcome with this unexplainable anxiety all of a sudden. So, Jin Wu whispered in Jui's ear. Miss Jui, please don't participate in this raid. Jui looked up at Jin Wu's eyes and asked back. What about you, Mr. Jin Wu? Rather than answering her, he too asked back. If I say I'll be going? Well, in that case, I'm going too. She looked like she'd follow him, no matter what. I'm sure she's only doing this because she's concerned about me. And he learned through prior experience that whenever Jui's face was forming that expression, she'd suddenly become a very stubborn young lady and she'd never change her mind, no matter what. There shouldn't be a problem with me around, right? After all, he had experience dealing with Huang Dong-suk's gang, which contained 5 rank CS in their midst. Jin Wu nodded his head. In that case, okay. The agent from the monitoring division finished signing on all of the documents, and then came to speak to the gathered hunters. My name is Kong Tae-sik from the monitoring division. I believe you've been informed of the situation. I'll keep a very close eye on those 3, so you can rest easy. Kong Tae-sik then beckoned the 3 convicts to come closer. They all trudged towards him and presented their hands. With a practiced hand of his own, Kong Tae-sik swiftly undid their cuffs. Wowzers! I thought I was going to die from the stuffiness just now. We ain't even slaves, so isn't it against our rights for you to drag us around here and there like this? The convicts massaged their freed wrists and continued to pile on their complaints. Kong Tae-sik roundly ignored them and returned his gaze back to the hunters. Who will be taking the lead today? Song Cheol, having led raids before, raised his hand about halfway up. Kong Tae-sik nodded his head. Understood. With Song Cheol in the lead, hunters entered the gate one by one. Let's get going as well. Jin Wu and Ju Hui also entered the gate, albeit at the same time. Perhaps the trauma from the last incident remained with her, because she ever so slightly held onto Jin Wu's sleeve. Goblins were the main enemies for this dungeon. They were the weakest of all man-type monsters out there. So, clearing the dungeon itself wasn't hard at all. Ki-heck. These strange-looking creatures were weak enough for Jin Wu to fight evenly one-on-one even before he got his power boost. Still, Jin Wu did his utmost best to carefully hunt goblins with his bare hands. Cock. When Jin Wu displayed the combat prowess that easily exceeded their imaginations, both Ju Hui and Song Cheol's eyes became extra round in surprise. Wow, he was hiding most of his true power, yet the result of each fight was still remarkably different compared to the past. Ju Hui approached him and carefully asked him, "Have you been working out lately?" "Well, I've been jogging every day." "Jogging?" Ju Hui tilted her head, but well, he wasn't technically lying here, so. "But besides all that, I'm not earning any experience points here." "Ki-yik. The enemy's level is too low, and your experience points did not rise." "Kagak. The enemy's level is too low, and your experience points did not rise." Jin Wu formed a disappointed expression. The message of goblins being too weak and him not getting any experience points kept repeating itself. This isn't going to work. On top of this, the magic crystals from the goblins were also the worst grade there could be. Jin Wu took a look around him. The C-rank convicts must have been really excited by the taste of freedom because they were wildly swinging their weapons and energetically ripped goblins to shreds. Ki-heck. Cake. From that scene alone, it was difficult to tell apart just who were the monsters and who were the humans there. I guess there's no reason for me to break a sweat today. Well, he wasn't earning any experience points, nor was he making lots of money today either. A certain thought popped up in his head next. If it's going to be like this from now on, wouldn't it be better to quit the association? Pretty much the majority of jobs coming to the association's way were clearing the gates rank D and E. However, if his level wasn't going to increase from entering those types of gates, then there was no need to participate in association's raids anymore. I can easily earn mom's hospital fees by myself now too. He could quit the association at any time he felt like it. This was why having money was always for the better. As soon as he had some, his selection had widened. While thinking of this and that, the raid team entered deeper into the dungeon. And soon, a forked road with 3 paths appeared before them. Kong Tae-sik made a suggestion to Song Cheol. "Since the difficulty of the dungeon is low, how about splitting up from here onwards?" "Yes, let's do that." Song Cheol readily agreed to that idea. Jin Wu closed his eyes and extended his perception to the max. Now, which path leads to the boss? He was hoping that maybe the boss would give him a few experience points, at the very least. Soon enough, he could pick up on the auras of all living creatures inside the dungeon. Jin Wu opened his eyes and spoke to Song Cheol. "Juicy. Let's go left." "Okay." Jin Wu, Song Cheol, and Ju Hui chose the left pathway, Kong Tae-sik and the 3 convicts the right one, and the remaining 2 went down the middle one. Jin Wu's heart began beating a little bit faster. The boss is at the end of this passage. Although it couldn't be described as strong, a unique and different aura from that of a goblin was leaking out from the end of this cavern-like passageway. He wanted to quickly kill the boss. However, groups of goblins kept jumping out at him every couple of steps he took, and this hindered their progress. Kick. Kiik. And this time, there were around 10 of them or so. One carried a wooden club, one held a wooden sword, one even held a long wooden shaft with a stone shard crudely tied around the tip. They had armed themselves to the best of their abilities, but none of them managed to threaten him. "Haven't you guys had enough yet?" Jin Wu frowned really deeply. It proved to be such a bother. These be asterisk stars that were worth nothing, yet moved around in large groups like this. There are 10 of them this time. What should we do, Ajusi? Should we come back after finding the others? However, Jin Wu's 2 companions were getting rather somber about the current predicament they were in. Still, there are only goblins here, so maybe we should try fighting them first. Okay. Flames formed on the tip of Song Cheol's fingers, while Ju Hui got ready to cast her healing magic as well. Meanwhile, Jin Wu was scratching the back of his head. Now that I think about it, I'm not feeling nervous at all, even though I'm inside a dungeon. Was it because he had become incomparably stronger than before? Only now did he grow a little bit more conscious of the changes that had taken place inside him. Song Chi-yul asked Jin Wu, "Mr. Sung, are you ready?" "Oh, yes, I am." Jin Wu matched the timing with the rest of his teammates and slowly hunted each goblin down. And so, as they steadily cleared the dungeon, out of the blue, screams reverberated throughout the dungeon from somewhere, one after the other. "You what?" Those weren't from the goblins. No, they definitely belonged to humans. Jin Wu, Song Chi-yul, and Ju Hui exchanged glances. They thought the things had calmed down, only for yet another desperate scream to enter their ears. "You Song Chi-yul's expression hardened. "Let's go take a look." The three of them quickly ran to where the screams came from. Jin Wu could have run faster than his two companions, but for the sake of their safety, matched their speeds. Just how long did they have to run? Ju Hui cried out in alarm after finding a person. There's a person there, and it just so happened to be the hunter from the monitoring division, Kong Tae-sik. He was kneeling on the ground, covered completely in blood. Kong Tae-sik shouted out at them, Be careful. I don't know where they could be right now." Kong Tae-sik spat those words out with great difficulty before collapsing on the ground in pain. Ju Hui couldn't watch on anymore and hurriedly ran towards Kong Tae-sik. "Hold on. I'll heal you right now." Ju Hui was thinking like this. Regardless of where the enemies were hiding, she was still a healer ranked B, meaning the speed of her healing magic was very fast. So, she thought that before enemies attacked them, it'd be more advantageous for her to quickly heal Kong Tae-sik. "Please hold on for a little while longer." Ju Hui stood in front of Kong Tae-sik and reached out with both of her hands. Gentle rays of light gathered near the ends of her hands. It happened then. Kong Tae-sik rapidly raised his upper body up and took aim at the center of Ju Hui's neck with his hand full of magical energy. Swish! Just before his fingertip could touch Ju Hui's Adam's apple, someone managed to grab Kong Tae-sik's wrist just in time. Snap! Ah! The stunned Ju Hui stumbled backwards before falling on her rear. Plop! Kong Tae-sik's expression became one of shocked amazement. "You stopped my attack in that short space of time?" It was not a hard job for a high-rank hunter to deal with a handful of lower-rank hunters. The only thorn in his side today happened to a female hunter ranked B, the same rank as he was. The silver lining about this thorn was that she was not a combat-related hunter. She didn't possess any abilities to protect herself, so as long as he succeeded in sneak attacking her, everything would end quite easily. However, to think his sneak attack would end up missing. With things like this, there was no reward for all that great acting he had put on. Kong Tae-sik's gaze followed the hand grabbing his wrist into its owner, and Jin Wu's face was at the end. Jin Wu's eyes were emitting a very strong light of murderous intent. Kong Tae-sik frowned deeply. "How dare you, King Association bottom feeder." Swish! Kong Tae-sik's other fist flew towards Jin Wu's face. However, Jin Wu simply tilted his head out of the way and let the fist fly by. "What?" Kong Tae-sik hurriedly yanked his arm loose from Jin Wu's grasp. "Huh?" Jin Wu displayed his shock next, as expected from a high-rank hunter and his power. Now that both of his hands were freed, Kong Tae-sik began pouring out attacks without a rest. However, Jin Wu also moved at the speed that didn't lose out to Kong Tae-sik's and went on the offensive of his own too. Fists and arms belonging to men endlessly collided and traded countless blows. None of them showed any signs of backing off. Seizing this opportunity, Song Chi-yul quickly dragged Ju Hui away from the area. "Oh, you see." Ju Hui couldn't finish what she wanted to say because of the sheer shock from seeing what was happening right now. However, there was one person here who was even more shocked than Ju Hui, and that was none other than Song Chi-yul. Just how on earth is this possible? This fierce battle unfolding at a scarcely believable speed. He was having a hard time trying to follow with his eyes. Something like that was expected of a high-rank hunter, so that was fine, but then, the Sung Jin-Woo fighting that man couldn't have been the same person from Song Chi-yul's memories. The youth was definitely not losing out against a rank B hunter at all. I'm a C rank, and even I can't follow his movements with my eyes. Indeed, his gut feeling proved to be right. The Jin Wu in front of his eyes right now was not the same youth from his memories, an E rank who was weak, but possessing a good head on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the two traded hundreds of blows, and they quickly stepped back while trying to catch their breaths. Jin Wu glared at Kong Tae-sik and frowned. "The blood on your clothes. I'm guessing it's not yours." Kong Tae-sik loosened his wrist and answered back. "That's right, it belongs to those B** starts. Besides all that, I never expected to run into a hunter of your caliber in this **2y place." Honestly speaking, Kong Tae-sik was really impressed. He hadn't heard of any information regarding a high-ranking hunter slumming it out along with those bottom feeders working for the association. "This is going to cost me big time." He thought that today would be the best time to act, so he did his deeds, but quite unexpectedly, he ran into a pretty steep hurdle here. Kong Tae-sik couldn't control his curiosity and asked out aloud. Who the hell are you? What rank are you? Jin Wu summoned the poison fong of Kasaka, and while grasping it tightly in his hand, replied rather curtly. Sung Jin-Woo. I'm rank E. Chapter 31 Fin. Chapter 32. Part 4. Rank B Kong Tae-sik. Kong Tae-sik felt like someone had hit him in the back of his head. AB asterisk star that displayed the movement equal to his own speed, which was unmatched within the rank B, introduced himself as a measly rank E just now. Is he trying to make fun of me? Kong Tae-sik gnashed his teeth. No, hang on. Indeed, there was something odd here. If he's really a high-rank hunter, there is no reason for him to be here, isn't it? The jobs these bottom feeder association hunters did were quite obvious. Their main role was to clear those gates that guilds and freelancers gave up on because of their low monetary values. Their earnings were pathetically small compared to other hunters, and they were not widely acknowledged by other hunters, either. In other words, there was a very good chance that this B asterisk starred really was an E rank. Only that his abilities were anything, but still, a fake registrant wouldn't brazenly work under the association like this, so Kong Tae-sik eventually arrived at the only logical conclusion. He's a reawakened. When he thought about it, he remembered the upper echelons of the association getting a bit noisier with a rumor of someone going through a reawakening somewhere nearby this location. And that person was supposedly a hunter affiliated with the association. He should have memorized the name back then, as that matter happened only a couple of weeks ago. If this B asterisk starred had been delaying getting a reassignment test for some reason until now, it was very much possible for him to remain as an E rank and assist the association with their work. Who could have guessed that such a guy would show up today? Kong Tae-sik had made sure to perform thorough background checks on the hunters participating in today's raid, but he had missed the existence of this one. I really have terrible luck, don't I? That's the only conclusion he could arrive at. I should have asked for more money, if things turn out this way. Kong Tae-sik recalled the events of a few days ago while licking his dried lips. A few days ago, a cafe near the headquarters of the association. Kong Tae-sik asked the moment he settled down in his seat. What business do you have with me? The middle-aged man, sitting his opposite side, seemed rather haggard for some reason. He said that he's an owner of some company, didn't he? Kong Tae-sik definitely did not know who this man was. However, he still decided to free up some time after this man continued to call him on the phone, sounding quite desperate and all. The middle-aged man muttered as if he was speaking to himself. I've heard that no one knows what happens exactly inside dungeons. The man's voice was so soft that Kong Tae-sik had to ask again. What did you say? This is every cent I have in my name. The man suddenly presented his bank account book. Kong Tae-sik alternated his gaze between the book and the man's face, before confirming the bank balance printed on the book's pages. There was a substantial amount of 2,000,000,000 printed there. And why are you showing me this? When Kong Tae-sik formed a questioning expression, the middle-aged man's head dropped lower. Among the criminals you're in charge of, there is one who had hurt my little girl. Because of that, she took her own life, and my wife is still in the hospital from the shock. The middle-aged man's voice became tearful. Yet, such a B asterisk starred will be able to roam the streets again in a few years' time. You think I'll be able to rest easy knowing that? The man raised his sorrow and rage-filled face. I'm sure you can already tell what I'm implying here. The man lowered his head again. I beg of you, hunt him. A deafening silence descended between these two men. Kong Tae-sik leaned against the back of his chair and fell into a deep contemplation. Only after a long while passed by did he open his mouth again. Can you guess why I chose to work for the association's monitoring division? Pardon me? The middle-aged man raised his head. Kong Tae-sik explained himself. As a B-rank hunter, I'm considered as one of the higher-ranked hunters. Large guilds continue to send their scouting offers in my direction all the time. Yet, can you guess why I persist in doing this job while getting a pittance in return? I don't know. The corners of Kong Tae-sik's lips arched up. You see, I find it more enjoyable to fight against people rather than monsters. In that sense, the monitoring division was like the heaven-sent job for Kong Tae-sik. Well, he could beat up other hunters in the name of the law, after all, and he'd end up killing one or two due to unavoidable circumstances, too. Due to unavoidable circumstances. Kong Tae-sik inwardly smiled and spoke. Stepping on that insect you told me about isn't going to be difficult at all. However, there will be other hunters inside the dungeon besides the insect as well. I might view the B asterisk starred as an insect, but will other hunters think that way? I wonder. The middle-aged man formed a disappointed expression after hearing Kong Tae-sik's rather pessimistic-sounding words. And here he was, thinking that he'd finally get to avenge the death of his little girl. It felt like the heavens were crashing down on top of him. However, Kong Tae-sik formed a sinister smile as if to mock the other man. This money, plus 1 billion won on top of that, to deal with the other hunters as well. Can you do it? However, if a reawakened hunter was among those other hunters, then the amount of 3 billion won was not quite enough. Well, his own life was on the line after all. The self-proclaimed rank E hunter was still emitting a sharp, observant air even now. He looked as if he'd seize any slight opening there was. Kong Tae-sik swallowed his saliva. I can't take him lightly. Kong Tae-sik was confident of winning here. He had never lost a single one-on-one fight even before he underwent the awakening process. However, even though he could win, it would not be an easy victory at all. Right now, he had to revise his plans ever so slightly. With a nice timing, the rank E hunters asked a question. Those convicts, why did you kill them? The father of a girl who was raped by those B** stards came to ask me for the favor. Those B** stards were animals worthy of getting killed. And I simply took care of animals that hurt other people, that was all. The rank E hunter was listening without saying anything. It seemed quite likely that talking might work here. Kong Tae-sik went straight to persuading the other man. Although the matter had come down to this, I don't wish to hurt you. How about ignoring today's matter altogether? As long as we make this deal here, I promise I won't try anything to you and your group. Of course, he couldn't let a potential source of trouble fester. That was why Kong Tae-sik was thinking. There was a chance that a head-on fight would result in him getting badly injured. So he'd get out of here first, wait for an opportune moment, and dispose of all the witnesses one at a time. However, the rank E hunter snorted derisively. You should have said those things before you tried your little tricks. You want us to ignore everything just because you failed your sneak attack. That man didn't say anything wrong there. Kong Tae-sik smirked in dumbfoundedness. In the end, you want to have a go. Is that it? Well, in that case, he'd have to go all out then. The light shimmering in Kong Tae-sik's eyes became colder. His sharp glare quickly swept across the rank E hunter top to bottom, and his forehead creased up for a second. Where did he get his dagger from? Since before he had noticed it, the E rank hunter was holding a dagger. Well, it shouldn't be too important, is it? It didn't matter where that weapon came from, indeed. What's important here, though, was the type of the weapon. Kong Tae-sik quickly concluded his assessment. The class that used daggers and utilized quick movements. His opponent was a super close type damage dealer. Most likely, his speciality was assassination. What a coincidence that their specialties happened to be the same. However, this guy only underwent his reawakening not too long ago. The difference in experience should be absolutely massive. He might not even be able to properly utilize the skills at his disposal. Let me teach you a thing or two as your senior. Kong Tae-sik extracted a knife from his hips and smirked derisively at the rank E hunter. Can you do something like this? And then, Kong Tae-sik activated his stealth skill, thereby disappearing from the spot. That caused the rank E hunter to get flustered, and he hurriedly looked around his vicinity. Kong Tae-sik could see his naked panic and confusion quite clearly. But that's so obvious. The stealth skill didn't only make one's body go transparent. The body, the sound, and even the smell. The skill that cloaked everything about the person activating it. That was the stealth skill in a nutshell. There were only a handful of assassin-type hunters who could use this skill in the entire world. Utterly unrelated to one's ranks, you just had to be a lucky few who unlocked this skill when going through the awakening process. Let's end this in one hit. Kong Tae-sik swiftly moved to the rear of the E-rank hunter. His back was wide open, unguarded. This is the end. He was expecting to engage in a bitter battle, but it turned out to be a rather simple fight in the end. If the opponent was getting ready to counter the stealth skill, then it'd not be this easy at all. As expected, the difference in experience decided the victor today. Kong Tae-sik's knife aimed at the spot just below the E-rank hunter's ribs and powerfully stabbed forward. However, clang! Two daggers collided in the air and sparks flew off. With his stealth skill deactivated, one could now see Kong Tae-sik's wide-open eyes. What? But how? The E-rank hunter's dagger had accurately blocked off his own dagger. Unable to hide his shock, Kong Tae-sik raised his eyes and looked up at the E-rank hunter's face. And that hunter opened his mouth with a totally unimpressed face. Oh, so now you decide to pop up. Well, what did you say? Unable to understand the words of this rank E hunter, Kong Tae-sik suddenly felt this inexplicable fear in his heart. Tearing. Emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill. 1. The number of killed enemies. 0. Jin Wu confirmed the emergency quest message and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a waste of time. He was kind of worried that if Kong Tae-sik didn't take the initiative, Jin Wu wouldn't receive the emergency quest notification. It was quite unlike how it was with Hwang Dong-suk and his gang back then. That was why he tested the system out, and it was as he expected. The moment Kong Tae-sik revealed his murderous intent, the message popped up. He wasn't just mindlessly chatting with the guy, or revealing his panic, or showing off openings for nothing until now. I really didn't know he could use stealth, though. Actually, when Kong Tae-sik did disappear in front of his eyes, Jin Wu was slightly taken aback. While stealth was a pretty rare skill after all. But when he concentrated a bit harder, he easily and accurately sensed Kong Tae-sik's every movement. So much so that he could close his eyes and still find his target with no problem. This was the effect of his enhanced perception stat. He continued to invest on this stat just so he could tell whether he should fight or flight. But today he learned of a new use for it. I got lucky. Thanks to that, Kong Tae-sik was getting shocked out of his mind, as if he had seen the ghosts of his ancestors. But how? And now, when Jin Wu takes care of this murdering ****starred, he'd be able to enjoy the quest's delicious rewards. If I'm going to fight anyway, then I might as well get everything I'm supposed to know. It was his turn now. From now on, he'd start attacking for real. The two daggers, locked in a deadly embrace, continued to push against each other. It seemed that their strength was about the same. It was here when Jin Wu's eyes gleamed dangerously. In that case, should I find an opening somewhere else? Jin Wu's leg moved in an instant, and he stomped on Kong Tae-sik's foot. Stomp! You walk! Chapter 32 Fin. Chapter 33. Kong Tae-sik had been paying attention only to the daggers, so he got really stunned by the pain shooting up from his foot, causing him to hurriedly step back. Jin Wu didn't miss this opportunity. Dash! Skill. Dash has been activated. Your movement speed has increased by 30%. 1 mana will be spent every minute during its activation. Jin Wu rapidly got closer to his target. Kong Tae-sik's eyes grew wider still. He got faster? Jin Wu had been displaying an already high level of agile movements, but now that he had gotten even faster, Kong Tae-sik found it quite disorientating. Jin Wu closed the distance in the blink of an eye and sank his poison fang of Kasaka down on Kong Tae-sik's thigh. Kawak! He aimed there precisely because Kong Tae-sik was focused on defending his upper body only. Effect: Paralysis has been activated. The effect has been cancelled due to the high resistance of the target. Effect: Bleeding has been activated. The target stamina will decrease by 1% per second. Nice! The added effects of the Kasaka dagger kicked in as well. It was a bit regretful that the paralysis didn't work, but still, this fight had become just a tad easier now. However, Kong Tae-sik was a high-ranked hunter himself, so his resistance was nothing to scoff about. His dagger aimed at Jin Wu's vitals and continued to fly in. Swish, swish. Jin Wu evaded the blade with only a hair's breadth and also attacked Kong Tae-sik's vital spots. Even though his thigh was badly damaged, Kong Tae-sik calmly defended against Jin Wu's attacks, as befitting an experienced hunter. Clang! Cling! Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of both men. Our speeds are about the same. We're moving at the same speed. Two men were inwardly admiring each other's agile movements and continued to clash in a dazzling display of super close proximity knife fighting. Several powerful attacks, each one capable of ending this fight if hit, were exchanged without rest. Swish, 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 swish. It was a truly scary and gripping battle that caused the onlookers' blood to go cold. I gotta break this stalemate somehow. Jin Wu gathered strength in his eyes. Skill: Intimidation has been activated. The moment his eyes met Jin Wu's, Kong Tae-sik flinched slightly for some reason. What was that? Effect: Fear has been activated. The target's all stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. It worked. Jin Wu knew that he had won now. On the other hand, a small earthquake erupted in Kong Tae-sik's eyes. How come my body is... After he had met Jin Wu's gaze, his body felt as heavy as if he was floundering in deep water or some such. His trusty speed began decreasing as well. Swish! Swish! Wounds on Kong Tae-sik's body increased quickly one by one. This isn't possible. Kong Tae-sik's thoughts became confused and messy. This was, without a doubt, a debuffing effect. But he had never, ever heard of a case where an assassin class was able to use a debuff magic. Assassination was not his speciality, then? If that was the case, then what was up with his crazy speed? However, Kong Tae-sik had stopped his train of thoughts there. His confusion had rapidly morphed into panic instead, because he had spotted Jin Wu abruptly rushing in closer. Kong Tae-sik hurriedly took aim at Jin Wu's eyes. Swish! Jin Wu quickly tilted his head out of the way, but the dagger still managed to graze his cheek. Of course, he knew he'd get hurt, at least by this much, or even worse. In order to get that decisive strike in, he decided to take the risk. Kong Tae-sik's expression crumpled. F***CK. Jin Wu succeeded in getting close to Kong Tae-sik's chest and stabbed down on the latter with the poison fang of Kasaka. Stab. Kyo Heek. Kong Tae-sik's eyes shot open wider. Both men knew right away at that moment. The victor had been truly decided with that one move. Crimson-red blood pooled in Kong Tae-sik's mouth. It was gushing up from his chest. As blood leaked out from the side of his lips, Kong Tae-sik formed a smirk. To actually run into a reawakened hunter inside a lowly rank D dungeon. Me, am I seriously rotten? The dagger in Kong Tae-sik's hand fell to the floor. He continued to pant heavily as he leaned his head closer and whispered something in Jin Woo's ear. Jin Wu silently listened to those last words before pulling the dagger out from Kong Tae-sik's chest. Just like a dress slipping off a clothes hanger, Kong Tae-sik crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Plop. Tearing. You have completed emergency quest. Kill all the enemies. The expected messages did pop up, but Jin Woo's expression wasn't so good. Just like the last time, the aftertaste of killing someone remained bitter and nothing to feel too happy about. Even though the other guy attacked first and initiated this fight, completion rewards are now available. Would you like to confirm the rewards? Y/N. If there were no rewards, then this would be one hell of a loss-loss situation that. Jin Wu consoled himself with that line of thought and confirmed the rewards. Tiering. The following rewards are available. Reward 1. 5 additional stat points. Jin Wu formed a confused expression. The reward on offer was far less than when compared to fighting Huang Dong-suk and his goons. But it was a far harder opponent this time, though. Did this mean the number of enemies was more important than the skills of the opponent? Or was there something else he hadn't figured out yet? Jin Wu tilted his head slightly. It was here that Jin Wu lowered his gaze and ended up spotting something rather odd. There was a spot of flickering light about as big as a coin gleaming on the corpse of Kong Tae-sik. Jin Wu's eyes grew wider and wider. No way could it be. Although he could hardly believe it, that light seemed far too similar to the one emitted by the loot found on the dead monsters from the instant dungeons. That light also indicated the position of the magic crystal inside a monster from the gates. But now, the dead Kong Tae-sik was emitting this light. What does this mean? Jin Wu calmed his trembling heart and quietly reached out towards the chest area of Kong Tae-sik where that flickering light was coming from. Tearing. Indeed, he wasn't seeing things just now. You've discovered Rune Stone, Stealth. Take it. A Rune Stone? Are you talking about the Rune Stone? His heart began pounding even harder than before. The skill Kong Tae-sik used had now become a Rune Stone and was waiting to be discovered on his body. Stealth was a rare skill that only a select few hunters could use. If this message was indeed talking about the Rune Stones he knew, then acquire it. Suddenly, a small rock with mysterious runic letters carved on the surface appeared in his hand. Runestone Stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this runestone. Absorbing skills by breaking the stone. As the description said, this rock was definitely a runestone. By breaking it, he'd be able to use stealth from now on. He had not heard of a runestone that taught one to use stealth being put up for sale until now. So, it was impossible to estimate just how much this little runestone would go for in the marketplace. It was then he heard the voices of two people coming from his rear. Mr. Sung, are you all right? Mr. Jin Wu. Jin Wu hid the runestone inside his pocket and turned around. And he found Song Cheol and Yi Ju-hui busy gawking at him, with eyes filled with disbelief. The ranky hunter Jin Wu, who used to struggle like there's no tomorrow in a rank D dungeon, just defeated a rank B hunter Kong Tae-sik. As a non-combatant class, Yi Ju-hui didn't know this, but the rank C Song Cheol knew very well how incredibly crazy that notion was. Jin Wu checked out his own appearance. Well, yeah, I'm okay. From a casual glance, he was totally fine. He wasn't feeling any pain either. But when he turned his head a bit, the blood pooling around his chin dribbled down. He reflexively touched his cheek and found that the cut he got earlier was bleeding now. Oh, let me heal that for you. For a second or two, a blue light danced around Ju-hui's fingertips before that little cut disappeared from the view. That was the confirmation. A rank E had successfully defeated a rank B without a single injury. For the two people here that knew Jin Wu, rather than the fact of a rank B hunter trying to kill them, it was the fact of the youth before them defeating said hunter that shocked them the most. How can you be able to? Song Cheol couldn't finish his sentence. Jin Wu, of course, knew what Song Cheol and Ju-hui wanted to say here. That was why he opened his mouth first. I'm really sorry. When the right time comes, I'll tell you both everything. So please, don't ask me anything for the time being. When Jin Wu made a request in a grave voice, Ju-hui nodded her head first. Eventually, Song Cheol nodded as well. If you're saying that, then you must have your reasons. I understand, young man. Jin Wu then turned his head in the direction where the boss was. Although the situation had become complicated somewhat, his plan of killing the boss hadn't changed. He wanted to kill the boss by himself, if possible. Also, there was another thing he had to, meaning these two couldn't be here. Jin Wu looked back at Song Chi-il. With what has happened here, I think it's impossible to continue on with this raid anymore. For the time being, you two should leave the dungeon and contact the association. I'll remain here and search for other survivors. Song Chi-il instantly realized what Jin Wu was trying to do. He's going to close the gate all by himself. Even from the older man's perspective, doing that would ensure the least amount of suspicion. That would be a good idea. Miss Ju-wei, let's go ahead first. Ju-wei hesitated after hearing Song Chi-il's recommendation, but then she quickly ran at Jin Wu. You haven't forgotten about our dinner date, right? Jin Wu smiled gently. I haven't. I still need to ask you for my change, remember? In that case, you honor that promise, okay? I'll be waiting on the outside. Jin Wu nodded his head, and that must have relaxed her a lot since she took a step back without saying anything else. Even as she was escaping from the dungeon, she continued to look behind her several times. Jin Wu only let out a sigh once the shadows of the two people were gone for good. Fu Wu, and he really wanted to hide for as long as possible, but in the end he got discovered. There were two eyewitnesses, so it was impossible to talk his way out of this one now. It's not like I can threaten Ju-wei or Mr. Song Ajusi either. Killing the rank B should be seen as self-defense. He had two eyewitnesses, so no worries there. The real issue would be with how a rank E managed to kill a rank B. I guess being a reawakened is the most plausible excuse there is. He decided to go with that one then. He'd reveal himself to be a reawakened hunter and get himself a reassignment test. No one would believe him even if he told them about the system or leveling up and all the other stuff. There was also no reason for him to reveal that information voluntarily. Anyway, after he decided to go through with the reassignment test, he kind of felt relieved on one hand and a bit wistful on the other. And here I was, hoping to do the test only after I got even stronger. But since when did the world move as one wished? There was nothing he could do about it now. I wonder, how high will my new rank be? Since he fought on equal footing with Kong Tae-sik, was he slightly stronger than a rank B hunter at this moment? He thought that he had gotten really strong now, but as it turned out, those high-ranking hunters, starting from B all the way up to S, were indeed all freakish existences far surpassing his imaginations. Oh well, let's think about the future once I get out of here. For the time being, he had to get rid of the boss first. The dungeon that emitted magical energy waves equaling a rank D only had a bunch of rank E goblins inside. In that case, there was a good chance that the magical energy wave was actually coming solely from the boss. A boss like that should give him enough experience points for a level up. But before I do that, there was something else he had better confirm first. Jin Wu pushed his perception to the limit and carefully combed over all auras present within the dungeon. Found you. Jin Wu began waking to his new destination. On the way, he discovered the cold corpses of Kim Sang-sik and the other hunter. This was the power of a high-ranked hunter. If such a hunter really wanted to, then killing a few lower-ranked hunters could be done in the blink of an eye. Jin Wu's expression hardened as he walked past them. Chapter 33 Fin. Chapter 34. A short while later. Yuf yuf yuf. Jin Wu discovered a lone convict struggling on the ground not too far from him. His arms and legs were all tied up with a rope, and there was a gag placed in his mouth. It was as Kong Tae-sik said, just before his final breath. I've tied up the rapist not too far from here. I was thinking of disposing of him last, after the victim's father asked me to make him suffer for a bit. Kong Tae-sik stopped breathing after those words. The convict began to struggle even harder after seeing Jin Wu. It was as if he was asking to be freed as soon as possible. Yuf, yuf, yuf. Now that Jin Wu took a closer look, it was none other than the same guy who threw a dirty wink at Ju-wei earlier on. As soon as Jin Wu pulled the gag off the convict's mouth, he breathed in and out heavily and widened his eyes. Pant, pant, pant. That crazy B asterisk starred. Kong Tae-sik killed everyone. He killed everyone. What the F asterisk CK happened? Did he leave? There's blood on your clothes? Did you get done in by him too? Jin Wu didn't reply and simply raised his head to stare straight ahead, towards where the boss was. The convict's words poured out in great urgency. Untie me first. Hurry. We gotta escape before Kong Tae-sik shows up. God D asterisk M in it. There's some sort of magic energy flowing in the ropes, and I can't tear them apart. You have some sort of a weapon with you, right? Why aren't you saying anything? Can't you hear me? When a bottom-feeder hunter from the association continued to ignore him, the convict forgot about the position he was in and began frowning in dissatisfaction. Remaining expressionless until then, Jin Wu finally opened his mouth. The boss should be just up ahead. What? A confused, questioning expression floated up on the face of the convict. Feels like it's a bit stronger than a regular rank D dungeon boss too. I'm getting really curious about its attack patterns, you see. The convict listened to those words and lost his cool, roaring out at the top of his voice. What the F asterisk CK are you even talking about? Jin Wu calmly continued on with what he wanted to say. Before all that, though, I gotta ask you about something. You remember the girl you raped before? What? Which one are you talking about? You a family member of the victim? Jin Wu's brows quivered. Just now, this man asked which one, rather than answering with yes or no. Meaning, he had hurt well more than one or two girls. Hunters possessed extraordinary strength, so if they wanted to, they could become a horrifying monster at any time. And this be Astra's star used that strength to violate women until now. With that, Jin Wu's mind was made up. He coldly stared down at the convict and spoke. Now I know, so there's that. What? Yuff? Yuff. Before the convict uttered out more rubbish, Jin Wu swiftly gagged the B** start again. Then, he began slowly dragging the convict by the ankles towards the boss room. Yuff. 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 The convict struggled even more desperately as he got dragged along. Both of his wide-open eyes were now completely bloodshot. Not even slightly fazed by the criminal's desperate struggle, Jin Wu successfully dragged him into the boss room. Yuff. Yuff. And inside the boss room, there was a large group of hobgoblins waiting for their arrival. These monsters reputedly enjoyed snacking on human entrails. Apparently. Yuff. 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 The convict finally realized what Jin Wu was planning to do here. He cried out and shook his head around wildly after seeing the group of hobgoblins. The blue convict's pants began dyeing in a yellow color as well. Fu-Wu. Jin Wu took a deep breath, and he chucked the convict among the waiting hobgoblins. Yuff dash. Ki-yajik. Ki-hit. Ki-yek. Picking up on the smell of a fresh, living prey, hobgoblins pounced on the convict all at once and began tearing into his stomach. Yuff. 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 As the convict desperately struggled on and thrashed about, the vessels in his eyes burst open one by one, dyeing his eyes utterly crimson red. Yuff. Even though the convict gradually lost his consciousness, hobgoblins greedily and restlessly tore into him. Just what would it feel like to be devoured alive by the disgusting monsters? Jin Wu frowned deeply as he quickly scanned the interior of the room, searching for the boss. There it is. A huge hobgoblin, definitely the boss of this dungeon, sat arrogantly over yonder on the other side of the boss room. With its subordinates all too preoccupied with the fresh prey, there was not one guard around the boss itself, which meant that this was the perfect opportunity. Dash! Jin Wu immediately dashed past the hobgoblins in the blink of an eye and arrived before the boss. Kiek! The surprised hobgoblin boss quickly stood up, but before it could complete the action, its head fell and rolled on the ground. Plop! Tumble, tumble. Tearing! You've killed the owner of this dungeon. Level up! Ah, hang on a sec. Only after he had sliced the boss's head off did Jin Wu remember the existence of the rune stone. There was no need to lure them out with a bait, was there? I could have just learned the stealth skill and sneaked closer, couldn't I? Jin Wu shifted his gaze over to what little remained of the convict and clicked his tongue. Of course, he wasn't feeling any sympathy for the B** starred there. Well, whatever. In any case, his plan was a success. Part 5. Cogwheel. It wasn't difficult to deal with a group of confused and leaderless hobgoblins. Ki-yek, Ki-yoch, Kayak. The hobgoblins ran around trying to escape from Jin Wu, but were all hunted down soon afterwards. Kayak. When he killed the very last one, another feel-good message popped into his view. Level up. It rose up again? His expression brightened up after this rather unexpected reward of the day's labor fell into his lap. Jin Wu cleaned all the blood off the poisoned fang of Kasaka, and along with all the magic crystals extracted from the hobgoblins, stored them inside his inventory before summoning his status window. Tiering. Name, Sung Jin-Woo. Level, 27. Class, None. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 5,114. MP, 548. Tiredness, 0. Stats, Strength, 72. Stamina, 43. Agility, 82. Intelligence, 39. Perception, 69. Available points to distribute, 5. Physical damage reduction, 20%. Skills, Passive skills. Unknown, LV Max. Tenacity, LV1. Active skills. Dash, LV1. Intimidation, LV1. Equipped items. Gatekeeper's Necklace, A. Before he knew it, his level was almost near the 30 mark. Jin Wu wasn't expecting much from this dungeon at the time of hunting down the weak goblins by the entrance. But, well, he got a level up by killing the hobgoblin boss, and then another one from hunting down every single one of the hobgoblin underlings as well. His level rose up by 2 in such a short time. What a lucky day it was for him, every single strong monster being in the boss room and all. No, hang on a bit here. It's a bit too much to call this good luck, ha! 3 diverging pathways, and the difficulty of the boss room. If the low-ranked hunters got too conceited after hunting down weak goblins and arrogantly stepped into the boss room, then they might have met with a serious accident from the appearance of all these hobgoblins. Unlike the goblins, hobgoblins were pretty tough monsters to contend with. There are some instances of hobgoblins appearing in dungeons full of goblins, but, well, it was still very rare to see such a big group of hobgoblins in a single location as it was in the case of this dungeon. Really now, it was utterly impossible to predict what might happen inside a dungeon. Someone's lucky day might turn into someone else's worst nightmare. The only protection one had in this place was the one's own power. That was why Jin Wu wanted to get stronger. Surviving inside a dungeon was one thing, but what if there was a dungeon break near the hospital where his mother was staying? What if he got sneak attacked by a monster while out walking on the street? No, the monsters wouldn't be the only problems to worry about either. Hunters were also dangerous existences, just as much as the monsters themselves. Even if various organizations were trying to manage them, there would always be a limit. Indeed, he needed to possess the necessary strength to protect himself. There are limits to how powerful a hunter could become. However, there was no such thing for himself. Theoretically, he could grow stronger indefinitely as long as his stats increased and he found the right type of equipment to wear. And today, one more method of getting stronger had been added to his arsenal. It was none other than the rune stones. Jin Wu pulled out the rune stone from his pocket. Just like with other items, the information on the stone floated up like a hologram projection. Rune stone stealth. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. To those who didn't know, this thing would have come across as a small pebble with weird letters carved on the surface. But if you were a hunter, you'd be salivating like crazy regardless of what your rank was. High-rank hunters would have used it for themselves, while the lower-ranked ones would have sold it to the higher-rank hunters. And a rune stone containing rare skills, such as this one with the stealth skill, would have especially fetched a large amount of money. When placed in an auction, this particular stone should fetch at least a few billion won, and when sold through the black market, several times more than that. There was only one reason why it would be more expensive in the black market, because there would be no official record of who bought what with how much money. That was why. Having a hidden skill was the same thing as possessing one more powerful weapon. Just like how Kong Tae-sik had been hiding his stealth skill. If it weren't for his high perception stat, Jin Wu would have been killed for sure. Thinking about that sent chills down his spine. Let's forget about selling this. I can always make money later on. He'd not fall for the monetary temptation right now. His current priority was to become stronger than ever before, after all. There was no need to even mention just how useful this rare stealth skill would prove to be in the future. And to think this little stone is worth several houses, no, several buildings even. Still, Jin Wu quickly did something he'd never have dreamed of doing in the past. When he squeezed his hand tightly, the rune stone shattered into pieces without much resistance. Crack! A reddish aura seeped out from the cracks of the rune stone and slowly wrapped around his body. It was almost the same as when receiving the effects of the healing magic. Only the color was wrong, being red and not blue. In any case, it wasn't a bad sensation. The reddish aura circling around him smoothly entered through his nose and was absorbed into his lungs. Right away, he could sense an unknown power well up inside of him. A familiar mechanical beep went off shortly afterwards, too. Tearing. You've learned skill, stealth. You can now use skill, stealth. Nice. He managed to successfully absorb the skill. He was feeling rather nervous since this would be his first time using a runestone to learn a skill, but the whole process turned out to be unexpectedly quick and simple. So, does this mean that I can use stealth now? His heart began pounding harder from the sense of accomplishment after learning a rare skill. Well, the wise elders, they said that seeing was believing, so Jin Wu activated his new skill right away. Stealth. Just as he finished thinking about activating it, his body vanished from his own view. From the tips of his fingers right down to his toes, every part of him became transparent. What a strange feeling it was, unable to see his own hands right in front of his eyes. What would happen if I do this? Since he thought about it, Jin Wu quickly summoned his dagger from the inventory to confirm. Then he sensed gripping something in his hand. Rather mystifyingly, though, he could sense it but couldn't see it. As expected, just like the knife that Kong Tae-sik had been carrying around, the stealth skill was also applied to his poison fong of Kasaka. As he thought, it wasn't that Kong Tae-sik's weapon was strange. It was simply the power of this skill instead. I wonder, just how far does this skill cover? Chapter 34 Fin. Chapter 35. Jin Wu picked a pebble up from the ground, and it too disappeared from the sight. Can I do that with this, too? He got even more curious, so he reached out and touched the shoulder of the dead hobgoblin, but nothing happened next. It seemed that there definitely was a limit to this skill. At least, he was now sure of the clothes he wore and the objects held in his hand being affected by the skill. It happened right then. You've exhausted all of your mana and skill. Stealth will be deactivated. Suddenly, stealth came undone. But it has been only a few seconds, though. Jin Wu had been moving his body this way and that, trying to familiarize himself with the state of being cloaked, but after the skill came undone all by itself, he hurriedly summoned the skill list and confirmed the details with a flustered look on his face. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV max. Tenacity, LV1. Active skills. Dash, LV1. Intimidation, LV1. Stealth, LV1. What he sought was the information on the stealth skill. The relevant words quickly floated up before his eyes. Tiering. Skill, Stealth LV1. Active skill. Mana required to activate. 200. Simultaneously cloaks the body and hides all traces of the skill holder. During its activation, 10 mana will be spent every second. He needed 200 mana to activate, and further 10 would be spent every bloody second. Huh. No wonder his MP couldn't hold up. MP. 7/548. His remaining mana of 7 looked rather pitiful to his eyes. It's really all spent up. Huh. Currently, the maximum amount of mana he could store was around 550. If he were to activate the stealth skill once, he'd be able to maintain the cloak state for around 35 seconds. But if he were to use other skills, then he'd not even get the full 35 seconds either. Now that I think about it, even Kong Tae-sik canceled his stealth pretty quickly, didn't he? He didn't do that accidentally, as it turned out. If a high-ranking hunter like Kong Tae-sik couldn't keep the skill going for long, then it meant that lower-rank hunters wouldn't even be able to use it. My mana is the issue here, huh? Until now, he had invested all his stat points on every stat other than intelligence, and not even once did his MP value rise up from doing that. In other words, he now needed to raise the intelligence stat as well. I guess it's about time I did that. Still, it kind of felt like a waste investing his hard-earned stat points on a non-combat related stat, just so he could use a skill for a few seconds longer. Compared to other stats, intelligence just has too low of an efficiency. Strength, stamina, agility, and perception. He had personally felt the effects of those 4 stats increasing. As they increased in value, he became physically stronger and stronger. The only stat that he couldn't sense any tangible change taking place inside him was this intelligence, although it had climbed up a bit now. I mean, it's now almost 4 times the value compared to when I was a level 1. If he were to really dig around and find the difference, then it'd be his increased MP value. That was all, really. So, to invest his points on this stat based only on a single result like that, it's just too wasteful. Those points would become his flesh and blood if he were to invest them elsewhere. The only conclusion he could draw here was to continue on with his leveling up until he no longer had to worry about his MP. Meanwhile, he'd spend his precious stat points on other, better stats. My stat points? He abruptly recalled that he still had 5 extra points he got as the reward from the emergency quest. He pondered for a second or two on whether he should invest that on intelligence, but in the end, he spent 3 points on strength and the other 2 on stamina. Stats: Strength, 75. Stamina, 45. Agility, 82. Intelligence, 39. Perception, 69. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. As I thought, numbers ending in 5s are the best. As a satisfied smile formed on Jin Woo's face. Rumble. The earthquake inside the interior of the dungeon became too severe for him to ignore. Is it the 1-hour mark already? There was no more time to waste here. Jin Wu closed his status window. He had been deliberately wasting time, waiting for the gate to nearly close, but if he stayed here for a second longer, he might get trapped inside, unable to leave forever. Before leaving, Jin Wu turned around and swept his gaze around the boss room one more time. I extracted all the magic crystals and, well, it looked like he hadn't missed a thing. After confirming this fact, he rapidly disappeared down the exit. Rumble. As if to warn those still inside that the gate was about to close, the dungeon began shaking even harder than before. With excellent timing, agents from the association's investigation department arrived in front of the gate. Their eyes grew real round after spotting Jin Wu leisurely exiting from the gate as it gradually closed behind him. H1M, are there any other survivors besides you? No, no one else. The expressions of the agents hardened in an instant. 9 people entered it, yet only 3 walked out alive. This undoubtedly qualified as a huge incident. What with several similarly bad incidents occurring within a single district, it was little wonder why these association agents felt like they had stepped on an almighty pile of dog poo at this very moment. They wanted to make sure there were no other survivors, but the gate closed on them, so that was no longer possible too. This was precisely the reason why Jin Wu waited around until the time limit was almost up, however. Well, I can't let them know that there indeed was a survivor, now can I? With this, the testimonies of the 3 survivors would have to suffice. One of the agents spoke with a complicated tone of voice. Just now, the investigation department has received a telephone call from the chairman of the Jumgang Industries, wishing to hand himself over. It was here that Song Cheol entered into the conversation. The chairman of the Jumgang Industries, you say? He's the father of the victim, and he allegedly has paid off the hunter Kong Tae-sik from the monitoring division to murder the convicts. Oh. The chairman had confessed to everything after he heard that Kong Tae-sik was indeed successful in killing the rapist. Although it wasn't Kong Tae-sik but me. Cops headed there, and the association came here, it seemed. Jin Wu listened quietly before asking a question. If that's the case, there is no problem on this side, isn't that right? At Jin Wu's question, the agents formed troubled expressions. Yes, basically. There was a clear evidence of Kong Tae-sik's crimes, and these three people fought Kong Tae-sik in order to survive. Just as Jin Wu asked, there was nothing here that could be seen as problematic. Except for one thing. One of the agents asked the part that felt the most suspicious to him. Just who delivered the final killing blow to Mr. Kong Tae-sik, who was a rank B hunter? The agents had only arrived at the scene not too long ago, and they were not briefed on the minute details of the situation yet. Oh well, the distance from here to the association headquarters is really far, so it can't be helped, huh? It's already quite commendable that they had arrived here before the gate actually closed. They surely had to leave the HQ and drive super fast to get here in time as soon as receiving the call. Hints of fatigue were clearly visible on the faces of the agents. Just before Jin Wu was about to speak the truth, he recalled the face of Yu Jin-ho. What a missed opportunity this is, but looks like I won't be helping that kid out with his raid quota after all. By making an excuse of him being a reawakened hunter and going ahead with the reassignment test, he'd not be able to humor Yu Jin-ho's plan anymore. What Yu Jin-ho looked for was a low-rank hunter that possessed incredible skills. As soon as Jin Wu's ranking was reassigned and it dramatically rose up, everything would have been for nothing. However, what was up here? When Jin Wu imagined the dejected, depressed face of Yu Jin-ho, he found that sight rather humorous, instead of feeling apologetic. Sure, Jin Wu was kind of bummed out about the promise building, but oh well. Well, naught I can do here now. Jin Wu thought as such and was about to open his mouth, but then, it was me. His head naturally swiveled towards the source of that voice, and he saw Yi Ju-hui, her wide-open eyes full of surprise, staring at Song Cheol. But, Juicy. Before Jin Wu could ask what his intentions were, Song Cheol took the initiative and walked closer to the agents. I'm the one who killed Kong Tae-sik. The questioning agent still didn't look convinced, however. Song Cheol hunted him. Are you saying that you brought down Kong Tae-sik hunted him? His suspicions had merit. Not only was Song Cheol a rank C hunter, but he also had lost his left arm as well. On the other hand, wasn't Kong Tae-sik often referred to as a high-rank hunter, someone who was rank B? The power of high-rank hunters easily exceeded one's imaginations. The accepted norm was that the difference in strength between a rank B and a rank C was far wider than that between a rank C and a rank D. It was here that Song Cheol began chuckling amiably. Have you all forgotten just who was behind me? Just as the gazes of everyone focused on her, Yi Ju-hui's face reddened, and she quickly lowered her head. Yi Ju-hui was a B-rank hunter. She hadn't been mentioned until now because her class was not combat-related, but when looking only at her rank, then she was a high-rank hunter, just like Kong Tae-sik had been. Why wouldn't a rank C hunter be able to defeat a rank B hunter when a rank B healer was lending her aid from the side? The agents finally formed expressions of understanding. Taking the opportunity born from the momentary confusion, Jin Wu stood real close to Song Cheol and whispered to the older man. Why are you lying to them, Juicy? Song Cheol replied back in a whisper as well. I thought that there must be a good reason why you were trying to conceal your abilities. Did I overstep my boundaries? Of course he didn't. Thanks to him, Jin Wu would get to avoid dealing with many inconvenient matters. This was the reason why one could never discount wisdom formed from years of experience. No, you didn't. I've received a lot of your help until now, so I'm glad to hear that I was able to help out you now, even if it's just a small thing. Meanwhile, one of the agents walked closer to the two men. Mr. Song Cheol, why don't you come with us? Help us for a minute or two with writing up the report. All right, let's get going then. Song Cheol left for the association along with the agents, and before anyone knew it, only Jin Wu and Yi Ju-hui remained on the scene. The sun had set a long time ago. Ju-hui must have found Jin Wu and the somewhat altered aura he emitted a bit foreign, because she hesitated greatly before cautiously approaching him. Would you like to walk with me for a little while? Is she talking about that dinner date? He was starving after moving around for a bit today, so he found her suggestion to his liking. Jin Wu agreed with a welcoming expression. Okay, let's. As if they had made a promise earlier, the two young people began quietly walking side by side under the soft lights of the street lamps. Ju-hui's eyes remained fixed to her toes, because if she tried to raise her head, her gaze automatically drifted towards to her side. She tried very hard not to think about it, but it was of no use. In the past, she found him comfortable to talk to, but now, the current Jin Wu was overflowing with this certain sense of power. She found it much harder to talk to him now as a result. Just what happened? He was strong enough to subdue a rank B hunter without too much trouble. He had changed so drastically. Since he requested her to keep it a secret, she wasn't planning to pry, but his amazing transformation kept tugging at the corner of her mind. Chapter 35 Fin. Chapter 36. I wish he'd at least talk to me. Jui kind of felt that Jin Wu was being rather cold-hearted here, not saying a single word until now. In the end, Jui stopped walking first and with some difficulty broke the ice. Actually, I think it'll be impossible for me to eat anything today. Let me return this to you in the meantime. Jui handed over a magic crystal to Jin Wu. It was none other than the same crystal he entrusted to her back in the underground temple. The tips of Jui's fingers were trembling as she handed over the crystal. That incident had been only a few days ago, and she had to go through another one today. Jui was the type of person to get scared quite easily. He could easily figure out what she meant by being unable to eat anything. But today isn't the only day, you know? There's no need to return this to me now. Jui shook her head slowly. I'm going back home next week. He heard that she was quitting the life of a hunter, but now it seemed that she was leaving the city altogether. Jin Wu formed a rueful expression. Is it because of that incident back then? Well, it's not simply because of that, but perhaps she ended up recalling the events of that day. Jui's complexion darkened. Jin Wu quickly changed the topic of their conversation. Where is your family home, exactly? It's in Busan. Actually, Mr. Jin Wu? Suddenly, Jui's expression became quite serious. Why, yes. Sensing that the mood had become somber, Jin Wu quickly wiped the smile off his face and formed a serious expression as well. Jui slowly, carefully combed over Jin Wu's face. Back then, when everyone else was trembling from despair, only Jin Wu's eyes burned fiercely with a strong resolve. Jui was nearest to him, so she got to see those eyes. It was like they were shouting out to the rest of the world so they can hear his will to survive. And the faint traces of hope those eyes captured managed to save not only her, but many others as well, from that place multiple times. No one could imitate what he pulled off back there. Thump, thump. When she recalled the events of that day, her heart began beating faster and faster. No, I can't. She had no regrets over quitting the life of a hunter, since it didn't even suit her personality to begin with. However, she couldn't help but feel really bad after realizing that it'd be tough to meet Jin Wu ever again. Will he think of me as a weird person if I ask him about meeting each other again? It was rather unfortunate, but there were some things in this world that she couldn't really do anything about. Having any regrets over such matters would only end up tormenting her. In the end, Jui simply formed a disarming smile and lightly shook her head. Nah, it's nothing really. If you come down to Busan one day, please give me a call. I'll buy you really good sushi. Sounds good. When Jin Wu formed a smile, Jui smiled back at him. And so, Jui didn't get to say the words she truly wanted to say. She simply performed a short goodbye and turned around to leave. The way back home never felt this long to her before. After sending Jui home, Jin Wu also returned to his place. An old, decrepit apartment building, visible even from a distance. His place was on the 8th floor. TL, 9th floor for all of you North American readers. As he walked past the parked cars to enter the building itself, the voice of an old man stopped him in his tracks. Young man from 902. It was coming from the old security guard Ajusi. He'd been around this place for a very long time. Jin Wu was familiar with the older man, so he greeted without hesitation. You haven't gone home yet, Ajusi? I'm on a night watch duty today. Ah! Jin Wu lightly nodded his head. The old security guard immediately brought out a parcel from the guard post. Jin Wu, this came for you today. Ah! Thank you so much. The sender written on the slip was the association. Oh, so was today? The day that his replacement phone from the association was supposed to arrive, that was... Jin Wu took out his brand new phone from the box. It glittered softly under the light. He remembered hearing not too long ago that, due to the continued extreme level of interest towards everything related to hunters, the number of non-awakened people trying to get their hands on one of these phones was on the explosive rise. Never mind those who wish to buy one. Just what are those idiot hunters thinking, trying to pilfer a few and selling them off? The old saying went that it's not the country that lacked money, but that there were way too many crooks instead. Whether it was inside the association or in the military or any place where people gathered in some numbers, corruption would always cause problems. Because of corruption, money would leak out, and the promised financial support would decrease as much as the amount of leaked money, which would make the overall situation even worse. This would eventually mean that those who were supposed to benefit from the system in a rightful manner got screwed royally in the A**s. That was why I got worried, but, fortunately enough, there were seemingly no problems with his new phone. While waiting for the elevator to arrive, he had nothing else to do, so he switched the phone on. And well, there was a mountain of unanswered messages and missed calls. Will I even be able to check all these out? Funnily enough, two numbers kept popping up as he took a look at the screen. Both of them seemed unfamiliar to him. One called him a lot, while the other sent a ton of text messages. But I don't know anybody who might call me this many times, though. Jin Wu tilted his head slightly, before deciding to check the text messages out first. Hello, I'm from that hospital. If you have free time this week, was I bothering you? I just thought we could chat for a... He belatedly remembered a certain person's face. Indeed, it was the face of that pretty nurse from the hospital, the one asking for his number back then. Was her name Choi Yura? He couldn't say that she was bothering him, but he got this feeling that the moment he replied back to her, his life might get really and unnecessarily complicated in a heartbeat. Okay, so, I'll pass. Next up, the number that called him repeatedly. Jin Wu pressed the call button. A fairly new and catchy pop song noisily greeted him as the ringtone. Hearing that, Jin Wu could more or less guess who this number belonged to. The call was connected pretty quickly. Hello? Yup, indeed it was him. Jin Wu leaked a wry chuckle after his guess was proven correct. It's me. From today onwards, call me only on this number. Ah, you finally got your phone, Hyung Nim. Of course, it was none other than Eugene Ho. Jin Wu did write down the boy's contact number somewhere, but he had never called it before, so it was a little wonder why he failed to recognize it. Eugene Ho spoke with a rather excited tone of voice. I was actually thinking of giving you a call just now, Hyung Nim. I've finished recruiting the team members, so I'll be coming around tomorrow morning to fetch you. Just from hearing that voice, Jin Wu could picture Eugene Ho's happy face. Jin Wu also chuckled lightly. All right, see you tomorrow then. Click. As Jin Wu ended the call, the elevator arrived on the ground floor, and its doors slid open. Ting. Finally, the raid would start for real from tomorrow onwards. His heart beat faster just from thinking about it. Let's level up as quickly as I can. He'd raise his levels, enhance all his stats, and become stronger than everyone out there. Once he became a truly powerful hunter, he'd be able to get his hands on money, fame, and influence. And tomorrow would be his first step towards that goal. The east of the United States. Late at night, Huang Dong-Su was the main hunter of the guild, Scavenger, one of the top guilds in the entire USA. Not only that, but he was also an S rank as well. And just before he went to sleep, he received a phone call informing him of a shocking matter. My older brother is dead? I want you to speak slowly and tell me everything in detail. Got that? The name of his older brother was Huang Dong-Suk. Apparently, he entered a C-rank gate and lost his life. My older brother and his 8 teammates all died, and only 2 others escaped unhurt. And the 2 who survived were only a rank D and a bloody E. Something smelled fishy here. The older brother Huang Dong-Su knew would never sacrifice his own life for a far weaker teammate. Also, what if that said teammate happened to be a temp? There was no need to even mention it. However, only the ranks D and E walked away alive, while his older brother and other C-rank hunters all perished in that dungeon. There's something going here. Huang Dong-Su's eyes became incredibly sharp. Right now, he was in a far-off foreign nation after being scouted away by one of America's top guilds. But back when he was still in Korea, his brother did everything possible to look after him and be a good brother. He might not have been a good human being, but he was a great, precious brother. I was planning to invite him here once I've secured my foothold. But now, to think, he'd meet an accident before that happened. Huang Dong-Su bit his lower lip. Fax me all the information on the 2 surviving members. My number is... TL. Yup, it said fax in the raw. So, no emails in this world then? Huang Dong-Su ended the phone call, and then called his manager next. The call got through pretty quickly. Mr. Huang, you're calling me quite late. What's going on? Laura, what would happen if I were to kill some people in Korea? Do you really mean that? Yes. There was a bout of silence before the woman's voice continued on. The states have yet to sign an agreement to exchange hunter criminals with South Korea. Mr. Huang, you are now an American citizen, so you'll get a hearing in a U.S. court instead. If we have a chat with the relevant government officials, then your overall sentence should be pretty light. Good to hear that. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Korea for a while. Something happened there. Can you clear out my schedule for a bit? However, Mr. Huang, if you leave so suddenly like this, the operations in the guild will grind to a halt. Can you inform me of the nature of this something? It's a personal matter. Of course, I'm not going to harm the guild in any shape or form. Tell me just how far my schedule's been booked for. You're fully booked out for the next 2 months. 2 months, is it fine? After that, I will need some free time, so don't schedule anything. I don't need a long time either, just 2 weeks. I'll only need 2 weeks to pop in and out of Korea. Understood. What should I tell the upper management? Tell them I'm going to my brother's funeral. Also, going on a trip to cheer myself up, as well. Okay, will do. By the way, Mr. Huang, if there is anything I can assist you with, click. Huang Dong-soo abruptly ended the call. Didn't matter whether it was some cheering up or an advice. He was not in the mood to hear either of those at the moment. Or dash. It was then the facts had arrived. Huang Dong-soo took a look at the documents arriving one by one. On the white pages, photos of two hunters, their names, and their brief bio could be seen. The rank D hunter, Jin-Ho, and a rank E, Sung Jin-Woo. Huang Dong-soo alternated his gaze on the two men's photos and gritted his teeth in determination. I'm sure I'll get some answers from either one if I ask them personally. And if he found anything even remotely suspicious, then you will regret coming out of that place alive. I'll make sure of it. The edges of Huang Dong-soo's eyes reddened slightly. Part 6. Strange Raids. Next morning, Jin Wu went downstairs after receiving the phone call, only to find a huge van parked outside. Even before he could say, "Who the hell do you think you are to block someone else's exit?" the driver's window rolled down automatically, and the brightly smiling face, peeking out from behind, belonged to Jin-Ho. "Young Nim, get in." Jin-Ho stuck his hand out the open window and slapped the side of the van. Since the kid was excitedly declaring his intentions to come and fetch him last night, Jin Wu half expected to see a Benz or something, but no matter how much he looked, it was a normal-looking passenger van. Sure, it was on the biggie-ish side, but still. Didn't you say you're the second-born of a Chable? I thought it'd be too eye-catching if we used my car. I bought this guy not too long ago to use during our raids. Only now did Jin Wu understand the reason for all this shininess coming from the van itself. It's brand spanking new, that's why. From his sincerity, as seen from the boy arriving at Jin Wu's place the first thing in the morning, to his cautiousness as seen from the kid purchasing a new van just to avoid being too conspicuous. Jin-Ho was doing his best to make sure that everything was going smoothly. It also demonstrated that his hopes and expectations riding on these upcoming raids were absolutely huge. Jin-Ho misunderstood the reason why Jin Wu was taking his time to check out the new van and worriedly asked, "By any chance, don't you like this type of vehicle, Hyungnim?" "Not at all." Jin Wu declared as so and climbed into the front passenger seat. "Okay, we're setting off now, Hyungnim." Jin-Ho must have been feeling really excited because he kept humming to himself while twirling the steering wheel this way and that. They drove for a while before coming to a stop in an empty lot. Screech. "Hyungnim, we've arrived." There were 8 people waiting for the duo in this meeting place. Chapter 36 Fin. Chapter 37. The gate scene behind the waiting group seemed a bit too small for AC rank. After Jin Wu and Jin-Ho exited from the van, the waiting hunters quickly gathered around them. For some reason, there was almost no normal person in this group. Most of them seemed to have some difficulty with their mobility. There was one person who looked to be suffering from an illness, while another was clearly an alcoholic. Not only that, there was an underage girl too, someone that neither the association nor the guild would admit to their ranks. From a casual glance, she looked to be a high schooler. "Is it okay to bring a child here?" I asked for professional advice, and apparently, there is no problem according to the law, Hyungnim. Actually, the only reason why people don't hire underage hunters is that there would be hell to pay if something went sideways. Jin Wu nodded his head. In that case, it should be fine. Really now, only Jin Wu and Jin-Ho were going to enter the gates anyway, so the odds of something going wrong were as good as 0%. Indeed, these people were only here to make up the numbers. In order to get the permit to clear a C-rank gate, one needed at least 10 hunters after all. That was why 8 extra people had to be recruited. And sure enough, these 8 understood very well why they were here too. These people all possessed the hunter license, but couldn't act as one due to their circumstances. Most who answered the call to gather were suffering from the hardships of life in various ways. Jin-Ho took a step forward. "My name is Jin-Ho, and I'll be taking the lead in this operation. And this gentleman beside me is Sung Jin-Woo Hunternim, who will accompany me to the dungeons. Everyone, your role is to wait outside the gates until we return." One of the hunters cautiously raised his hand. "Excuse me, if we really do that, we can get 3 million won. No need to participate in any huntings. No actual need to even enter the dungeon itself. 3 million won per raid. For a payment of simply lending one's name, so they would be permitted to enter the gates. It sounded just too good to be true. This man named Jin-Ho didn't even look like that Xiandao character who sold the Taidong River. But the terms on offer were so good that the gathered hunters couldn't help but be anxious. TL. Kim Xiandao is a main character of an ancient Korean novel. He is a pro swindler and manages to sell a river to the wealthiest man in Korea. I guarantee you that the terms offered are for real. Jin-Ho stood stiffly, looking rather serious now. Even his expression had become grave. However, you are not to discuss any facet of the events that'll take place here with anyone. Do not forget that the moment you break the vow of secrecy, you'll be forced to pay back 10 times the money you were paid, as per the contract you all signed. Chatter, chatter. Hunters murmured to each other in hushed whispers. Just what were these two young hunters planning to do inside the gate that they offered up such enticing terms? They were curious, but no one came out and asked. That was also the part of the vow of secrecy clause within the contract. Absolutely no questioning what happens inside dungeons. Jin Wu didn't want anyone to know of his special constitution, and Jin Ho wanted to become the master of a guild, so there was a serious need to make sure that none of their teammates blabbered their mouth to someone else. Instead of asking questions, the hunters began whispering to each other now. Still, can those two survive a rank C dungeon all by themselves? But they don't look that strong, don't they? If these two are capable enough to clear a rank C dungeon, wouldn't it be better to enter a large guild and get access to higher rank dungeons? You're so right about that. They all spoke in a suspicious tone of voice, but not one person said they were quitting. That was par for the course. Really, the terms were too good to give up from their perspective. Even Jin Wu got hooked by the promise of the 2 million won. After all, the reason for the extra 1 million won compared to what Huang Dong-suk had offered was because of the clause on the participants maintaining their secrecy. While the explanations carried on, the time was being wasted somewhat. Jin Wu confirmed with his watch and spoke to Jin Ho. We should get started. Understood, Hyung Nim. Jin Ho answered right away and clapped his hands in order to draw the attention to himself. Well, that will be all for the explanations. I won't force you to participate. So, is there anyone among you who'd like to quit now? Of course, no one raised their hands. Just before the duo tried to enter the gate. Hyung Nim, hold on for a moment. Recalling something he had completely forgotten about until now, Jin Ho hurriedly ran back to the van. He then put several things on the entirety of his body and walked back to the gate in an unsteady and difficult fashion. What is that? It's a full set of reinforced armor, crafted by a famous guild of master craftsmen in Italy. Hyung Nim, don't you think we need at least this type of equipment if we were to clear a dungeon by ourselves? Jin Wu slowly facepalmed. Simply staring at that hunk of steel covering the kid from the tip of his toes all the way up to the crown of his head, Jin Wu felt like his own breathing was getting all choked up and the like. What's the matter, Hyung Nim? Unable to watch on any longer, Jin Wu reached out, yanked loose the long sword attached to Jin Ho's waist, and dropped it on the ground. Jin Ho tried to bend down in order to pick up the sword only to lose his balance, and he toppled over ungainly. Plop! Jin Wu did his best to suppress the rising tides of anger and spoke with great difficulty. While I'm still being civil, take them off. Yes. However, after struggling for a bit to stand back up, Jin Ho called out to Jin Wu. Hyung Nim, what now? Please help me. I can't stand up. Jin Wu spat out a long sigh while looking at Jin Ho reaching out to him. Will this be fine, Hyung Nim? Yeah. In the end, they agreed on the kid wearing a helmet and nothing else. With a satisfied face, Jin Ho jumped inside the gate. Jin Wu followed in right after without saying anything else. As soon as the two men walked into the dungeon one by one, the remaining hunters all slowly shuffled towards the gate. One of them piped up with a worried voice. Judging from the way they acted, they looked like a couple of amateurs. Another agreed, while staring at the gate's surface. You're right. The two people's conversation opened the floodgate of words from the remaining hunters. Everyone began speaking their minds now. What will happen if those two get killed inside the dungeon? Well, we all got paid the contract signing fee already, so... Yeah, well, that's true too. Wait, what were the names of those two again? Hold on. So, it was... A man whose leg was in a plaster quickly pulled his phone out and searched the two's names online. Sung. Another hunter helped the man in crutches to stand straight while peeking into the phone as well. Whether he felt the crutches needed help or was just too impatient to find out the result of the online search, no one could tell. What the hell? The raid leader is only a rank D? Hearing that, everyone else stiffened up from the shock. However, what shocked them even more was the following search result. The dude next to the rank D is only a measly E? Isn't it way too dangerous for a rank E to enter a rank C gate? 1D and an E wants to clear a rank C dungeon? How can that even be possible? Also, the raid team leader has no record of leading a team before. What the heck? Why would these two young men? Wasn't this no different than committing suicide? It was not for nothing that the association had set a strict rule of one needing 10 people, with 5 rank C hunters, as the bare minimum if one wanted to enter a rank C gate. Tisk tisk. A male hunter sporting a smattering of white hair pulled a cigarette out and lit it up. The arrogance of youth tends to catch many young people unawares. The cigarette smoke slowly rose up. The hunters all fell silent. They couldn't help but feel awkward and bad, thinking that they were now a part of someone else's suicide attempt. Even if they were total strangers, no one likes seeing another person getting killed right in front of their eyes, or in this case, inside the gate right in front of them. Was that all? What about the rest of the money? They may have received the contract fee up front, but they would have made a lot more by following the two young men around for the next 18 raids. Regrettably, though, the odds of two young people coming back alive were simply too low. Shouldn't we report this to the association, even if it's now? I wonder, what if we get blamed for this? Then this happened. Buzz! Jin Wu and Yu Jin-Ho hurriedly emerged from the gate. Pant, pant, pant. Yu Jin-Ho was panting laboriously. Steam slowly rose up from the bodies of two young men carrying tired expressions. Oh! They managed to escape unhurt. What a relief. Hunters welcomed the two with happy expressions. They were all thinking that these two only roamed around the entrance of the dungeon like a pair of lost kids, because the time between them entering and leaving was fairly short. However, what was going on here? The expressions of the hunters gradually changed, because they all heard someone crying out in alarm. That was why. The gate is closing. What? Everyone hurriedly shifted their gaze over to the gate. Oh my gosh! Look! They killed the B-boss? The gate is turning blurry and illusory, just as it would when the boss of the dungeon was killed. While the hunters couldn't hide their shocked disbelief, Jin Wu utterly disregarded their gazes and quietly asked Yu Jin-Ho, "Where is the next one?" "It's about an hour's drive from here, Hyung-nim." "Okay, let's go." Jin Wu and Yu Jin-Ho headed straight to the van. Meanwhile, the 8 hunters stared at the duo's backs with completely dumbfounded faces. Realizing that they weren't following him, Yu Jin-Ho turned his head and called out to them. "Let's hurry up, everyone. We barely have enough time to go to 2 more gates today." The jaws of the hunters all dropped to the floor from that declaration. Drop. The middle-aged hunter with a smattering of white hair, Yinjin, was so stunned that he failed to realize his cigarette slipping out from his lips and falling to the ground. Those two managed to clear a rank C dungeon, and they are going for another raid, too? It wasn't only Yinji-1, though. Everyone present was thinking the exact same thing. Just who are these people? The first day. Gruer. A group of zombies rushed at the duo. Hyung-nim, they are coming. Okay. Jin Wu smoothly glided among the rushing zombies. Whenever he brushed past one, the head of an undead creature fell and rolled on the ground. The number of zombies decreased quite rapidly. Soon, only one remained. Stab. When Jin Wu stabbed his dagger deep into the last monster's chest, a familiar mechanical beep rang inside his head. Tearing. Level up. Yu Jin-Ho, who had been standing at the far back, gasped in admiration and clapped his hands enthusiastically. Hyung-nim, you're so cool. Magic crystals. Ah, okay. Yu Jin-Ho quickly pulled the bag out and began collecting the magic crystals. It was around at this point. The mechanical beeps didn't end with the level up message and continued on. Tearing. You've acquired skill. High-grade dagger technique LV1. Tearing. You've acquired skill. Vital points targeting LV1. Tearing. Skill. Dash has leveled up. Jin Wu's expression brightened in an instant. I've got new skills? Been a long time too, hasn't it? Feeling rather chuffed with himself, Jin Wu quickly summoned his skill window. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown, LV Max. Tenacity LV1. High-grade dagger technique LV1. Active skills. Dash LV2. Intimidation LV1. Stealth LV1. Vital points targeting LV1. The dash skill had leveled up after he constantly used it. Also, in the passive and the active columns, high-grade dagger technique and vital points targeting have been added as well. Chapter 37 Fin. Chapter 38. Skill. Dash LV2. Active skill. Mana required to activate. 5. When this skill is activated, your movement speed will increase by 40%. During its activation, 1 mana will be spent every minute. My movement speed has increased. The rate had climbed up from 30 to 40%. The difference in 10% was huge. Well, the leveling up of the skill seemed appropriate, since he used the dash skill quite often. Skill. High-grade dagger technique LV1. Passive skill. Mana required to activate. None. Exclusive to daggers. You used daggers for a long time, and now, you are able to wield daggers more proficiently. 33% additional damage will be applied when using daggers. Additional damage effect when using daggers. A dagger-specific skill had been created as the result of him continuously sticking to daggers, it seemed. I guess wielding other types of weapons will be inefficient for me now. Of course, it also meant that the effect when using only the daggers would be even greater. Besides, he was already well used to using daggers. He also had grown fond of the poison fong of Kasaka and wasn't planning to switch to another weapon anytime soon, so this was a huge boon for him. And finally, Jin Wu's eyes gleamed in great anticipation as he checked out the details of the last new skill that appeared. Skill. Vital points targeting LV1. Active skill. Mana required to activate. 70. Exclusive to daggers. You've learned the most optimum way to attack with your daggers. This skill will search for the enemy's vital points and inflict fatal damage. This skill was also exclusive to daggers. The most optimum way to attack. Now that he thought about it, the attack he used to land the final blow to Kong Tae-sik, and on that last zombie felt roughly the similar to him. Should he say he definitely felt it in his bones? The moment the dagger pierced through, he knew instinctively that the battle was over. Ah, so that was me aiming at the vital points, huh? To think, something he did as an accident would become an actual skill, and he'd get to use it whenever he felt like it. His heart was now beating like crazy. To Jin Wu, who had no other method to attack other than to swing his dagger around this way, and that this attack skill, vital points targeting, was like the sweet, sweet rain falling at the end of a long drought. Very nice. He leveled up and got new skills. It had only been the first day, yet things were going really smoothly already. The second day. Level up. Level up. With the addition of an attack skill, the speed of hunting had increased rather noticeably. Level up. Yu Jin-ho's eyes could only grow wider and wider as he watched countless monsters fall one after the other when Jin Wu accurately attacked their weak points. Hyung Nim has been hiding such a mad skill until now. Just how far did the set of Hyung Nim's mysterious skills extend to? He couldn't help but admire Jin Wu even more. Seeing that he was able to easily defeat several rank C hunters, he's definitely a rank B or higher. He could only spectate from the sidelines, his jaw slack, since he couldn't guarantee his own fate if he unwisely tried to probe Jin Wu for answers. However, there was a distinct disadvantage associated with the increase in the hunting speed, as it turned out. You can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. You can't use your skills because of a lack of mana. Jin Wu frowned quite deeply. Again? In order to fill up his depleted MP, Jin Wu summoned a vial of potion he bought from the store right away. What is that, Hyung Nim? Yu Jin-ho expressed a great interest. Being next to Jin Wu meant that Yu Jin-ho would get to experience many unbelievable things, of course. And now, he became way too curious about the identity of the blue liquid Jin Wu kept drinking every now and then. What this? Jin Wu delayed answering and read the information on the potion first. Item: MP potion. Rarity: E. Type: consumable. A liquid medicine that will restore your mana. Once consumed, it will restore 500 points of MP. Can be stored in your inventory, but it can't be handed over to someone else. The explanation said that the potion couldn't be handed over to another person. What will happen if I try to give it to someone else? It was now Jin Wu's turn to become curious. So, he handed the vial of the MP potion over to Yu Jin-ho. But the potion bottle quietly disappeared from the view when placed in Yu Jin-ho's hand, just like when it appeared the first time. Is this magic, Hyung Nim? So, this is why it can't be handed over. Huh, you learned something new today. An item that could not be handed over would disappear when touched by someone else. If so, what would happen when no hands were involved? Jin Wu accessed the store and purchased a new potion. However, it was not the same MP potion that he bought all the time, but a vial of HP potion containing reddish liquid. As soon as he completed the transaction, the potion automatically appeared in Jin Wu's hand. Hyung Nim, that's amazing. The liquid's color changed to red. Yu Jin-ho was thinking that the MP potion disappearing and being replaced by an HP potion was some kind of a fancy magic trick. Actually, there was a good reason why Jin Wu changed the type of potion. Let's find out if these potions have an effect on other people. Jin Wu told Yu Jin-ho to lower his posture. Open your mouth and look up. I like this, Hyung Nim. All right, stay in that position and don't move. Jin Wu tilted the vial of HP potion. The reddish liquid slid down Yu Jin-ho's mouth. Gulp. Suddenly, Yu Jin-ho opened his eyes wider. Ah, what's going on, Hyung Nim? Why do I feel reinvigorated again? After playing the role of the luggage carrier for a long time, Yu Jin-ho had been looking rather fatigued, but now his complexion improved in the blink of an eye. Jin Wu smiled in satisfaction. So, giving it away in this manner works. He got to learn something else just as good again. He should be able to heal a nearby injured person, even if there were no healers present. This would certainly help him out a good deal in the future, no doubt. Just tell me if you're feeling tired. Okay, I can spare a ton of this drink, you see. Of course, Jin Wu wasn't doing this out of charity. If the porter got too tired and his movement speed decreased, then that would mean the overall hunting speed would decrease as well. So basically, he'd be the one losing out in the end. His actions were born out of such a chain of thoughts, but Yu Jin-ho didn't know that. Hyung Nim, let's go. Yu Jin-ho became very moved after being subjected to Jin Wu caring about him. Not to mention, he was awed by Jin Wu's amazing abilities too. Wiping away his tears, Yu Jin-ho hurriedly chased after the departing back of Jin Wu. The third day. All right, take this, Hyung Nim. Yu Jin-ho rummaged through the equipment bag and then, presented a bank balance book with a stamp sealed in together. What's this? It's the money from selling the magic crystals we got during the last 2 days, Hyungnim. Jin Wu got slightly irritated by the fact that Jin Ho had forgotten this and only decided to give it to him inside a dungeon full of dangerous monsters. But that irritation disappeared almost right away. 600,000,000 TL, around $535,500. When he took a look at the amount written on the book, Jin Wu found quite a substantial amount staring back at him. Are you giving me every cent from the sales of the magic crystals? Jin Ho nodded his head. Yes, Hyungnim. I'm not doing these raids because I need the money, and besides, you've killed all of the monsters anyways. So, how can I ask you for a share like a shameless fool here? Jin Ho's eyes were sparkling like a little kid waiting to be praised. Oh, really? Would you look at this kid now? Jin Wu sensed the change in Jin Ho's attitude after they spent the last couple of days together. Not too long ago, the feeling of the kid forcing himself to come even though he was *T scared was pretty strong, but now, he was acting more like a little brother who couldn't stop worshipping a cool older brother or something. He's got a pretty adorable side to him, no? Jin Wu smirked. Can I really have it then? Do I, the one and only Jin Ho, look like someone who'd go back on his word, Hyungnim? Jin Wu smiled brightly and patted the bank balance book. Okay, thanks. I'm really grateful for this. No, thank you instead, Hyungnim. Jin Ho bent his back 90 degrees right away. This was one confusing sight where it was pretty difficult to tell just who was giving whom money here. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the waiting teammates also had developed a routine of sorts to while away the time. As soon as the raid leader Jin Ho and his assistant, Sung Jin-Woo, entered the gate, the remaining hunters gathered around, placed a couple of picnic clothes on the ground, and proceeded to do their own things. The most popular activity, of course, was gambling. 5 people were sitting around in one group, gambling and chatting away. How many raids did we participate in so far? Let's see. The day before, it was 3. Yesterday, it was 2. And this is the second dungeon today, so it's 7 in total so far. Will it be fine for those 2 to keep clearing dungeons at this breakneck pace? I mean, it's normal to take a week off after clearing one dungeon, no? Egu, don't you worry about those 2 now. Can't you see that they literally haven't even broken a sweat every time they come out of a gate? Besides, we get 3 mil every raid, so it's simply an excellent bit of news for us. Oh, it's your turn, my man. Hurry up and deal. Ah, sure. Indeed, both Jin Wu and Jin Ho displayed not one hint of getting fatigued from keeping up with this seemingly exhausting schedule. Of course, these people had no idea, but such a feat was only possible thanks to the miraculous effects of the potions. The duo got to clear over 1/3 of the planned 19 raids in such a short amount of time precisely because of the potions. A short while later, the gate's blackish surface wavered unsteadily and 2 people emerged from there. Oh, the raid leader is out. Okay, let's pack this up. Hunters began getting ready to leave without being ordered to. Hey there, take care of that luggage over there. Wake that person up. Please make sure we aren't forgetting anything here. Hunters moved in perfect sync. Even the sleeping hunter woke up and quickly finished getting ready to move to the new location. Okay, let's get going. Everyone was getting more or less used to this rather insane manner of clearing dungeons. Inside the offices of the White Tiger Guild, located in the same district, the chief of the 2nd Division, on Song-min, found himself shouting at the top of his voice early in the morning. Mr. Hoon, what are you trying to do here? Tomorrow's the day for the new recruits to start training. Yet how could you have failed to book a single gate until now? Answer me, Mr. Vice Chief. The Vice Chief Hyun Ki-cheol lowered his head in embarrassment. And my apologies, Chief. The thing is, there is a raid team that quickly bids for every gate rank C opening up in our jurisdiction. What? Well then, why don't you just get them back with higher bids? Does our guild lack funds or personnel? Just what's the problem here? I tried to do as you said, but, how dare you answer back as if you did something nice? From the thunderous roar of On Song-min, the entirety of the 2nd Division had fallen into silence. It sure had been a long time since On Song-min blew his top to this extent. Just what kind of a place was the White Tiger Guild? It was called one of the top 5 guilds in South Korea. For that reason alone, every single employee working within its halls was, without exception, excellent individuals. The Vice Chief Hyun Ki-cheol too was a talented, sharp individual who performed his role well and admirably, having never committed a single error ever since he was hired by the guild. But to think, he failed to book a single gate when the new recruits were supposed to begin their training soon. This no doubt qualified as a big error. The 2nd Division that On Song-min was in charge of did the roles of recruiting new hunters and training them, while the 1st Division took care of managing the schedules of the guild's main hunters. Please, take a look at this first chief. The near-tearful Hyun Ki-cheol pushed forward a notebook PC to his superior officer. What the hell? On Song-min was about to explode once more, only for his jaw to drop to the floor after checking out a certain number appearing on the notebook screen. T250 million won? There's a crazy B asterisk starred who spent 250 million won on a single rank C gate? Chapter 38 Fin. Chapter 39. On Song-min became utterly speechless. The best anyone could hope for, in terms of financial return from a gate rank C, was only around 200 million won. Paying 250 million won was, simply put, being a hopeless moron who paid way too much. Originally, the bidding price of this gate was only around 70 million. But when I raised the bid to 100 million, these B asterisk stars suddenly upped it all the way to 250 million, chief. The upper limit for a single C-rank gate set by the White Tiger Guild was 100 million won. One could now clearly see why Hyun Ki-cheol was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. Who are these B asterisk stars? Tap, 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 tap. On Song-min's hands typed on the keyboard quite rapidly. And soon, the search results filled up the computer screen. Just as Hyun Ki-cheol had said, one raid team was snapping up all the rank C gates appearing in this district with nonsensical speed, while paying an equally gobsmacking amount of money. What the hell? Who are these crazy B asterisk stars? This area was the White Tiger's backyard, their jurisdiction. At first, On Song-min thought of the possibility that other guilds were possibly interfering with their work. No, hang on. That's not possible, is it? There was no large guild stupid enough to start something with White Tiger openly in this fashion. Even if it was one of the 5 top guilds in South Korea, it would have to risk getting destroyed in return by clashing against the White Tiger. So, it's not a guild then. In that case, who and why? On Song-min swallowed his saliva and accessed the information on this strange raid team and its members. The leader's name was apparently Jin-Woo. First time I hear that name. It was On Song-min's job to scout new recruits for the guild. That was why he had remembered the names of freelancer hunters who had at least displayed a modicum of excellence in the past. However, this Jin-Woo really was someone he didn't know. Okay, I'll come back to you later. He then proceeded to slowly scroll down the list of the team's members, hoping to spot any familiar names on it. And then, there was one. One name kind of stood out. Sung Jin-Woo? Sung Jin-Woo. Where have I heard this name before? On Song-min did his best to dig through his memory, until he finally recalled the incident of the dual dungeon from 2 months ago that had been the topic of a rather lively discussion among those who went there. Indeed, it was none other than the White Tiger Guild that went to assist the association during that event. Hey, Ki-cheol, do you remember that dual dungeon incident 2 months ago? The one where our hunters had to go and take a look? Yes, Chief. I remember. When we got there, we couldn't find any monsters, and there was only one survivor. What was the name of that survivor? You remember it? Hyun Ki-cheol possessed a pretty solid brain. No, it wasn't to the extent of other people praising him as a genius, but as far as his ability to remember things was concerned, he was really rather exceptional. There wasn't even any real need to go through a search process here, because Hyun Ki-cheol replied right away. It's Sung Jin-Woo, a rank E hunter. I knew it. He wasn't sure of it, but well, he was proven right once more. On Song-min instinctively realized it. There was something fishy going on here. Not once did his instincts that activated only in these sorts of situations let him down. Never. On Song-min shouted out in order to the rest of the employees in the 2nd Division. Everyone, stop what you're doing, and get me every single data and information on the hunters Jin-Woo, rank D, and Sung Jin-Woo, rank D, right now. The responses from these excellent employees, when facing a dangerous situation regarding their own survival, simply exceeded one's imaginations. It wasn't for nothing that they were called the elites of all elites. Reports came in one after the other fast. As it turned out, Jin-Woo didn't possess any particularly noteworthy background that required an immediate attention. Disregarding the fact that he was the 2nd son of Eugene Construction's owner, he could be described as ordinary, even. However, Sung Jin-Woo was quite a different story altogether. Since that dual dungeon incident, he's been involved in 3 more incidents, and he walked away from all of them unscathed. When On Song-min spoke in a questioning tone of voice, Hyun Ki-cheol quickly followed up. Not only that, he's a rank E hunter too, Chief. The first time Sung Jin-Woo and Jin-Woo met was when the latter went for his very first raid. Only the 2 of them walked away alive. And now, these 2 had formed a raid team and were going around like a pair of madmen, clearing 2, 3 dungeons in a single day. This definitely stinks. What could they possibly be doing in the dungeons? I wonder. Hold on. I remember now. There was a rumor about a really influential owner of a big company busy wooing S-ranked hunters in private doing the rounds, wasn't there? Yes, there was a rumor like that. And that Jin-Woo is the son of a really influential owner of a company. Indeed, Yu Myung-hwan, Jin-Woo's father, showed some movements of wanting to create a guild of his own. It was one of the most tightly guarded secrets only a few in the world of hunters were privileged enough to know. If that was the case, then what Jin-Ho was doing right now wouldn't be completely unrelated to that. Could it be? A single puzzle piece fell to its place inside on Songmin's head. If his guess was right, then it made sense. Seeing that rapid change in his superior officer's expression, Hyun Ki-chol nervously swallowed his saliva. On Songmin spoke with more than enough confidence in his voice. This guy, he's definitely a reawakened hunter. A reawakened hunter, you say? Hyun Ki-cheol's eyes became round dots resembling a rabbit's eyes. But On Songmin was sure of it. That's right. A ranky hunter was no different from a regular person. If there was an incident, then such hunters were as good as dead. However, this Sung Jin-Woo kept surviving, totally unhurt to boot, from several large-scale incidents that killed most of the participating hunters. Of course, he could be lucky. Sure. However, the third and last incident. The situation with this particular incident caused by the agent of the monitoring division, Kang Tae-sik, was rather different from the rest. The record said that a rank C mage combined strength with a rank B healer to defeat Kang Tae-sik. TL. I've changed sorcerer to mage. Bullsh ***. Hunters in the monitoring division all specialize in combat. If Kang Tae-sik wasn't a moron, he'd try to dispose of the highest ranked hunter with the low combat potential, the rank B healer first. You telling me that a rank C mage-type hunter managed to stop him by himself? The thing was, the mage-type hunters were weak against close combat-type hunters, even more so against the assassin types. Unless Kang Tae-sik underestimated his opponents and ignored the presence of the rank B healer, it might be possible, but the hunter with 3 years of experience in the monitoring division wouldn't make such a blunder, thought On Songmin. The one who stopped Kang Tae-sik wasn't this rank C Song Chi-yeol, but someone else accompanying them. There was no physical evidence, but he was getting more and more sure of his guesses being right. Sung Jin-Woo now possessed abilities matching that of a high-ranking hunter after going through a reawakening process. Jin-Ho coincidentally took part in the raid and saw the abilities of Sung Jin-Woo. And now, Jin-Ho was testing out this and that in preparation to scout Sung Jin-Woo to his father's new guild. When he thought like that, everything seemed to click. This is a huge piece of news. If Sung Jin-Woo was indeed a reawakened hunter, then there would only be a few people, including Jin-Ho, who knew his true worth. Just who was Yu Myung-hwan? He wouldn't want to accept any wannabes and idiots. Definitely not. Not only that, as one of the founding members of the guild, too. This could be an excellent chance to snatch away a wonderful individual marked by none other than Yu Myung-hwan. If he fought and defeated rank B Kang Tae-sik, then his abilities should at least be no. The priority now was to snatch this talent before other guilds. No, Yu Myung-hwan managed to scout him. Well, after the inevitable reassignment test, the competition would become really hectic. After all, besides all that, even if Sung Jin-Woo wasn't as strong as he suspected, it didn't really matter. There were only a few reawakened hunters in the entire world, so the media's attention would no doubt be directed to this guy. And that would precisely be the kind of public exposure that no amount of money could buy. Whatever the case may be, On Songmin couldn't afford to let this guy slip through his fingers. I wouldn't be able to do anything if he already signed a contract with Yu Myung-hwan, though. However, the odds of that was low. The proof was all those tests taking place in the C-rank dungeons. There is a good chance that they haven't decided on anything yet, which meant the White Tiger Guild had a real shot here as well. I shouldn't be wasting time here. On Songmin picked up his coat, hanging on the back of his chair, and quickly put it on. Kichiola, let's go. He also didn't forget to mobilize his right-hand man, of course. On Songmin was strict with Hyun Ki-cheol all the time simply because the former believed that no one was more suitable to take over from him than his current deputy. Meanwhile, Hyun Ki-cheol's eyes opened wider. Pardon me? Where are we going, Chief? What do you mean, where? We're going to scout a new talent, that's what. And you have to personally go to scout this new guy? Why not? Is there a law against doing that? On Songmin retorted and hurriedly left the office, causing Hyun Ki-cheol to tilt his head this way and that. But still, he chased after the senior officer. Now this is so strange. It had been over 2 years since he became the vice chief. Yet it was his first time seeing On Songmin personally go out on a job. Part 7. Premonition of a huge jackpot. The dungeons Jin-Ho's team booked for the day were 2, and the distance between the 2 gates was fairly substantial. In order to confirm their suspicions with their own eyes, On Songmin and Hyun Ki-cheol separated and went to different gates each. They constantly called each other and waited for Jin-Ho's team to show up. It's still pretty chilly out, isn't it? On Songmin bought a cup of instant coffee from a vending machine near the gate's location. It had already been 1 solid hour of waiting for Jin-Ho's team to show up. For some reason, though, he was feeling more expectant than bored right now. Been a long time, but his heart was beating fast in pure anticipation. If my guesses are right, then that man will be a huge scoop that has appeared in a really long time. Not only that, a very special scoop too. On Song-min became a division chief at a really young age. All thanks to his instincts. Actually, his instincts played a crucial role in the White Tiger becoming the large guild of today. And that instinct was telling him this right now. That there was a real chance that this Sung Jin-Woo would lift the White Tiger Guild up even higher than ever before. Other people would say that I've lost my mind. Well, Sung Jin-Woo was still officially a rank E, after all. However, things visible to one's eyes didn't tell the whole story. If that was the case, then he wouldn't even be here right now. And so, as he glared at the gate with hawk-like eyes from afar when, ring, Hyun Kicheol gave him a call. Yes, Kicheola. Any news? Chief, Eugene Ho and his team have arrived on site. All right, don't get too excited and keep your eyes on them. And report back to me every single little thing that happens there. Yes, Chief. Yeah. See, Chief. The voice coming out of the phone's receiver sounded rather weird all of a sudden. Did this idiot get discovered or something? On Song-min became urgent too and hurriedly called out. What happened? Speak up, will ya? Chief, you were right. What? On Song-min's heart began beating faster and faster. I can see that only Eugene Ho and Sung Jin-Woo are entering the gate. No one else. Of course, Sung Jin-Woo is being tested. After all, as he thought, his guesses were correct. Not once did his gut feeling let him down in situations like this. Gut. On Song-min clenched his fist real tightly. While you people remain unconvinced and unsure, we will make the move first. The White Tiger Guild will definitely take Sung Jin-Woo away from you. Why? Because the White Tiger had on Song-min, chief of the 2nd Division, that's why. As on Song-min bathed in the ecstasy of victory, Hyun Kicheol's voice continued to travel through the airwaves and came out from the phone once more. What should I do now? Should I go over to you, Chief? No. Remain there and observe for a while longer. Pardon? But isn't Chief's suspicions more or less confirmed with this? I'm kind of curious just how long they will take to clear the dungeon. That's all. How many hours will they need to clear a rank C dungeon? A rank A hunter would need at least 2 hours to solo a rank C dungeon, Chief. So what? You can't wait that long? How can that be, Chief? No, I'm just worried about you being all alone and lonely over there. That's why I'm asking you. What a faster-than-light change in his attitude that was. This was why on Song-min could never dislike Hyun Kicheol. Stop worrying about me, and make sure to keep your eyes wide open to see when they're coming out. Okay. Chapter 39 Finn. Chapter 40. I'm sure nothing weird will happen here. I'll be right next to my phone, so if something does happen, give me a call right away. Got it, Chief. On Song-min ended the call only after making sure his right-hand man fully heard his request. It was at this point that he felt his starvation kick in. Rumble. I've been paying way too much attention on this matter. The lunch hour had flown by some time ago, but well, he'd been waiting with bated breath for Sung Jin-Woo's arrival and completely forgot to fill up in the meantime. The thing was, he didn't know when Eugene Ho's team would show up here, and so couldn't leave his position to buy something to eat. Now that he found himself some leeway, on Song-min looked around his vicinity to find a place to eat before eventually settling on the local convenience store. I'm not trying to skimp on food expenses, though. No one was around here to make fun out of him. Yet he couldn't help but think that it was a bit uncool to enter a restaurant or a diner all alone. So, after a lengthy deliberation, he chose the cup ramen from the convenience store instead. He poured the boiling water provided from the store in the cup and waited for 3 minutes before getting his wooden chopsticks ready. But then, ring. Yeah, I'm trying to eat here. So who dares to call me now? When he took a look at the phone screen, a familiar name showed up. Right arm. Hyun Kicheol, you dumba asterisk S. On Song-min answered the call, full of irritation. Why are you calling me already? Chief, that's not it. What do you mean that's not it? If you're calling me over nothing, you'll be eating nothing but cup ramen as your lunch for the whole of next week. That's not it, Chief. Those two came out of the gate already. Just like a pause frame of a movie, on Song-min's hand froze in the midair, just before it could deliver chopsticks full of noodles to his mouth. What did you say? Just now, Eugene Ho and Sung Jin-Woo came out from the gate, Chief, and they are getting ready to leave along with the rest of the team. Indeed, you didn't hear that wrong. On Song-min hurriedly checked his watch. But it hasn't even been 30 minutes yet. Did they give up on the raid midway? No, Chief. The gate is shaking right now. What nonsense was this? Even if the difficulty between different C-rank dungeons varied somewhat, there was simply no way that someone could solo one of those in less than 30 minutes. Check again. Is the gate closing for real? Yes, Chief. Should I record some footage and send it to you? No need. On Song-min ended the call and dazedly stared the empty air. Clearing a C-rank dungeon in 30 minutes when normally a rank A hunter would need 2 hours to do so? What a funny notion that was. That man being only a rank B, using only the objective information available to make his educated guess, then at the bare minimum, he's above rank A. Now, this was an unimaginably huge jackpot. Outside the gate, Hyungnim, is there some other business you need to attend to later? No, not really. Why do you ask? I haven't seen you hurrying up this much with hunting before. Yu Jin-ho was feeling truly astonished today. He already knew very well that Jin Wu was strong, but today, he seemed to be on another dimension altogether. But that was par for the course, really. Jin Wu inwardly laughed out. Well, monsters in this dungeon were werewolves, after all. Title: Slaughterer of Wolves. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. The buff given by the title Slaughterer of Wolves, of course, came into effect against the werewolves as well. How could the monsters from a rank C dungeon contend with him, when his level was already so high to begin with? Never mind the effect of that buff helping him out too. Thanks to that, Yu Jin-ho had been kept real busy while trying to extract all those magic crystals from the dead monsters. He even had to drink 5 vials of the HP potion too. He shook his head several times, complaining that he wouldn't be able to eat lunch now, after the potions filled him up completely. That's that, but Jin Wu slowly raised his head. He had been sensing someone's gaze coming from somewhere. I don't sense any magical energy, so he can't be a hunter. He took a look around, but couldn't spot anyone suspicious. If he got serious about discovering who it was, then he should be able to find the person. But then, as the target didn't emit any killing intent or hostile intentions, it'd take a really long time to track the culprit down. It might be nothing, too. Perhaps inevitably, the gaze disappeared before long. Hyungnim, is everything all right? It's nothing. Let's get going. There was no time to waste here. Jin Wu took one last look around and climbed into the van. He couldn't sense anyone looking at him by the second gate's location. Both the times when he entered and also when exiting the gate. Was I being overly cautious? What a relief it was, knowing that it wasn't something serious. Meanwhile, Yu Jin-ho walked over and apologetically lowered his head. Hyungnim, I'm really sorry about this. This is the last gate for the day. Other ones were just too far from here. Don't worry about it. That's not something you should apologize for, anyway. The sun was still pretty high up in the sky, but thanks to the duo's antics, just about every gate that appeared in the district had been taken care of, so their day had to come to an end here. Thank you all for working hard, everyone. What do you mean, working hard? It's you, the raid leader, who worked hardest. See you tomorrow. Take it easy now. After sending everyone away, the remaining 2 men climbed aboard the driver's and the passenger's seats of the van. Let me take you home, Hyungnim. Before anyone had noticed it, Yu Jin-ho had become a trusty chauffeur. Him sitting behind the wheel looked perfectly normal now. Jin Wu looked Yu Jin-ho with pitying eyes. Just because he wants a shot at the position of the guild master, a scion of a wealthy family now has to work as a chauffeur. Yu Jin-ho had been smiling brightly while pressing on the accelerator, before realizing that Jin Wu was staring at him and asked with an equally bright voice. Is there something on my face, Hyungnim? No, never mind. Jin Wu pretended to know nothing, before suddenly recalling something else rather important, and he pulled out his phone to check the time. Right now it's 16:46. Indeed, it was still too early to go home. How fortunate that he still had one thing he could do. I'm sure it was around here, right? According to his memories, at least. Jin Wu spoke up quickly. Hey, Jin-ho. Yes, Hyungnim. Yu Jin-ho replied, while professionally turning the steering wheel. The van the two of them were riding on smoothly went around the curve on the road. Head to the Myri department store. Myri department store? Yu Jin-ho formed a confused expression. Yeah, let's go there. Well, yes. It's just around the corner from here, but I didn't notice it back during the hunting, so is there really nothing going on, Hyungnim? For some reason, you've been talking a lot more than necessary lately. That prompted Yu Jin-ho's head to rigidly stare forward and nowhere else. I shall get us there at the speed of light, Hyungnim. Please hold on tight. Yu Jin-ho quickly changed his attitude and drove the van like a stuntman, never once touching his brake pedal. The distance to cover wasn't a lot, so they arrived at the destination pretty quickly. The van came to a screeching halt in front of the building. The overall vibe given off by the Myri department store, located smack dab in the city of Seoul CBD, was quite something to behold. When Jin Wu climbed off the van, Yu Jin-ho followed suit. Hyungnim, our guild's got to use this kind of a building as our headquarters in the future. What do you think? Yu Jin-ho stared up at the department store building and threw half a joke. However, there was no reply. Sensing that something was weird here, Yu Jin-ho hurriedly took a look next to him. Jin Wu was no longer standing there. Hyungnim. No matter how hard he looked around, Jin Wu was gone without a trace. Hyungnim. With the death of the boss, the interior of the dungeon will revert back to its original state. I leveled up again, twice in the department store instant dungeon. The steps taking Jin Wu home were light and cheery. It had been a while, but the key to the instant dungeon had finally come out of the random box recently. and that key was supposed to be used at the Myri department store. He was wondering when to go, but decided to visit the place today since he found himself with enough free time. Youngnam? Jin Wu recalled the dazed face of Eugene Ho as the kids searched for him, and couldn't help but chuckle. His phone suddenly went off, and before answering it, he checked the number on the phone screen, but he couldn't recognize it. Who could it be? Back when he was still in high school, he was too busy trying to be a mother to his little sister, and after graduation, he started right away as a hunter, so one could say that Jin Wu's circle of acquaintances was fairly small. I shouldn't be getting calls from unknown numbers. He tilted his head only for a second or two. For the time being, he decided to answer it. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Sung Jin-Woo speaking? It was an open and friendly-sounding voice of a man. Jin Wu hung up the moment he heard that. Click. Well, from my experience, this kind of call is 99% someone trying to sell me stuff, or trying to entice me to get a loan. Anyway, just as he was about to put his phone back in the pocket, it rang again. Buzz. And it was the exact same number. What the? It wasn't someone selling stuff? Normally, these salespeople would call whoever just so they could meet their sales target, which meant that they would almost never call him back this quickly as soon as the connection was dropped. Why? They were quick-witted enough to realize that this would be a waste of time, that's why. Which means the guy on the other side really has some kind of business with me. So, he answered the call properly this time. Hello, this is Sung Jin-Woo. Ah, so it was the right number. I thought I called the wrong one because the call got cut off so quickly. Aha! Jin Wu deliberated for the whole of 2 seconds on whether to apologize or not, with an excuse of him thinking that the call was about selling insurance or some such, because the man's voice sounded a bit. But in the end, he decided not to. It feels like me apologizing now would only make it worse. A short bout of silence later, the salesman, no, the man with a salesman's voice, made his belated introduction. Ah, where are my manners? My bad for the late introduction. My name is Song Min, and I work for the White Tiger Guild. Jin Wu's steps came to an abrupt halt. Why is the White Tiger calling me? He couldn't think of a reason why such a big guild as the White Tiger would call him out of the blue. The only thing he could think of, though, was that this guild assisted him back in that dual dungeon incident, but I'm sure they aren't calling me to investigate that day's matters after so much time has passed by already. Well, he couldn't stand not knowing, so before Song Min had the chance to continue, Jin Wu asked first. Why is the White Tiger Guild giving me a call? The matter is a bit sensitive to discuss over the phone, so may I come to you and have a chat face-to-face? The man was saying that he'd come to see him, not asking Jin Wu to show up, so there was no real reason to refuse here. Besides, he had nothing much to do the day after tomorrow, anyway. Didn't Eugene Ho say he had some kind of an event back home? Eugene Ho begged for his understanding while saying that there was a big family event happening on that day, and everyone simply had to show up, meaning he couldn't go on any raids. A big family event? Just from thinking about a Chabel's family event, Jin Wu could only imagine luxurious, elaborate parties being held in a 5-star hotel's reception hall. Should he blame TV dramas for that now? In any case, it'd be easy to set a date for that day. I have some free time on Thursday. Well, the thing is, will it be fine if we meet right now? Right now? Jin Wu checked the time. The time on the phone's screen indicated 8 in the evening. But it's already 8. Don't worry. I'm waiting for you nearby. I just wish to speak to you for a little while only. Nearby, as in, I'm in a cafe near you. Song Min spoke the name of the cafe. Jin Wu was quite familiar with the place. It was near his home, so he went past it often, and not only that, but he also used it as the meeting place with Eugene Ho as well. Jin Wu's eyes narrowed to a slit. This guy knows where I live. Chapter 40 Fin. Chapter 41. One couldn't find the addresses of hunters on the association's website. The only things appearing there were the names of hunters and their ranks. A hunter could provide the relevant information themselves, but Jin Wu didn't even leave behind his contact number there. But not only had this guy known his phone number, he was waiting near Jin Wu's home, so without a doubt, he must have gathered enough information before showing up here. Ah, now that I think about it, he abruptly remembered something. I sensed a gaze on me earlier today, so I'm guessing that belonged to one of your people? Jin Wu's voice became a level colder. The guy on the phone apologized with a polite tone of voice. Please accept my apologies if you were inconvenienced by that. We just wanted to confirm the situation for ourselves. We wouldn't have called you like this if we were thinking of harming you in some shape or form. If you take some time out and listen to what I have to say, I guarantee that you won't be disappointed. /Lee/all. Jin Wu pondered for a while before speaking up. I'll be there shortly. HR. The Hunters, the Reapers, the Night Order, the Shining Star, and then us, the White Tiger. I'm sure you've heard of these names before. Song Min read off the names of the top 5 guilds in South Korea, one by one. The number 1 guild was the Hunters. However, the Hunters didn't start its life as the number 1 from the get-go. No, it was the Reapers who used to be the top dog. However, After White Tiger separated itself from the Reapers, the number 1 spot changed hands. Was this the case of a student becoming the master? After going independent, the White Tiger leapfrogged the Reapers a long time ago, and they were aiming for the number 1 spot that originally belonged to the Reapers. Sung Min was completely sure of it now. He was sure of the fact that the man sitting across him, Sung Jin-Woo, would become an important piece of the puzzle and help the White Tiger reclaim the glory of the past once more. Sung Min presented his business card. Sung Min, Section Chief, 2nd Division, White Tiger Guild. My name is Sung Min, and I'm in charge of the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild, one of the top 5 in the country. Our role is to scout talented hunters and manage them. If Sung Jin-Woo was any other hunter, he'd have lowered his head 90 degrees before a business card was even brought out, and only then get to the main topic. Unless one was an S rank or an A, pretty much all hunters dreamed of entering the White Tiger. Honestly, Sung Min was hoping for that kind of reaction as well. Unfortunately, Jin Wu was different. Not showing much reaction at all, he calmly asked what he wanted to ask first. Why does an officer of the White Tiger Guild perform background checks on someone like me? Sung Min inwardly flinched. He's not pressured even after hearing the name of the White Tiger. They haven't spoken for long, but for some reason, Sung Min sensed that it'd be rather challenging to scout Sung Jin-Woo. On the other hand, that only made him even more desperate to bring Sung Jin-Woo into his guild now. Well, it wouldn't be a bad thing for a newbie to be rather confident about himself. Now would it? Right? You gotta have at least balls as big as this, so we can start throwing you into whatever assignment that comes our way. Sung Min firmed his resolve once more. Let me get straight to the point. We wish to scout you, Mr. Sung Jin-Woo. We promise to offer you double the amount of terms as offered by the Yujin Construction, no strings attached. Sung Min smiled deeply. Yujin Construction was still in the middle of testing Sung Jin-Woo out. They're being stupid. The speed at which he could clear a rank C dungeon, the publicity value of a reawakened hunter, and the calmness he was displaying in the current situation, etc. No matter which side it was, there was no need to test this man out at all. There's no way that they have offered anything good, since they wouldn't have figured out what his true worth is. That was why Sung Min was confident of doubling whatever terms Yujin offered this man. No, he was confident of offering something even better. However, Jin Woo's stare became even colder. How did you know? Pardon me? Being on the receiving end of a reaction utterly contrary to his expectations, Sung Min ended up stuttering slightly, which was quite unbecoming of an experienced headhunter working for a large guild. How did you find out about me? If Sung Jin-Woo's voice actually had any physical weight, then that sentence would have crushed him to death, thought Sung Min. What is this? This incredible pressure? It was almost as if the other party was considering him as an enemy. Well, it was true that he had Jin Wu followed and one-sidedly demanded to meet like this. From Jin Woo's perspective, it would be perfectly reasonable to consider Sung Min as his enemy. Sung Min hurriedly explained himself. It wasn't our original intention to pry into your private affairs. We received information that someone was clearing rank C dungeons in our district at an alarming rate, so we were investigating that. And that led us to find out about you, Sung Jin-Woo Hunternim. Jin Wu retracted his gaze. So, that's what happened. Contrary to his thoughts, the other side didn't seem to have begun their investigation while knowing that something didn't add up about him. Simply by clearing dungeons far too quickly, he ended up being noticed instead. And he doesn't seem to be carrying any hostile intentions either. Jin Woo's expression softened slightly. And as a result, the taut tension between the two men eased a little. Phew Wu. Sung Min patted his chest down. Their conversation still hadn't advanced forward, though. From here onwards, he had to get on Sung Jin-Woo's good books. And nothing's better than the sharing of privileged information to get on someone's good books. Sung Min was the specialist when it came to scouting after all. He quickly wiped the flustered expression off his face and formed a smile instead. Although it is a top secret, we know that the chairman Yu Myung-hwan is planning to establish a guild of his own. Jin Wu neither denied it or confirmed it. So, Sung Min continued on. And that's how we were able to figure it out when that person's son, Mr. Eugene Ho, made contact with you, Sung Jin-Woo Hunternim. And that is, they wish to bring you, a reawakened hunter, into their new guild. Indeed, Sung Min thought that Jin Wu was a reawakened. Well, I'm relieved that you think that way. Jin Wu wouldn't need to cook up another story here. In other words, Sung Min quickly carried on. I thought that we need to talk to you before you signed up with Yujin, and that's the only reason for my one-sided attempt to get in touch with you. Allow me to apologize once more if you've been greatly inconvenienced. It's fine. Unless the other party approached him with evil intentions, there was no reason for Jin Wu to get angry, especially when Sung Min was apologizing this earnestly. Besides, what's more important here is that, indeed, how should he go about dealing with this now? While Jin Wu pondered on what he should do here, On Songmin took the initiative and asked him a question. Have you finished negotiating with Yujin Construction already? He must have thought like this because Jin Wu was hesitating slightly with his replies. Jin Wu shook his head. On Songmin's expression immediately reverted from one that displayed a hint of anxiety to a blooming smile. Yes, that means he's still a free agent. This was the perfect chance to catch the talented hunter who could solo a rank C dungeon in 30 minutes. To be more specific, a rank D hunter also accompanied him, but to someone who possessed abilities exceeding a rank B, such a person would no longer provide any help but would only serve as a luggage carrier instead. If Sung Jin-Woo enters the White Tiger and is ranked A after his reassignment test, then an even bigger smile threatened to break out of his face, so on Songmin was having a hard time trying to regulate his expressions. Meanwhile, Jin Wu was slowly scratching his chin. This guy, why does it feel like he's counting his chickens way before they hatch? Well, truthfully speaking, a guild like White Tiger was not a bad choice. Not only was it one of the top 5, but it also possessed enough potential to aim for the #1 spot. However, Jin Wu wasn't planning to enter a guild anytime soon, because the higher my level is, the better the treatment I'd get. Also, even though it might be a story in the distant future, or maybe even something completely improbable, but just like how I've been clearing the rank C dungeons, what if I can clear rank B in a dungeon solo? The profit earned from high-ranked dungeons exceeded one's imaginations. They were the sole reason why large guilds could grow powerful enough to rival many large corporations now. Expensive magic crystals, corpses of the monsters, rare materials from the dungeons themselves, and even things like rune stones and other artifacts too. An astronomical amount of money change hands every day. He could potentially hog them all for himself. So is there a reason for him to share them with the guild? As long as this level up thing doesn't stop, it's not an impossible dream. So, at this point in time, entering a guild was way too premature. The corners of Jin Woo's lips slowly arched up. On Songmin thought that was a sign of an incoming positive answer, and smiled along as well. Have you made up your mind? You promised to double the amount offered, yes? Yes, that's correct. If you find my offer not to your liking, then I'm prepared to offer you more. In that case, how much is the building the White Tiger calls home? On Songmin's face froze for a second there. Is he questioning the financial muscle of the White Tiger? But there was no need to get worked up here. Indeed, this was a great opportunity to advertise his guild. There was nothing to hide, and absolutely no reason why he couldn't talk either. This was for the better, he thought. The estimated price is around 50 billion won. Also, although there are different businesses using the building aside from us, it still belongs to the White Tiger Guild. TL, around $45 million. On Songmin proudly spoke. In the beginning, the guild was renting some space in that building. But once they stabilized and found their footing, they simply bought it outright. It took only 1 year to do so, too. It was one of the easiest ways to learn just how much large guilds made in a year. If the other side wanted, On Songmin was willing to disclose the annual profit and the overall revenue, too. But then, after hearing a single sentence uttered by Jin Wu, he became completely speechless. Can you hand over that building to me, then? I beg your pardon? On Songmin's eyes opened up real wide. He doubted his own hearing, so he asked back. See, can you explain what you mean by that? Jin Wu calmly explained himself. You see, Yujin has promised to hand over a building worth around 30 billion won. If the White Tiger's building is indeed around 50 billion, well, it's not exactly the double the price, but I can overlook such things. T30 billion? On Songmin couldn't close his slack jaw. Sung Jin-Woo's career spanned 4 years. However, most of those were spent as a rankie, and it hadn't been long since he got noticed by someone. In other words, he must have gone through his reawakening process not too long ago. Yet, just how incredible was his ability that someone like Yu Myung-hwan, famous for his wily business smarts, promised the huge amount of 30 billion won? Not only that, even before Sung Jin-Woo had gone through with the reassignment test too. Wait, could he be lying here, because I won't be able to confirm if this is true or not? On Songmin narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious. As if he had read on Songmin's thoughts, Jin-Woo pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Ring, ring, click. Lee, yes, Hyungnim, /Lee/ul. It was in the evenings, and the interior of the cafe was quiet. Still, Jin-Woo put the phone on speaker and raised the volume to the maximum. Hey, Jin-ho, I wanted to ask you about something. Lee, please ask anything, Hyungnim, /Lee/ul. Jin-ho? Was this you, Jin-ho? On Songmin nervously swallowed his saliva. Could he be thinking of telling you, Jin-ho, what we've been discussing just now? Too bad. On Songmin's expectation was a bit off the mark. Jin-Woo spoke about something else. That building you wanted to give to me. How much did you say it was? Chapter 41 Fin. Chapter 42. Lee, well, the appraised value is around 30 billion won. But once it's finished and our guild starts occupying it, the value should rise up even higher, Hyungnim. Alright, if you need those signed documents, should I fax them to you? /Lee/ul. Hold on. Jin Wu covered the mouthpiece of the phone with his hand and asked On Songmin. If you still can't believe it, why don't you speak to him personally? On Songmin wiped the cold sweat forming on his forehead and shook his head. Hey Jinho, it's fine, thanks. I'm hanging up now. Lee, okay, Hyungnim. See you later. /Lee/ul. After ending the call, Jin Wu noticed that the look on Songmin's face had changed completely now. Indeed, On Songmin's eyes were trembling nonstop. Even before their guild is established, Yujin has promised 30 billion as the contract signing fee, and then the second son of Chairman Yu Myung-hwan continues to use honorifics, too. On Songmin was now deeply mired in uncertainty and confusion. That is, I should say that such a big amount is well beyond my ability to. If you just give me some time, I can speak to the higher-ups in the guild, and then Jin Wu abruptly cut him off. In that case, our discussion ends here. On Songmin became speechless. His head drooped slightly, as his head was quickly filled with the reason for this failure. In the end, we simply didn't have enough information. Being too hasty brought about this failure. After he picked up on the scent of this huge jackpot, he got too excited and forgot to move in a more cautious and prepared manner. If he had learned of what Yujin's offer was like, get the full backing of his guild and go about his business step by step, then, for now, I need to report this to the guild master. If he was a hunter that Chairman Yu Myung-hwan was willing to put forward 30 billion, then perhaps his value could be over 50 billion, no 100 billion instead. It was not too late. If I get the promise of the guild's full backing, dig out all the information on Sung Jin-Woo, and come out swinging even harder, then it was at this point that Jin Woo's voice could be heard. I want to ask you about something. On Songmin raised his head. Jin Wu was no longer smiling. The weather had warmed up nicely with a hint of spring nowadays, yet for some reason, the surrounding air felt chillier than usual. Gulp. Just as On Songmin swallowed some dry saliva, Jin Wu asked him a question with a low, heavy voice. How many people know about me? It's only me for the time being. I was too anxious to scout you, so I didn't even stop to report to my superiors yet. Actually, there was one more person. Hyun Ki-cheol, his subordinate but also his right-hand man. On Songmin concealed the presence of Hyun Ki-cheol for the time being. He was worried that Jin Wu might get real unhappy if he learned that there were two people instead of one. However, Jin Wu's voice became even colder and threatening than before. For the sake of trust, let's not lie to each other, shall we? On Songmin began panicking visibly now. What is this? Did he obtain some information on us before coming here? If that were the case, then things might get worse if he continued to argue that he was the only one. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. I gotta be honest here. The relationship between a hunter and a guild was pretty similar to that of an entertainer and a talent agency. They might not be able to sign a contract right now, but by maintaining a good relationship, anything could happen in the future. At the bare minimum, he should not cause friction with another hunter. That was one of the ironclad rules of the second division. On Songmin quickly opened his mouth. Actually, one of my subordinates also knows about this matter. I'm telling you the honest truth. Jin Wu nodded his head. Indeed, it was as he suspected. All these things, there were too many for one person to handle. Investigating him, observing him, and calling him too. Most importantly, what made Jin Wu sure of this fact was the timing of the phone call. As soon as he was near his place, On Songmin called him with such excellent timing. Meaning, someone was waiting near my home and called him as soon as I showed up. This man wanted to meet Jin Wu as soon as possible, but it'd be bad if Jin Ho found out in the process, after all. Still, it's not the whole White Tiger Guild. He could tell from that earlier reaction, back when he was talking about 50 billion won. On Songmin was so openly flustered when an amount of money he couldn't handle was brought up. If he was being ordered around by the upper management, then he'd at least try giving them a call after hearing that amount. Didn't matter whether that amount was even feasible or not. That was why Jin Wu suspected that a small team consisting of 2, maybe 3, people were involved here, and lo and behold, the person in charge confessed to it being only 2. What a relief. Jin Wu definitely didn't want to complicate the matter any further than necessary. 2 people were within his ability to control. If he left them alone like this, no doubt they would continue to harass him down the line. That was why there was a definite need to warn the other party, back off him for good. Jin Wu opened his mouth. Actually, I also refused Yujin's offers. Jin Wu's explosive, unexpected revelation. On Songmin was even more shocked than before. Pardon me? It was right at this moment, Jin Wu suddenly vanished from the spot. What? On Songmin hurriedly stood up from his chair. He quickly scanned the interior of the cafe, but couldn't spot Jin Wu anywhere. What was that? Could he have moved faster than the eye can see? On Songmin was too flustered and realized that someone had grabbed his shoulder from the side, quite belatedly. Heek! All the hair on his back stood up at once. Don't turn around. A cold voice came from his side. Jin Wu, who had been sitting across him until then, had vanished without making a sound and was now standing right next to him, still not visible to the naked eye. Stealth? Cold sweat drops formed on Sung Min's forehead. Could he be angry at me? Hunters were, in general, monsters. He knew this well, because he got to observe them from a close vantage point every single day. That was why he was always super respectful towards them. Did me spying on him and following him around cause an issue here? Should I have requested protection from the guild before coming here? No, hang on. No one knows what his ranking is, so how can I request protection then? His thoughts became messy and his heart pounded relentlessly. Even the sound of him swallowing his saliva echoed around too loudly in his ears. Jin Wu spoke, almost in a hushed whisper. Sit down slowly. I don't want to scare you. Sung Min slowly nodded his head. But you're plenty scary enough already. He then slowly sat back down on his chair. Jin Wu revealed himself and settled down right next to him. Right? Jin Wu's words of not wanting to scare Sung Min sounded about right. His eyes, when he said he wanted to ask something, were cold enough to chill the surrounding air. If Sung Min had to stare into those eyes while listening to Jin Wu's words, then he might have experienced what his heart falling to the pit of his stomach felt like. You're being considerate towards me. Is that it? Of course, he couldn't get the thoughts of Jin Wu being a very scary guy out of his head. In the meantime, Jin Wu opened his mouth. The reason why I refused Eugen's offers is simple. I'm not planning to join any guilds at the moment. Two men conversed while staring forward, never locking their eyes once. So that's how it was. Also, Jin Wu took a second before continuing on. I don't want to see the number of people who know about me increase. What he wanted here was rather simple. He didn't want to join a guild, and he didn't want anyone talking about him. Sung Min quickly understood those points. However, there was one thing he was still curious about. Tin, why are you still being accompanied by Mr. Eugene Ho? He's helping me out on some personal matters. He's the only one who knows about my reawakening. Also, I believe he's a friend that I can trust. That's why I asked him for a favor. And so, Jin Wu's voice became heavier still. So, if I start hearing things about me, can I assume that it came from you, Chief Sung Min, or your subordinate? It had been a while since Jin Wu stopped grabbing his shoulder. Yet Sung Min felt like he was being crushed by the younger man's words. He's not putting on airs either. Why did he feel this way? Sung Min was so sure of the fact that Jin Wu was fully capable of harming him. My gut instinct when evaluating people is almost always right. Jin Wu survived several devastating, horrifying incidents. Wasn't there a saying about burying the matters of the dungeon inside a dungeon? No one knew just what kind of things Jin Wu did inside those dungeons. On top of that, this man possesses the stealth skill too. Dealing with the stealth skill was incredibly tough. If the skill holder decided to commit a crime, he'd be able to off anyone without so much as leaving behind a single clue. Things like CCTV, security guards, and alarm system would all become utterly useless against such a person. A thick strand of cold sweat rolled down the side of Sung Min's forehead. Who knew he could use stealth? Excellent abilities and even a rare skill too. It was not for nothing that Eugen came up with an offer of 30 billion. They aren't ones to start a losing business deal, indeed. Thump, thump. Sung Min's heart continued to beat in excitement, even though he was trembling in fear. His lips parted with great difficulty. I'll never talk about this matter ever again. I'll make sure that Kichiol, no, my subordinate, will keep his mouth shut as well. Keeping everything hush-hush was something Sung Min also wanted too. Heck, he probably would have requested it himself first. An excellent hunter not affiliated with anyone, there was no reason to increase the competition by spreading the rumor around. Nor did Sung Min want to share the glory and recognition by telling other people, either. Honestly though, the biggest reason being I'm too scared of him and don't want him as my enemy. I'll trust you, Chief On. With those words, the presence beside Sung Min disappeared completely. He quickly took a look around. It was as if Sung Min fell out of a different dimension, since the atmosphere inside the cafe was rather serene. Sung Min remained speechless. He could only pat his pounding chest down. It was here that Hyun Kichiol ran into the cafe. He'd been staring at the two men through the window from the outside, and as soon as Jin Wu completely disappeared from the view, hurriedly entered the cafe to check up on his superior officer. Chief, Sung Min's complexion was poor. Hyun Kichiol asked, his voice full of worry. What happened? Did it not work out with Sung Jin-Woo? Sung Min's trembling hands managed to pull out a cigarette. While sliding it between his lips, he made his reply. Hey, I think we just ran into a far bigger jackpot than our initial estimates. He definitely had to scout that man. That was the only line of thought in his head. Thankfully, there was still a chance. It was then, Hyun Kichiol lightly grasped Sung Min's wrist. Pardon me, Chief. Sung Min raised his head just before he could light the cigarette up. Yeah. Hyun Ki-cheol took a look around, then cautiously whispered, "This is a no-smoking zone." On Songmin slowly crushed the cigarette. "You dumba asterisk S. HR." As soon as he got home, Jin Wu summoned his status window. Tiering. Name, Sung Jin-Woo. Level, 39. Class, None. Title, Slaughterer of Wolves. HP, 7,220. MP, 683. Tiredness, 0. Stats, Strength, 97. Stamina, 59. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 51. Perception, 81. Available points to distribute, 0. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. Skills, passive skills. Li Unknown, LV. Max/Li Tenacity LV. 1/Li High-Grade Dagger Technique LV. 1/Li/Ul. Active skills. Li-LV. 2/Li Intimidation LV. 1/Li Vital Points Targeting LV. 1/Li Stealth LV. 1/Li/Ul. Equipped items. Li Gatekeeper's Necklace. A/Li/Ul. Well, no wonder people are beginning to notice me. Chapter 42 Finn. Chapter 43. From 27 to 39. His level had jumped up by 12. This would be the first time that his level saw such an explosive rise since he entered the Hapjeong Instant Dungeon back when he was still a level 1. He came out of there as level 17. Back then, his level was low, so the leveling speed was high. But now, that wasn't strictly true. This just went to show how many dungeons he cleared in a short space of time. It's been 4 days since I started clearing dungeons with Eugene Ho, and we conquered 9 of them in only 4 days. Not only that, they were 9 C-rank dungeons too. Rank C dungeons were the highest difficulty a freelancer team could clear on their own. What a crazy clearing speed this was. This was the worst possible situation at the catastrophe for other hunters found in this area that needed rank C dungeons to make a living. Eugene Ho, the only witness to the proceedings, was getting more and more astonished by how faster Jin Wu was clearing each dungeon. Well, the higher his level was, the easier it got to clear a dungeon, after all. 9 dungeons cleared and 12 level ups. Clearing 1 dungeon was almost as good as leveling up more than once. And he still had 10 more raids to go. By the time he finished all 19 raids, as he had agreed with Eugene Ho, his level should shoot past 45. He won against a rank B hunter back when his level was in the mid-20s. He couldn't even begin to fathom just how strong he was now. My heart, it's beating really fast. Jin Wu placed his hand on his chest, near his heart. He sensed it pounding real fast in excitement. Thump, thump. The sensation of getting stronger every day was one heck of an enjoyable ride. He would have never imagined such a thing happening to him in the past. Things like entering the gates and clearing the dungeons would be this much fun. Well, I could sense myself getting stronger all the time, after all. As his level went up, as his stat values rose up, he could directly feel how much he had changed through hunting monsters. Hunting monsters, is it? He felt like a real hunter now. The word hunting no longer sounded like a foreign concept to him. Wasn't there a certain saying that went something like finding the next place to hunt is just as important to a hunter as the moment he hunts? TL. Again, hunter with a lowercase h. It's the literal hunter, not monster hunting hunters. His next goal was already set. The demonic castle dungeon. He was a level 21 back then, wasn't he? He had grown by nearly 20 levels since the day he first set foot in that mysterious tower-like dungeon. He thought that perhaps now, he was ready to tackle that place once more. However, just from recalling that gatekeeper monster, Cerberus, he grew very cautious about taking another step in that place. What if some crazy monsters that I can't handle jump out in droves as soon as I enter? Goosebumps broke out all over his skin. If he could get away from there using the stealth skill, that would be great, but still, he had to consider the possibility of failing to do so. Even if he got lucky 10 times, just a single mistake could cost him his life. That was the life of a hunter. So, he needed to be sure. He needed to be sure of being strong enough to handle a group of monsters as strong as Cerberus. Cerberus's name was in red letters, right? He now knew that the difficulty of killing a monster was reflected in the color of its name. With the exception of the demonic castle, he had yet to run into a monster with a red name. The instant dungeons he'd been to with the random box keys were all populated with low-ranked monsters most of the time. It was the same story with the Myri department store too. But what was going on here? What is this? When he thought that he hadn't encountered a single monster with a red name besides the one in the demonic castle, he kind of felt like he overlooked something just now. It was as if he had forgotten something crucial. Does this mean I have run into other red name monsters besides the Cerberus? But how could that be? He fought the Cerberus when he was level 21 and nearly died. So, if he fought another one before that, then he should have been pushed to the brink of death too. Ah! A loud gasp leaked out from his mouth. Indeed, there was one event where he did run into red name monsters and almost died. The penalty quest. The centipedes he saw back in that nameless desert all had red names. Poison-fanged giant desert centipede. It had been a while ago, and he ran into them rather unexpectedly, so his mind was not really thinking of them as monsters at this point. That was why it took some time for him to remember. If I can kill those centipedes with ease, then he'd be sure of conquering the demon's castle as well. Since there was more than one centipede there, he should be able to find out whether it was okay for him to fight against many at the same time too. The obvious issue was how to go back to that place. Is there no other way besides not doing the daily quest? The amount of stat points he got as rewards was the same regardless of it being a penalty quest or a daily quest, which meant that he wouldn't lose out too much at the end of the day. Let's go to the penalty zone tomorrow. To think he'd deliberately not do the daily quest just so he could enter the penalty zone. It was a rather funny thing when he thought about how close to death he was the first time he ran into those centipedes. I wonder, will they give me experience points and loot when I kill them? A smile automatically spread on his lips. It was then Jin Wu's senses picked up on the presence of a person climbing out from the elevator stopping at the end of the hallway, followed by the light footsteps of a female. He was well familiar with them. It's Gina. Currently, it was 11 p.m., about the time his little sister came home. Jin Wu got up from his seat and headed to the door before Gina could rummage through her pockets to find her keys. Click. Oh, Gina playfully exclaimed out in admiration. She used to get so surprised every time he opened the door without a warning, but now, she didn't even pretend to get shocked anymore. Well, a human was supposed to be a very adaptable creature, and here was the irrefutable proof. I'm home. Welcome back. Gina greeted him with a bright smile and trotted to her room. Jin Wu closed the door and locked it before turning around to hear. Appa. Gina peeked her head out from the doorway to her room. Do you have free time this week? What's up? My homeroom teacher is doing one of those parent-teacher meeting things. If you can't make it, well, it's fine too. Gina looked kind of anxious, as if her homeroom teacher had asked her nicely or some such. The parent-teacher meeting? Huh. Gina was already a high school senior, meaning that school life should be getting pretty hectic right now. Jin Wu had half a mind to come up with an excuse and say he didn't have time to go, but what an unfortunate timing this was. There was this one day where he had nothing scheduled. D*MNU. Eugene Ho. Utterly useless. Jin Wu deliberated for a while before answering her. Thursday. Really? Thanks, Appa. Gina's expression brightened up in an instant. She looked as if she'd run to him for a bear hug, so Jin Wu hurriedly waved his hands around. Ki. Gina glared cutely at him and closed the door behind her. Soon, a soft groan escaped from Jin Wu's mouth. Full. From going on raids without a break to visiting the penalty zone, and now, a parent-teacher meeting the day after tomorrow too. It seemed that the rest of his week would remain quite busy. Part 8. Class Change Quest. Jin Wu left home early in the morning. His schedule for the day was packed, to say the least. Eugene Ho had booked 4 gates for the day, thinking that they should do tomorrow's quota today instead. Well, if we consider the speed of clearing a dungeon, it'd not be too hard to clear 4 or 5 dungeons in a single day. Of course, it was pretty rare to see that many rank C gates opening up at the same time in the same district. So, they were rather fortunate today. With light, airy steps, he arrived at the entrance of the apartment building. However, he couldn't spot Eugene Ho's van waiting for him in the usual spot, the front of the entrance. Also, Jin Wu sensed a suspicious presence as well. Tisk. He might have dismissed it offhand were it not for the events of the night before. So, he wasn't going to overlook this. And I clearly warned him, too. Jin Wu immediately discovered a man in a business suit hiding around the corner of the building. The man was busy looking into his watch and didn't seem to have sensed Jin Wu's approach. Jin Wu addressed the man right in front of his nose. Excuse me. The man flinched grandly and jumped up really high. C.O. Sung, Jin Wu hunted him. He looked like he'd seen a ghost or something. Well, I hid my presence for that purpose, anyway. Jin Wu tooted inwardly and spoke up. You're from the White Tiger Guild, yes? Pardon me? Ah, yes, I am. My name is Hyun Ki-cheol from the 2nd Division of the White Tiger Guild. The chief calling himself on Songmin or some such said last night that he was working with a subordinate, and this guy must have been him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hunter. Hyun Ki-cheol studied Jin Wu's mood while cautiously extending his right hand. It seemed like that he wanted a handshake, but obviously, Jin Wu wasn't interested. When Jin Wu simply glared at the man without saying anything, Hyun Ki-cheol withdrew his hand with a slightly reddened face. Didn't I clearly say last night that I'm not planning to join any guild for the time being? Hyun Ki-cheol hurriedly waved his hand around. Oh no, I'm not here because of that. He then presented a tumbler held in his other hand. What's this? Jin Wu asked while studying the colorful liquid contained within the semi-transparent tumbler. Hyun Ki-cheol pushed his chest forward and proudly spoke. It's vegetable juice. I prepared it personally, so you don't have to worry about its quality. Hyun Ki-cheol's hand continued to push the tumbler forward. Jin Wu had no choice but to accept the tumbler and asked again. So, have you been waiting since the early dawn just to give me this juice? Yes. Well, even if you're a hunter, you should still look after your health, you know? Jin Wu's puzzlement over why would the White Tiger Guild be worried about his health lasted only for a couple of seconds. Because Hyun Ki-cheol bowed his head deeply and with a bright smile, quickly walked away. See you again another time, Hunter Nim. Jin Wu slowly shook the tumbler at Hyun Ki-cheol as the latter waved his hand. What a funny guy. After Hyun Ki-cheol had disappeared from the view, Jin Wu looked at the tumbler. He once heard stories about a certain insurance king who gave out bottles of yogurt to his customers and bought their goodwill that way. But well, that man Hyun Ki-cheol should be the very first guild employee ever to personally make veggie juice and deliver it. Well, I did accept it, so I can't even throw it away now, can I? That man wouldn't have been stupid enough to try it, but if he did pour some kind of poison in the juice, Jin Wu's detox buff should take care of that, so no worries there. Should he at least give it a go and have a taste then? Slurp. He used a straw stuck in the tumbler and took a long sip before his eyes opened wider. Hey, it's tasty. It was here that he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Hyungnip. He turned around to see Yu Jin-ho walking towards him. Yu Jin-ho still had that bright face as usual, but he was also pointing in the direction where Hyun Ki-cheol disappeared to with his chin. Hyungnim, who was that just now? He'd been standing here for a while, you know? Jin Wu's reply was pretty simple. An insurance salesman. Ah! Being a positive-minded guy, Yu Jin-ho accepted that explanation right away. Jin Wu looked around the vicinity and asked, Where's your van? If he saw Hyun Ki-cheol standing here, that meant Yu Jin-ho had arrived quite a while ago, too. But strangely enough, the kid's favorite van was nowhere to be seen. I parked away over there, Hyungnim. But why? Well, you know there's been a series of unsolved homicides taking place around these parts, yes? I'm not from around here, and people were beginning to suspect me and stuff, so... Jin Wu nodded his head. Those murders were brought up frequently on the local news lately. The victims were mostly young women. There had been 2 murders this month already. And then, there was an unknown black van parked right out in front of the apartment building. Of course, the residents would become fearful and anxious. Slurp, slurp. It was here that the veggie juice was finally finished. Jin Wu lightly shook around the empty tumbler before walking towards where the van was supposedly parked. Let's go. Okay, Hyungnip. HR. Lizard men came out in this dungeon. As their name indicated, they were literally bipedal lizards. They walked on 2 legs, wielded weapons, and even resorted to flinging around magic attacks, too. The number of lizardman mages was low, though. However, they were rather cumbersome to deal with in return. For instance, 2 balls of flames erupted near the tips of the lizardman mage's hands. Magic. When Jin Wu tried to get closer, the 2 lizardmen protecting the mage stabbed their spears at him. Indeed, what quick reflexes befitting reptiles. Jin Wu jumped rearward and barely missed the spear tips. Right away, the balls of flame flew at him. Swish dash. Swoosh. Hyungnim, watch out. Yu Jin-ho cried out from his position a lot of distance away. Quabble. Along with a huge explosion, the narrow cavern-like dungeon shook around noticeably. Chapter 43 Fin. Chapter 44. The choking smoke filled up the interior of the dungeon. Cough, cough. Yu Jin-ho covered his nose with the back of his wrist and loudly coughed out. However, he was far more worried about Jin Wu at the moment. The firepower of the lizardman mage was that strong. Fortunately, Jin Wu rapidly emerged from the smoke completely unscathed, meaning there was no need to worry in the first place. Yu Jin-ho inwardly exclaimed out in admiration. As expected of Hyungnim, Jin Wu was able to evade the attacks of the lizardmen, reputedly the hardest monsters to deal with in dungeons ranked C, without getting a single hair disturbed. Not only that, from a mage too. From Yu Jin-ho's perspective, it was as if Jin Wu was getting faster every day. I must be imagining things, right? Meanwhile, Jin Wu spat out pieces of rubble that somehow found their way inside his mouth. Tui. The color of his saliva landing on the ground was black. These be asterisk stars. He became really set off by the fact that he had to breathe in unhealthy smoke because of a lone lizard and its cheap tricks. And his dissatisfaction could be seen clearly in his expression. Jin Wu was frowning deeply now. You've used skill. Intimidation. His angrily glaring eyes shot out powerful murderous intent. Effect. Fear has been activated. All stats of the targets will be reduced by 50% for 1 minute. The lizard men began panicking grandly after being exposed to his powerful murderous intent. K? Kururka? Jin Wu didn't miss this chance, and threw the poisoned fong of Kasaka with everything he had. The dagger flew in a dead straight line and splendidly pierced the forehead of one of the lizard spearmen. Stab! The speed of Jin Wu's flying dagger was too fast for a weakened monster to evade. Sururk! The remaining spearman roared out in anger after witnessing the death of its comrade. However, Jin Wu was no longer standing where the creature's spear was pointing at. Surikanika! The lizard-man mage cried out nervously. Surikanika! When the mage repeated the same words as before, the spearman turned around to face the mage and roared out. Suruka! The spearman bared its fangs and approached the mage in a threatening manner. However, the mage didn't back down either. Tsuruik! It happened then. Cack! Suddenly, the spearman's chest burst open. The mage's face was now covered in blood. It cried out in alarm and hurriedly took several steps back. Tsuruak! The stealth slowly came undone, and the spear stabbing through the chest of the lizard spearman revealed itself. The man holding that spear was, of course, Jin Wu. When he let go of the shaft, both the spear and the lizard man that got skewered by it crashed to the ground simultaneously. Thud! In the meantime, Jin Wu rapidly recovered his poisoned fong of Kasaka from the head of the other lizard spearman. Tsuru Eric! Red beams of light appeared again in the hands of the lizard man mage. However, Jin Wu didn't give it time to complete its actions. Dash! The distance between Jin Wu and the mage disappeared in an instant. The mage's repulsive-looking reptilian eyes grew really wide. Pushui! Jin Wu ducked and avoided the flames erupting out from the mage, slid to the monster's rear, and stabbed his dagger near the target's spinal area. Vital points targeting. Stab! The mage cried out in pain. Gyao! But when Jin Wu stabbed again, the following scream wasn't as lengthy as the previous one. Stab! Cack! The lizard man mage spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed forward. Plop! Jin Wu inwardly punched the air. No matter who judged it, that was an excellent victory for sure. Very nice! And as if to congratulate him on his victory, he could hear the system's crisp mechanical beep ring inside his head. TT ring. Level up. Player has reached the required level. A strange message followed right after the familiar one. Required level? Having only heard this simple message, he couldn't figure out what was going on here. But by the time the following mechanical beep rang, Jin Wu ended up expending a huge amount of willpower just to calm his heart that beat so hard to the point of causing him pain. Tearing. Class change quest is now available. Will you take on the class change quest now? Y/N. See, class change quest. He was so focused on raising his levels and his stats that he had been forgetting all about a certain column in his status window. Name, Sung Jin-Woo. Level 40. Class none. Indeed, that was the third column in his status window, the class. And now, he was given an opportunity to replace that none with another word. He'd be given a class. In most video games, a character would receive many benefits after getting a class. It'd be no different with the system, since it operated almost the same as a game. Thump, thump. His heart was beating harder and faster now. When he realized that he'd be one step closer to the goal of being strong after going through with his quest, he simply could not calm himself down anymore. Will you take on the class change quest now? Y/N. Yes, and no continued to flicker in front of his eyes. Of course, I would. What kind of an idiot would refuse such an opportunity? Jin Wu was about to choose yes and take on the quest to change his class. However, he stopped almost instinctively. No, hang on a sec. Who knew just what kind of a quest might show up here? Following right after the notice from his instincts, the warning bells from his brain rang true and clear inside his head. I'm inside a dungeon. A dungeon was one of the most dangerous places in the world. Even though he was fully accustomed to the rank C dungeons by now, a dungeon was still a dungeon after all. There was no reason for him to increase the risk even more. Besides, Eugene Ho was standing next to him as well. It wasn't as if he didn't trust the kid, no. Still, he didn't have any particular reason to let the kid in on the existence of the system or explain the weird phenomenon that might occur when he changed his class. Things would get too complicated in this way. And also, the content of the quest might end up hurting Eugene Ho, too. What if strong monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air? Well, that would be more preferable, actually, because he'd only have to kill those monsters and that would be the end. But a quest asking for something more than that could show up. For instance, something similar to those 2 emergency quests he had to complete in the past. Yeah, the goal of the quest could be to eliminate the nearest hunters. It was a distinct possibility. Sure, it was nothing but speculation at this point in time, but still possessing an excellent sense of timing. Eugene Ho walked over and called out to him. Hyungnip, the magic the lizardman mage flung about must have landed pretty close to him, because he was covered from top to bottom in dust. Just how did you do that? Disappearing and reappearing again? Did you have a skill like that before? Eugene Ho's eyes sparkled brightly as he spoke. He looked really pumped up too. He must have found the rare skill stealth really mystifying or some such. Well, I find your appearance far more mystifying, kid. Instead of a reply, Jin Wu pulled out a handkerchief from his inventory. He got this as a reward from the daily quest. Hyungnam. Jin Wu used that cloth to mercilessly rub Jin Ho's face. Woof! Fu huff! The previously white handkerchief was now dyed jet black. Jin Ho took a look at the fabric and only then realized what the state of his face was like. He embarrassedly retreated to a corner and carefully wiped his face clean. Hey, Jin Ho? Yes, Hyungnim. Something urgent just came up. Jin Ho quickly raised his head. Are you planning to leave now? After we finish up here. Okay, understood. Then, I'll cancel our bookings for the remaining gates. Jin Ho couldn't show it in front of Jin Wu, but he was feeling rather pained about the 3 gates that had been booked by him. My funds are running out quickly, too. Jin Ho didn't have any method to earn money, so the allowances he got were basically everything he had. He was doing this without his father's knowledge, so the amount of cash he could shift around was limited. If he had to cancel the bookings, then he wouldn't get refunds on the booking fees he paid in advance. It was the same as him throwing money away. So, how could he not feel pained about this? Also, because of this unusual method of clearing gates, he ended up spending more than usual for today's raids. But now he had to throw away his investment, just like that. Jin Ho's shoulders couldn't help but droop real low, almost instinctively. However, Jin Wu replied with an unmoved expression. Why are you canceling our bookings and wasting money like that? Jin Ho tilted his head. Pardon? If we don't enter a gate within 2 days of booking it, our permit will be automatically rescinded, Hyungnim. Of course, Jin Wu already knew something like that. Leave them to me. I'll sort them out. Did Jin Wu think of a good way to resolve this? Jin Ho was curious, but at the same time, he felt relieved as well. HR. Inside the headquarters of the White Tiger Guild. Chief On, just what on earth were you thinking? A loud roar reverberated within the offices of the 2nd Division. The owner of that roar was Baek Yun-ho. He was none other than the master of the White Tiger Guild, and its CEO as well. It could never be a good thing if a CEO-level character made his way down to the lower floors to make his ire known to his staff members. What the? How can any of this make sense? How can there be no gates to train our new recruits? Don't you realize that you've delayed the training schedule by 4 days already? All the employees within the 2nd Division lowered their heads. They all looked anxious, wondering if they would also end up in the crosshair. Chief On Songmin too lowered his head as Baek Yun-ho continued to point and shout at him. On Songmin wasn't dumb or inexperienced enough to *SS off his superior officer even further by replying to every little thing being said, in the way Hyun Kicheol would have done. In cases like this, keeping his mouth shut was for the best. Whether the boss man knew on Songmin's thoughts or not. Baek Yun-ho angrily shook around the report from the 2nd Division that showed up on his desk this morning. You're using this as an excuse? The other team paid far higher bids, so we can't book a single gate? Are you saying our guild lacks enough funds? Or is the other party being supported by a bloody billionaire or something? On Songmin's lips twitched real hard just then, but he endured like a champ and didn't say anything. He made a promise to Jin Wu. After all, if I open my mouth now, I'd end up blabbering about Jin Ho and Sung Jin-Woo. Not knowing the pained inner thoughts of On Songmin, Baek Yun-ho continued to roar at the top of his lungs, loud enough to shake the entire office. I don't care whether it's 100 million, 200. Just book the D*MN gates. Do you understand me? It happened then. Suddenly, On Songmin's phone began ringing loudly. I'm sorry I couldn't answer you earlier. I was meeting a friend, shy. When he sneaked a glance at his phone to confirm who the caller was, On Songmin's eyes grew real wide. Sir, I need to answer this call. The 2nd Division's main role was to recruit new talents, and nothing was more important to them than good timing. And On Songmin was the chief of that 2nd Division. Even if On Songmin had made a big blunder, no matter how angry Baek Yun-ho got, stopping him from answering that call was not a smart thing to do. What are you doing, Chief On? Answer it quickly. Baek Yun-ho consented to it with an unhappy voice. On Songmin bowed his head slightly, asking Baek Yun-ho for his understanding, and he quickly answered the call. Hello, On Songmin from the White Tiger Guild speaking. While On Songmin was answering the call, Baek Yun-ho crossed his arms and waited for it to end. Yes, I understand. If you're waiting for us by the ground floor cafe, I shall go there right away. Yes, see you then. On Songmin ended the call and quickly spoke up. Sir, looks like I'll have to go downstairs for a moment. On Songmin was the ace of the 2nd Division. If such a man was getting ready to rush downstairs with only one phone call, even when he was facing his boss's fury, by any chance, was that call related to scouting someone? Yes, sir. Seeing that confident, assured face of On Songmin, Baek Yun-ho realized that something major was going on here. Chief On is personally trying to scout this person? Which could only mean that the other guy was someone extraordinary, right? Baek Yun-ho's angrily crumpled visage reverted back to a smiling one in an instant. How can I stand in the way of our scouting specialist trying to do his job? Don't worry about the matters up here and do your best downstairs. Chapter 44 Fin. Chapter 45. On Song-min lowered his head again, and then he hurriedly issued an order to Hyun Ki-cheol. Vice Chief Hyun, get the contract documents ready. Yes, Chief. Their preparation was done in the blink of an eye. After the duo hurriedly left the offices, Baek Yun-ho sneaked in a question to a male employee next to him. What's going on here? Just what kind of an assignment could make Chief roll his sleeves up and jump in personally like this? The male employee sent a pleading look to a female colleague next to him, asking silently for any form of assistance. Unfortunately, even she shook her head. I also don't know, said her eyes. Dang it. The male employee hesitated for a bit before he finally gave in and answered with great difficulty while scratching the back of his head. Well, sir, the thing is none of us. He expected the boss to throw an almighty hissy fit, but then, quite unexpectedly, the boss didn't say anything else. So, he's involved in something so secretive that he can't even tell his own people. Is that it? Baek Yun-ho slowly rubbed his chin. The person who had contributed a great deal in building up the White Tiger Guild to its current size and power was none other than Chief on Song-min. If someone like that was throwing all his focus on this matter, then, will our Chief on once more reel in a huge fish? A huge smile slowly bloomed on Baek Yun-ho's face. HR, why the hell is this coffee so bitter? Jin Wu frowned deeply. He was thinking of the vending machine coffee's taste when ordering a cup of espresso at the cafe. But hell, rather than calling this coffee, it was much more fitting to label it as a really bitter traditional medicine instead. And it cost way too much for what it was. Man, 6,000 Korean wons can buy me several canned coffee, you know? He began wondering just how many sticks of sugar he needed to pour into this bitter B** start in order to make it taste about the same as the canned coffee. But then, cling, the door to the cafe opened, and the duo of On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol rushed inside. Over here. Jin Wu raised his hand. On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol quickly took a sweeping look around the cafe, and when they discovered Jin Wu, their complexions brightened in an instant. Their expressions resembled that of Hungbu sawing the gourd brought by the swallow. TL. Hungbu is the main character of an old Korean novel, Hungbu and Nalbu. There is a dedicated page in Wikipedia for this folktale if you're interested. We honestly didn't expect to see you again so soon. On Song-min greeted like, so, and sat opposite to Jin Wu, while Hyun Ki-cheol made a quick greeting with a nod and settled down next to his superior officer. Jin Wu also nodded his head lightly as his greeting. The old saying went make hay while the sun still shines. So, On Song-min pulled out the contract as soon as settling down. For the terms we can offer you, we can negotiate. His ardent desire to get the contract signed quickly was quite easy to see. Unfortunately for him, Jin Wu cut him off rather decisively. I didn't come here today to talk about signing with you folks. On Song-min's hands froze in mid-action of pulling out the contract. Hyun Ki-cheol also looked quite confused as well. On Song-min asked in the frozen position, as if someone had pressed the pause the button. Well then, what brings you to our White Tiger Guild? His expectation had been great, and so was the ensuing disappointment. The biggest find of the year walked into the guild with his own 2 feet, but he refused to sign the contract the moment he clapped his eyes on it. Could he have changed his mind in the meantime? As the duo's confusion grew, Jin Wu calmly spoke to them. I came here to help you too. Pardon me? Excuse me? The reactions of On Song-min and Hyun Ki-cheol were roughly the same. 2 men exchanged glances before shifting their gaze over to Jin Wu. In a complete contrast to their flustered state, Jin Wu remained utterly calm. I remember you mentioning your troubles regarding the training of your new recruits, because my raid team swept away all the available rank C dungeons in the area. That's correct. Well, we can't really take the newbies to a high rank dungeon just because we couldn't book a rank C gate, after all. That's why I'm here today. On Song-min tilted his head slightly. Forgive me, but I can't seem to. Jin Wu thought this was enough of him beating around the bush, so he got to the main topic. I want to sell the raid permits for 3 of the rank C gates my raid team acquired. Ah! Hyun Ki-cheol let off a short gasp. The 2 men from the White Tiger Guild finally figured out what Jin Wu really wanted from them. If you really wanted to help us out, then wouldn't it be simpler just to not book gates anymore? Jin Wu shook his head. Unfortunately, I have some matters that require the continued clearing of rank C gates for the time being. Well then, why today? Jin Wu smiled refreshingly. I'm here because I wanted to help you out of your troubles. Should the duo believe those words at their face value? Just before the calculator inside On Song-min's head could start crunching some numbers, Jin Wu continued on with his explanations. Of course, I'm being considerate only for today. We also can't delay our operations as well, you see. If you miss this chance, I'm pretty sure that it'll only get harder to book rank C gates for the foreseeable future. For some reason, he came across as a host of a home shopping channel alerting his viewers to the looming end of the discount period. On Songmin fell into a dilemma. Gates didn't just appear in and around the capital city only. If they couldn't book one around here, there was an option of going to the countryside and training the rookies there. However, there was a good chance of earning the ire of the local guilds and the raid teams by doing that. That wasn't all, either. Doing that would be like giving ammunition to large guilds located in the countryside, like the Shining Star located in Honam or the Night Order in Yeongnam, to ridicule the White Tiger. In other words, his guild could be saddled with the ignoble reputation of a poorly run organization that couldn't even train their rookies in their own backyard. Can we claim that it's an undeserved reputation, even? Because it was clearly true after all. Whatever the case may be, which rookie would want to join a guild that was being roundly ridiculed by other famous guilds? This was one of the reasons why the guild's public image was really important. Okay, after a lengthy deliberation, On Songmin came to a conclusion. Please sell us the permits. 3 rank C gates should be enough for our needs. How much are you thinking of for all 3 of them? The White Tiger Guild had a really deep pocket. However, nothing good would come out of trying to compare their financial muscle with Yujin Constructions. And just as importantly, he feared souring the relationship with Jin Wu the most. So he'd not even try to compete at the end of the day. But now, Jin Wu was actually volunteering to hand over the gates. So shouldn't this be something to be grateful about? Unfortunately, he couldn't be grateful for the proposed prices though. 300 million won per gate, so 900 million for all 3. Both On Songmin and Hyun Kicheol spat out pained, shocked gasps at the same time. That's too much. Hyun Kicheol tried to interject, but On Songmin quickly stopped him. Something like this also happened the last time they met. Jin Wu ended the talks without an ounce of hesitation once his price couldn't be met. In a way, this was a great opportunity that rolled onto their laps. If they failed to grasp this chance, then either they only get to book a rank C gate a really long time from now, or, in the worst-case scenario, go to the countryside to train their rookies. Well, at least I should try negotiating properly today. Ending the talks this quickly would only leave the bitter taste in his mouth. Still, a gate price 300 million each was just too expensive. Yu Jinho's bid for the raid permits averaged around 100 million won lately. Asking 3 times that amount was just being too unreasonable. Surely, Jin Wu would know this too. I'm sure he's thinking of starting at a high enough number and gradually come down. Now that he thought about it, he recalled the words Baek Yun-ho had said before they left the office. I don't care whether it's 100 million, 200. Just book the D*M gates. Do you understand me? This was the same thing as the CEO giving his consent. Plus, every employee working in the 2nd division heard those words, so Baek Yun-ho wouldn't be able to pretend his way out of this one, either. On Songmin swallowed his saliva and put up his counteroffer. 300 million is too large an amount even for us, so how about 200 million ins? I accept. Even before On Songmin could finish his sentence, Jin Wu reached out with his right hand. With a slightly dazed face, On Songmin reached out as well and shook the offered hand. Are you okay with this? Yes. 200 million won for each rank C gate. Please deposit the money into this bank account. It kind of felt like the situation got resolved way too fast, but well, from On Songmin's perspective, this should count as a fortunate thing indeed. On Songmin lightly shook Jin Wu's hand and bowed his head as well. I'm grateful for this. Thank you. You're being too kind. Jin Wu also formed a bright smile. On Songmin inwardly thought that he'd be able to breathe a little bit easier now. For the time being, he was able to resolve the situation with training the new recruits, and his relationship with Jin Wu had improved ever so slightly as well. Trust is the foundation of all negotiations and dealings, after all. Indeed, just like this, their relationship would evolve for the better bit by bit. Sooner or later, he'd be able to reel in his catch. No one would spit at a smiling face, and no one would pretend to not notice when someone gave you a present. On Songmin inwardly clenched his fist. Meanwhile, Jin Wu stood up from his seat first. Now that's been sorted, I should get going. I'll see you around. Oh, and here. Jin Wu handed over a shopping bag containing an empty tumbler to its original owner. Thanks for the drink. I really enjoyed it. I'm happy to hear that you liked it, Mr. Song. With a slightly reddened face, Hyun Kicheol accepted the shopping bag. With that, Jin Wu exited from the cafe. After he got to a far enough distance away from On Songmin and Hyun Kicheol, Jin Wu gave Yu Jinho a call. A short bout of poppy music ringtone later, Yu Jinho's clearly excited voice came out from the speaker. Lee, Hyungnim, the money came through. It's really 600 million won. /Lee/all. Jin Wu quietly smiled in satisfaction. This transaction was a resounding success. He managed to sell off-raid permits at double the price of what they paid for, before they became useless junk. This was a huge profit for them. Yu Jinho asked him in a mystified voice. Lee Hyungnim, just what did you do? Where did you manage to sell the rank C gate permits? /Lee/all. That's my trade secret. Leah, /Lee/all. Enjoy your break, and see you in 2 days' time. While Eugene Ho was getting flustered on the other side, Jin Wu simply ended the call. Click. Later on the same day, the 2nd Division's office. Hyun Ki-cheol was urgently seeking out On Song-min. Chief! Chief! What's wrong? On Song-min tore his eyes away from his computer monitor. Hyun Ki-cheol pointed to his phone screen with an urgent expression on his face. You gotta take a look at this, Chief. What's going on now? On Song-min looked at the screen, and his eyes narrowed to a slit. Isn't this? The screen showed the section of the Hunter Association's website that only the hunters had access to. To be more precise, the screen showed the page which notified everyone of where the reported gates were located at, as well as allowing anyone to buy the raid permits for those gates. What's this? Why are there so many rank C dungeons in our district? Not only that, each one is going for less than 10 million won at the moment, as well. No way. On Song-min realized that something was terribly awry here. Eugene Ho's team hasn't booked a single gate for tomorrow. Hearing Hyun Ki-cheol's words, On Song-min immediately recalled what Sung Jin-Woo told him over the phone. Have some free time on Thursday. And tomorrow was Thursday. Eugene Ho's team had no plans to go on a raid tomorrow. He didn't even know that and bought those permits at a huge premium. An amused chuckle leaked out from On Song-min's mouth. There were enough hints, but it was too late by the time he had pieced them together. This was his mistake. Well, he did succeed in cooling the anger of the CEO in the end, so it wasn't all bad. Looks like we've been had, Chief. It was then a text message arrived in on Song-min's phone. Ding dong. It was from Sung Jin-Woo. With this, we're even now. I will consider your people spying on me as something that never happened. I can't take this fellow lightly, can I? On Song-min inwardly chuckled. If the sole sticking point between Jin Wu and the White Tiger could be resolved in this manner, as implied by the youth, then this wouldn't necessarily be a bad trade for the guild at the end of the day. Their final aim was to scout Jin Wu. After all, besides, the amount they spent today wasn't all that much anyway. Let's think of it as us investing in Sung Jin-Woo. It'd be nice if they were able to earn back as much as they have invested, though. On Song-min stopped looking at his phone and, with a smile on his face, closed the mailbox. HR. After sending the text, Jin Wu took one more look around his vicinity. There was absolutely no one here. Only the dense forest greeted his searching eyes. In order to make sure he'd get to enjoy a relatively safe quest, he searched for a mountainside with almost no human presence and found the most suitable candidate. The current time was 1744. There shouldn't be any hikers in this in-between hour, plus his current location was an empty spot of land far removed from any hiking trails. Time to get started. Jin Wu accessed his mailbox. Will you take on the class change quest now? Y/N. The message popped up in his view as if it had been patiently waiting for him. Chapter 45 Fin. Chapter 46. Gulp. Jin Wu's atoms apple bobbed up and down. Indeed, it was rather scary not knowing what kind of quest would pop up. However, his anticipation was even greater than his fears. While he was looking for a suitable location to start the quest, he used his phone to search for topics related to changing one's class online. New skills. Benefits to one's growth. Exclusive weapons reserved for a particular class. Connected quests, etc., etc. They were all from video games, sure, but the accepted norm was that changing one's class would result in many benefits. And level 40 was when I could get my class. Of course, it wasn't all good news either. He often spotted ominous-sounding thread titles as he browsed through online forums. I chose the wrong class, and now I'm bummed out. Only if I knew, I'd have gone with a different class. King hell. A moment of bad decisions later, I'm quitting my dearest game and returning to the normal society. Should I erase this character and start all over again? Well, these were also related to video games anyways. He certainly had far less to worry about here, since he only used daggers as his main weapon until now. All the skills he had acquired leaned towards the profession of assassin. Right, I've got dagger techniques and stealth as my skills. Not only that, he invested mainly in raising the stats of strength and agility, so it was kind of hard to imagine getting another class other than assassin. As his thoughts arrived here, Jin Wu summoned the poison fong of Kasaka from his inventory. Shush! This feeling of the hilt falling so perfectly in his hand. Yeah, this for me is the most comfortable. He nodded his head like a wise old sage. While gripping the dagger tightly, Jin Wu shifted his gaze towards the message floating in the air. Well, then, now that he was all done with getting ready for any unexpected events, he firmed his resolve and answered the message. Will you take on the class change quest now? Y/N. Yes, I'm taking it on. The moment he thought of taking on the quest, another message popped into his view. Tearing, you're now partaking in the class change quest. A new dungeon will be generated for this quest. Generating? A new dungeon? Before he had the chance to interpret what that message was saying, a change took place before him really fast. Warning. A black hole formed right in front of his eyes. That was merely the beginning too. Vonon. Vun. The black hole the size of a bean expanded to the size of a coin, then to that of a volleyball, and eventually it grew large enough for a person to walk through. Isn't this? Jin Woo's eyes grew wider. He was expecting to see a new message with the contents of the quest pop up in front of his eyes, but this. What appeared before him was, without a doubt, a gate. To think a gate would show up here. This one didn't seem any different from the others he was familiar with, only that it was a bit smaller than usual. The system sent him a new message as if to urge him on. Please enter the dungeon through the gate. I need to calm down. Jin Wu quickly collected himself. Right? If he thought about it, there wasn't much of a difference whether he used a key or a gate to enter a dungeon. Indeed, he was simply taken aback just now by the sight of a gate forming artificially like this. Also, this would be his first time seeing a gate form. He always just walked into one that was already there, so when the chain of his thoughts stopped there, a new question popped into his mind. Hang on, can other hunters enter this gate as well? Too bad he had no method to experiment on this one today. Well, there were no hunters nearby that he could call for assistance, nor did he have anyone who would rush over here because he gave them a call. He momentarily recalled Eugene Ho's face, but slowly shook his head. How will I take care of the aftermath if I called him and something bad happens? It was then, as if to urge him on again, the message blinked. Tearing, please enter the dungeon through the gate. The mechanical beat brought him back to his senses. He slapped his cheeks a couple of times to wake himself up. This is no time to daydream. If he succeeded, then a new class and all the rewards that followed would be his. And if he failed, then he couldn't even tell what might happen to him. So, he needed to focus here. Fu. After taking a deep breath, Jin Wu held the poison fong of Kasaka in reverse grip and entered the gate. You have entered the dungeon. He entered in a state of taut tension, but to his surprise, there was nothing here. He was greeted by the sight of an ordinary cave-like dungeon. Isn't this exactly the same as the others? He heard that high-ranking dungeons were often linked to other worlds, so he was kind of worried about such a thing happening to him, but thankfully, he was spared from that. Instead, a strange message popped up into his view. Tearing. The current location forbids the usage of potions as well as the functions of the store, and your physical state will not recover even if you level up. Jin Wu confirmed that there was no presence of monsters nearby, and put away his dagger. Then his head began tilting this way and that. This isn't going to be easy, is it? Maybe because his class change was up for grabs, there were quite a few restrictions here to contend with. The most important one was that he couldn't replenish his spent energy or stamina, and couldn't heal himself using potions or level ups. The damage will stack, in other words. If he got injured, then that would spell his doom. Since he couldn't heal himself, he had no choice but to be thorough and cautious with every action he took. Meaning I gotta keep my wits about me. Jin Wu closed the message. And as he'd do every time when entering a dungeon, he confirmed the presence of the exit. You can't leave until the class change process has been concluded. A message popped up as soon as he touched the surface of the gate. He put some strength behind his hand, but it didn't even budge. Jin Wu retracted his hand. The exit is blocked off. An unknown grade, impossible to heal himself, and no exit. This dungeon was a pretty risky proposition. Even a hunter with balls of steel wouldn't want to tread in a place like this one. However, high risk doesn't always equate to bad things, does it? Indeed, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. He learned that through experience. If clearing this place was difficult because of all the restrictions, then didn't that also mean there was an amazing opportunity waiting for him at the end? There was only one way to find out. I'll know once I get there. Jin Wu took his first step forward. His eyes gazed far forward, and all he could see was the cavern-like passageway with seemingly no end. And there were no monsters nearby. Wait, since this is still within the system's influence, should I call them monsters and not monsters? TL. Well, sorry about this line. The author had been using the Hanjo word for monsters to describe those found in the regular gates/dungeons, while using the Romanist English word monster to describe those found in instant dungeons. They mean the same thing, obviously, but well, wordplay and all that, even though they both meant the same thing. In any case, that wasn't the only difference to consider. There were lit torches lining up at a fixed interval along the cavern walls as well. Instead of luminous stones, I got torches, Unfortunately, the light from the torches was not an effective source of illumination. No matter how many there were, they were still not enough to light up the entire passageway. So, there were plenty of hidden shadows. With the deafening silence being accompanied by the gloomy shadows, this place came off far more eerie and ominous than a regular dungeon. I can see no problem, but still. Should he say it's down to the atmosphere of this place? Jin Wu pulled out the nearest torch and held it. His front brightened ever so slightly with the torch in his hand. Yeah, this is better. Jin Wu formed a satisfied smile. He took one last glance behind him and slowly made his way forward, the torch lighting the way. Just how long did he walk? When he walked for a long, long time, he finally got to a bend in the passageway. And just beyond it, he sensed multiple presences. Are they finally here? Jin Wu carefully placed the torch on the ground and stood back up. Shuru. His right hand was now holding his favorite dagger instead. He briefly entertained the idea of using stealth to quickly deal with his enemies, but gave up on that after remembering the crazy expenditure of his mana. Well, he wouldn't be able to use potions to replenish the spent mana in this place, after all. If he carelessly spent mana here, then he might be unable to use the necessary skills when he really needed to. It's coming this way. Jin Wu pressed tightly against the wall and waited for the enemy to show up around the bend. Clank, clank. Whenever this thing took a step, the metallic clang reverberated loudly in the passageway. The noises were getting closer. Clank, clank. Hearing that strange noise, Jin Wu tilted his head. Could it be carrying some kind of chained weapons? He was curious, but there was no need to get anxious. He'd get his answers soon enough. 5, 4, 3. Jin Wu tightly held the dagger in the reverse grip and stopped breathing. It was to prevent the opponent from hearing the sound of his breathes. 2, 1. Clank, clank. Finally, the enemy's shadow could be seen. 0. When his countdown hit 0, the enemy revealed itself. Jin Wu aimed for the side of its neck. Clang. But he got to hear metal hitting metal instead. The blade didn't go in. Metal armor? Jin Wu's eyes widened. Finally confirming the identity of his opponent, Jin Wu quickly took several steps back. It's a human? He was now facing a knight decked out fully in a suit of armor. Its face was hidden behind the helmet, and he couldn't see what they looked like. Jin Wu called out to it while thinking to himself. Could it be? Ah! However, the knight didn't even utter a word and simply lunged in Jin Wu's direction. Thud, thud, thud. The knight rushed forward like a raging bull and tried to shoulder tackle him, but Jin Wu lightly tilted out of the way and evaded the attack. The knight couldn't win against the momentum and continued to run forward for a bit longer, before somehow bringing itself to a stop. Maybe it's not a human? He was able to take a quick peek at a close distance, and he could tell something was off. He couldn't sense the beating heart that a normal person should possess. So, most likely it was not a human. He was now facing off against a type of monster he'd never even heard of before. A monster that armed itself from head to toe, no less. It's like, wasn't this like he was actually fighting against another person? Swirung. The knight turned around and unsheathed the sword mounted on its hips. Just as Jin Wu had done, this knight probably didn't plan on letting him go alive. After sensing its intense hostility, Jin Wu's glare became a level sharper. Dash! Your movement speed has increased by 40%. The first one to strike wins. Before the enemy made its move, Jin Wu dashed in first. Swish! Jin Wu evaded the hurried swing of the knight's long sword and stabbed his dagger at various points in its armor. Clang! Clang! Unfortunately, he couldn't damage it. The armor's too thick. Not only was it thick, the surface was smooth as well. So when he landed a straight blow, the blade didn't go in but simply slid off to the side. It was at this point that the knight swung its sword in a huge arc. Swish! Jin Wu ducked lower and evaded it. The blade swung past Jin Wu's head by a hair's breadth. A big move like this would inevitably expose a big opening. Another chance had come by. Jin Wu lunged in closer to the knight and gathered his strength in his dagger-holding arm. Vital points targeting. Crack! The tip of the dagger penetrated past the armor. Did it work? However, it must have not suffered any damage, since it swung its sword down vertically with great force, not caring at all about the dagger stuck to its side. Swish! Jin Wu rapidly threw himself back. Clang! The blade slammed into the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. Jin Wu took several steps back and corrected his posture. His dagger remained stuck to the knight's side. TSK. Jin Wu clicked his tongue. It's not really that strong, is it? That was his earnest assessment. Probably because of all that heavy armor, its movement was dull, and its attack pattern was also rather simple too. Only that its defense against bladed weapons was truly exceptional. Jin Wu rolled up his sleeves. Well, I've already fought against an enemy with thick armor that blades can't penetrate. His relaxed demeanor came from previous experience. The boss monster, poison-fanged blue Kasaka, that broke a steel sword infused with magical energy in one hit. He had experienced killing such a snake before. Compared to the Kasaka, that thing is nothing. A thin smile slowly formed on Jin Wu's lips, since that was a pretty good memory to recall. Thud, thud, thud. The knight stupidly charged in again, perhaps trusting the protection provided by its armor. I knew it. It's a really simple creature. Jin Wu easily evaded the knight's attack aimed at his shoulder, slid to its back, and caught it in a headlock. Crack! Since its neck area was also protected by armor, it did not choke to death, but crack, crumple. Jin Wu's arm muscles expanded and veins bulged. Jin Wu wasn't planning to choke the knight to begin with. He gritted his teeth, his eyes shooting up wide open. And when that happened, crack! Along with a pretty sickening noise, the helmet was ripped off. This was the moment when his strength stat exceeding 100 points had begun shining ever so brightly. I did it! The knight lifelessly knelt down on the ground once its head was separated from the body. Thud! You defeated the knight. A simple but concise message announcing the end of the battle popped up. A flickering light indicating the presence of loot came from somewhere on the armor, but Jin Wu's attention was elsewhere. What the heck? There's nothing inside? The helmet he held in his hands was totally empty. He quickly checked inside the armor to make sure, but it was the same story. Empty. Does that mean I was fighting against a suit of armor that was moving by itself? Just as he arrived at his conclusion, two more knights rushed into view from around the bend. It seemed that they had belatedly sensed the unfolding battle. Clank, clank. The knights discovered Jin Wu, and as if they had made a prior arrangement, they unsheathed their long swords in unison. Jin Wu tossed the empty helmet away and loosened the muscles on his neck and shoulders. He now knew how to fight these things. So, this is the real beginning, huh? Thud, 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 thud. Jin Wu's lips formed a slight grin as he stared at the knights rushing towards him. His first step in clearing this dungeon proved to be on the right track. Chapter 46 Fin. Chapter 47. Was it because of all the restrictions? The loot drop rate turned out to be rather excellent. Jin Wu only defeated 3 knights, yet 2 of them dropped an item each. As far as percentages go, that was 66.6%. It was an unimaginably high drop rate compared to other instant dungeons. Especially considering the fact that when all he got after clearing a floor of an instant dungeon several times in a row would be a few japdom and stuff he had no use for other than to sell them off at the store. Item. Superior Knight's breastplate has been found. Take it? Of course I'm taking it. Just a thought. And the breastplate of the now headless knight, kneeling and unmoving on the ground, disappeared and reappeared right before his feet. And its information popped up in his view. Item. Superior Knight's breastplate. Rarity B. Type. Armor. Reduction in physical damage. Plus 7%. Your movement will slow down if your strength is below 80. 7% increase in physical damage reduction. When added to what he had already, the physical damage reduction would be 27%. If this number reaches 100%, does that mean I become completely impervious to all physical damage? He briefly wondered about that, before realizing that a defensive item ranked B in rarity only added 7% to the overall value, and his thoughts rapidly changed. Even if he found himself an item with a rarity of the reduction may not go above 30 to 40%. So, maybe it was impossible to add up to 100%? Still, every little bit helps, so he was sure of benefiting greatly if he continued to increase that stat bit by bit. He already had witnessed the power of good items through Eugene Ho, after all. So, I do it like this, right? Jin Wu picked up the breastplate. As expected, a message regarding equipping the armor popped up in his view. Will you equip, item, Superior Knight's breastplate? No matter who looked at it, this breastplate's design was rather clunky and embarrassing, and he'd never wear it in public. If he didn't have prior experience with the Gatekeeper's necklace, he might have hesitated a great deal before reluctantly agreeing to put it on. But now, it was a different story now. Yes. Tiering. Item. Superior Knight's breastplate has been equipped. The breastplate disappeared from the view. Jin Wu summoned the status window and confirmed his stats. Reduction in physical damage. 27%. So, it really went up. Jin Wu felt around his chest area. He couldn't feel anything weird. He moved his body around this way and that, but didn't feel anything strange or out of place. It was exactly the same as when he equipped the Gatekeeper's necklace for the first time. Nice. Next, Jin Wu shifted his gaze over to the unmoving knight stuck in the distant corner. It was bent and crumpled so badly that nothing looked salvageable, but still, the flickering light indicating the loot's presence could be seen on it quite clearly. Item. Leather pouch has been found. Take it. Of course, he was the one responsible for that, but even he had to concede that he had gone a bit overboard there. He fought barehanded and well, it was really hard to control his strength, that was why. With a solemn expression on his face, Jin Wu walked closer and reached out to take the loot away. Acquire it. Item. Leather pouch has been opened. 30,000 gold is inside. 30,000 gold has been acquired. Huh. Nothing entered his hands, yet he got a message declaring that he acquired some gold. Instead, was it a bit different from regular items? Jin Wu remained somewhat mystified as he accessed his inventory, and sure enough, his gold amount had really increased by 30,000. Current gold, 863,400. I got 30,000 gold in one go. Was it because knights were supposed to be wealthy, or some such? He abruptly remembered that most humanoid-type monsters usually gave out more loot than any other types in video games. Now that he thought about it some more, not finding a greater number of useful items on a human being when compared to an animal or an insect didn't make a whole lot of sense, now did it? He couldn't be sure if this dungeon followed that principle or not, though. In any case, it could only be good news to him. He was planning to save up more gold and buy a few items from the store, and if gold kept showing up as loot in this fashion, then his planned shopping day would arrive much sooner than his initial estimation. Is there anything else that I can take with me? Well, human greed supposedly knew no limits, so Jin Wu momentarily forgot about his true goal of wandering in this dungeon and greedily searched around his vicinity. The armor worn by the knights were all pretty much mangled beyond recover from the fight just now, so it was a no. Eventually, Jin Wu's eyes found the knight's swords. They kind of look useful, don't they? Those long swords must have been brand new, looking all shiny and slick like that. Although he couldn't use them properly since they weren't daggers. He could either sell them in the store, or if he couldn't, he could try hawking them off to other hunters at a later date. Jin Wu picked up a sword. However, as soon as he did, the sword rapidly rusted up and dissolved into a pile of dust before scattering away. What the hell? This process happened in only a couple of seconds. Is it because I'm not supposed to touch them? What a regrettable thing this was, but naught he could do about it now. Jin Wu dusted his hands off and picked up the torch he left on the ground. When he walked around the bend where the knights showed up from, yet another passage with no end in sight greeted him. It looked like there was still a long way to go. These battles felt like he was revisiting schoolwork. The notion sounded funny, but that's what Jin Wu ended up thinking, totally out of the blue. During the past 2 hours of hunting inside the dungeon, he met 4 different types of monsters. Knights, mages, assassins, and archers. Is it stealth this time? An assassin type suddenly vanished from his senses. Jin Wu didn't panic and extended his perception to its fullest. And soon enough, picked up on the presence sneaking up on him from behind. Swish! Jin Wu powerfully smacked away the assassin's dagger with his trusty poison fang of Kasaka, and seizing the opening created as the monster was pushed back, stabbed forward in a deadly and accurate attack of his own. The poison fang accurately landed in the middle of the target's chest. Stab! You defeated the assassin. Level up! The assassin received a fatal wound and turned into a wisp of black smoke before disappearing from his view with nary a scream. Plop! And where it once stood, only the leather clothes it used to wear remained. Why are they all humanoid-type monsters anyway? Every time he killed them, he felt as if. Jin Wu slowly shook his head. One nice thing here was that he couldn't see the monsters' faces. Knights wore helmets, assassins and archers used deep hoods, and mages used hats attached to their robes to hide most of their faces. Jin Wu turned around to continue on his journey. But then, a flash of blinding light exploded right in front of his eyes. A mage had hidden itself and quietly completed a light magic spell. Kaboom! An ear-splitting explosion occurred next. However, Jin Wu was already well behind the mage by the time that happened. The mage sensed his presence behind it and flinched grandly as he hurriedly recited another chant. Too bad, Jin Wu didn't miss this opening and swung his dagger diagonally. The mage, too, turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Plop! Jin Wu glared down at the ownerless robe on the ground and stored the dagger back in the inventory. I got hit by one of those way back when I got too careless. The thing was, he was already ready to react as soon as he began sensing mana gathering around at a single point. Zhou Guohuan's light magic. Jin Wu wasn't dumb enough to get hit by a similar magic to that dead guy's. This was one of the reasons why he thought that all these battles were like him studying and revisiting his past fights. That's not all, is it? In order to defeat different types of monsters, he needed different stats. For knights, it was strength. For assassins, perception. Archers, agility. And finally, for mages, it was stamina. The whole thing was set up in a way that if any of the corresponding stats weren't high enough, he'd have a real hard time trying to deal with the individual monsters. If his strength was lacking, then he wouldn't have been able to cause enough damage to the knights. And if his perception was too low, he'd have gone through hell in order to locate the assassins. Me raising stats evenly has really paid off dividends here. His intelligence stat was still on the low side, but all he had to do there was to economize his MP usage. That was all. Item: leather pouch has been opened. 20,000 gold and canteen containing lukewarm water are inside. 20,000 gold and canteen containing lukewarm water have been acquired. Jin Wu summoned that canteen as soon as it showed up in his inventory and took several gulps. Full. His fatigue was piling up noticeably now. Just how far am I supposed to go here? Could there be no end to this place? Jin Wu put the empty canteen down on the ground and placed his hands on his hips. It had been over 3 hours already since he entered this dungeon. Both his body and mind were getting fatigued now. Should I take a short break? Jin Wu sat down and leaned against the cave wall. Status window. Tearing. Tiredness, 66. The tiredness stat had sneaked up to a dangerous level. Above 70, his body and mind would start to get negatively affected. He needed to take a short nap and decrease that stat right away. Jin Wu leaned his head against the wall. Sleepiness came over him almost instantly. He was so tired that, even when in an environment as dangerous as this place, he didn't need a lot of effort to fall asleep. However, swish dash. He heard the sharp whistle of air parting ways. Time slowed down, and Jin Wu accurately snatched the flying arrow with his hand. Grab! Jin Wu's eyes opened up. He saw an archer knocking another arrow from some distance away. So, it's still too early to fall asleep, is it? Jin Wu summoned the poison fang of Kasaka once more and stood back up. HR. Crunch. One single punch caused the knight's breastplate to crack and cave in. The lifeless monster slowly slid to the ground in between Jin Wu's stretched fist and the wall. It didn't move again as it lay sprawled on the ground. Tearing. You defeated the knight. Level up. Although it was quite unfortunate that his condition didn't recover, his levels continued to rise up steadily as he fought more and more battles. Jin Wu looked down on his slightly skinned fist and clicked his tongue. Only a short break would have taken care of such a small wound by now. However, these abominable monsters didn't give him a moment to rest. Still, he earned quite a lot in the meantime. Equipped items. Gatekeeper's necklace, A. Superior knight's breastplate, B. Intermediate assassin's shoes, B. Inferior archer's gloves, C. Superior mage's ring, B. Other useful things he found along the way were now all safely tucked away in his inventory. It had been nicer if I found a weapon, though. What an unfortunate thing it was. The daggers used by the assassins featured similar levels of attack damage bonus as the poison fang of Kasaka, but none of them possessed additional effects, so they were deemed not as good compared to his current weapon. What would this guy give me now? Jin Wu reached out towards the fallen knight, and the flickering light coming off from it. Tearing. Item. Superior knight's gauntlet. Rarity B. Type. Armor. Reduction in physical damage. Plus 3%. Additional effects. Prevents injuries to wearer's hands. Your movement will slow down if your strength is below 80. Oh! With a bright smile, Jin Wu quickly acquired the Superior Knight's Gauntlet and equipped it immediately. Just like with all the other items, these metallic gloves didn't affect him in the slightest and he could freely move his fingers. Nice! Jin Wu moved his fingers around for a bit, before raising his head to look at the far side of the passageway. Finally, the torchlight revealed the end of the road, and that end was blocked off by a huge castle gate. It was quite rare to see the boss room with a door like that. Naturally, he recalled the dual dungeon. No one was adequately prepared back then, and because of that, the losses incurred were great. However, it was different now. Jin Wu took a look behind him, at the passage he had been walking on to get here. It took me 6 hours to get here, too. His level was now 45, and he was kitted out in some good armor as well. He was ready. He wouldn't have minded taking a small break and recover some of his spent stamina, but whenever he tried to do that, monsters always managed to appear with a perfect sense of timing to disrupt his sleep. He couldn't afford to summon more monsters and waste his energy that way. HP 4511/8330. MP 660/790. Tiredness 43. I gotta win with this. Finishing up with confirming his condition for the last time, Jin Wu reached out and grasped the handles of the doors. Creak creak dash. The heavy-looking doors slid open rather smoothly, as if there was some sort of an unseen mechanism. Chapter 47 Fin. Chapter 48. Rumble dash. Boom. The door to the boss room finally opened. The interior was completely shrouded in darkness. Even with Jin Wu's eyesight, greatly enhanced by his perception stat, he found it hard to see 1 inch in front of him. All he could see clearly was the ground beneath his feet. The floor was covered in stone tiles. The ash-colored tiles, laid with no visible gaps in between, gave off this feeling of heaviness and barren chill. As soon as he set foot on this floor, whoosh! Countless torches lining up the walls lit up all at once and illuminated the interior. As I thought, it's almost the same as back in that underground temple. Jin Wu maintained his vigilance. He scanned his vicinity and cautiously stepped forward. Several giant stone pillars stood erect to his left and right. At the far end of this room, he could see a tall throne. It's as if this place reminded him of the king's audience chamber from a fantasy movie. Of course, the scale was noticeably larger, though. A few steps later, the door issued a loud bang and closed shut behind him. Slam! Jin Wu glanced back, but he didn't panic. He already expected something like that to happen. Jin Wu resumed his careful march forward. I can sense a powerful presence. He kind of got this really strong gut feeling that in order to conclude his class quest, he had to arrive before that throne. Just as important, his gut feelings on matters such as this one were on the money, most of the time. It was then, from the gap between stone pillars, which couldn't have been more than 10 steps, a doll walked out from its hiding spot and stood before him, blocking his path forward. The thing stopped its walk and turned around to face him. Gulp! Jin Wu swallowed his dry saliva. He only had to take one look at the creature's red name floating just above its head to know that the boss had finally made its entrance. The captain of the knights, Ygritte the Crimson. It was a knight wearing a suit of blood-red armor. The way it was kitted out from head to toe in metal armor was similar to other knights he fought so far, but quite unlike those that looked dull and slow. This thing looked incredibly agile. What caught his eyes next was its helm. The red-colored mane extending rearwards from the top of the helm reminded him of a stallion's tail, and it left a rather deep impression. While he studied its helm, Jin Wu discovered one more difference between it and the other knights. This guy has eyes. But were they eyes or irises? Whatever the case may be, the pair of silvery lights oozed out from where one's eyes should be. They felt so cold and uncaring, utterly mechanical and lifeless. Those cold eyes were now fixed on him. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. So, the aura of the really powerful enemy was coming from this guy, huh? The goal of the class quest could be to defeat this knight, for all he knew. If that was the case, he needed to be doubly cautious. Jin Wu observed the movements of this Ygritte while slowly raising his clenched fists. My dagger won't work on it anyway. What was needed in defeating a knight was blunt force. He needed strength to overwhelm him. Ygritte quietly observed Jin Wu for a while, before it abruptly took off its red cape. Plop! The cape fell to the floor. What's it doing? The B****-starred strange actions didn't end there. It proceeded to take off the long sword on its hips and the two daggers hidden behind its back and dropped them all to the ground. Not only that, it showed them to him before dropping them one at a time. Clang, clang. The interior of the boss room had been quiet until then. The loud clangs of the metal hitting the stone tiles reverberated noisily throughout this vast chamber. Ygritte finished discarding all of its weapons, and as if to imitate Jin Wu, clenched its fists and got into a fighting stance. Jin Wu's eyes grew wider. Could this be Star be thinking of? Was this thing going to fight him barehanded because he was also barehanded? Jin Wu bit his lower lip. It's looking down on me. The monster's provocation, that really wasn't one, only served to rapidly cool his head. The hotter his emotions boiled, the colder his head got. On the contrary to his heart beating faster and faster, Jin Wu's eyes became sharper and calculating. Come punto. Perhaps reading his mind, Ygritte made a beeline towards him. Tap, 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 tap. The speed it produced was so fast that he found it hard to believe it was wearing a suit of armor. The speed penalty of the armors only comes into effect when the strength stat is lower than 80, right? Meaning this thing's strength was at least 80. Judging from its nimble movement, its agility would also rival some of the highest-ranked hunters out there. Ygritte closed the distance in the blink of an eye and leapt up into the air. Once flying, the thing stuck its knee out and aimed at Jin Wu's face. It's fast. However, Jin Wu had been ready as well, his own movement speed pushed to the extreme. He bent his back almost 90 degrees and let Ygritte's attack brush past him. Jin Wu then rapidly stood back up. Quite unlike other knights that needed some distance to stop after their tackle had failed, Ygritte simply landed on the ground without much fanfare. Kong! There was no time to admire that perfect landing, though. Jin Wu rushed in, and before Ygritte could turn around all the way, he diagonally kicked its head. Shockingly enough, the thing still could move its arm accurately even when its posture was unstable. Slam! Jin Wu's right leg was easily blocked by Ygritte's left hand. How can this be? Jin Wu's eyes opened wider. While one of his legs was blocked, Ygritte's other fist flew in at his face. Swish! He raised both of his arms instinctively to guard himself, but the impact force still got transmitted to the rest of his body. Boom! His guard broke, and his entire body became airborne. What? A shocked gasp escaped from his mouth. But soon, it turned into a groan. Because Ygritte had already appeared right in front of his eyes. Even before he had the chance to do something about it, Ygritte's left fist powerfully slammed into Jin Wu's left cheek. Slam! He slammed into the floor and bounced up from the impact before continuing to roll away. He only managed to force himself back up after a while. Buzz! The inside of his ears rang noisily. Jin Wu shook his head around a couple of times. Only then did the loud ringing die down somewhat. However, the much bigger problem than that was coming closer to him. His blurry sight captured Ygritte as it walked towards him. Step, step! Jin Wu opened his eyes wider and got ready. Eventually, Ygritte arrived right before Jin Wu's nose. And so, a bloody dogfight erupted between the two. Ygritte didn't even try to dodge Jin Wu's punches. No, it simply took on the hits and counterattacked right away. Pow! Ygritte's head was forced slightly to the side. But, even before Jin Wu could correct his posture, a sharp and accurate counterpunch flew at him. Pow! Jin Wu tottered about like a drunken man. Pow! This time, Ygritte took a step back. Pow! After his stomach was kicked in, Jin Wu's body bent forward 90 degrees. Blood welled up in his mouth. What is this nonsensical bullsh*t? Currently, Jin Wu's physical damage reduction stat had exceeded 30%. However, each of Ygritte's attacks hurt like crazy, as if he was being pounded on by a hammer. On the other hand, his attacks almost didn't inflict any damage to the enemy. Their exchange didn't last for long afterwards. Pow! Jin Wu teetered about unsteadily before falling to his knees. Plop! He tried to stand back up, but his legs didn't want to listen. Plop! Ygritte stood before Jin Wu, but stopped attacking him. It wordlessly stared down at him for a while. Then, while ignoring Jin Wu's question-filled gaze directed at it, Ygritte extended its hand out towards the sword discarded to the ground some distance away. Then, the sword was automatically reeled in. Ygritte grasped the sword in both of its hands and walked to the side of Jin Wu. Soon, the tip of the blade was pointing to the sky. You want to execute me? Is that it? This ** certainly lived up to its title as the captain of the knights. When it looked like Jin Wu wasn't going to resist his final moments, Ygritte went ahead with the execution. Of course, Jin Wu wasn't going to let that happen without a fight. The sword fell down in a straight line. Swish dash. However, Jin Wu reached up with his left hand and blocked the descending blade. Clang! The noise of metal hitting metal. The gauntlet he found just before entering here protected his hand. Flinch! He sensed Ygritte being taken back. Just now, Jin Wu didn't miss this chance and threw a punch with his right hand. As expected, Ygritte didn't try to dodge. You're thinking of countering me again, right? It had probably calculated that getting hit once while countering that was far more productive. Too bad, it failed to take something important into its calculation. Poison Fang of Kasaka. Shuru. The Poison Fang of Kasaka was summoned instantly into his hand. And Jin Wu stabbed the dagger in the creature's eye. Stab. Kuoa. A scream that couldn't have come from a human being exploded out. At the same time, a fierce light poured out from the eye with the dagger sticking out. Jin Wu hurriedly stood back up. Now what? Just damaging one, I wouldn't be able to determine the winner of this battle. He needed an attack even more powerful than that if he wanted to win. It was then a thought entered his mind. The horrifying attack that almost pushed him to the brink of death the other day. He wanted to let Ygritte taste that attack too. Before he could finish thinking that, his body moved first. Jin Wu bent down and bear-hugged Ygritte's midriff. And then, he began running. Koark! Ygritte thrashed about in pain and managed to land several solid blows on Jin Wu's back. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't let Ygritte go. No, he increased his speed instead. Dash! Your movement speed has increased by 40%. Jin Wu's legs were now moving so much faster. He felt the electrifying speed sending chills down his entire body. Yes, this is it. And now, he'd slam this ***, while gripping the midriff of Ygritte even harder. He dashed towards the nearest wall with every ounce of energy he had. Of course, if they collided against the wall at this speed, the impact his own body received would be substantial as well. However, Jin Wu had a hidden trump card in the form of a certain passive skill. The distance closed in the blink of an eye. The wall was right behind them. Kaboom! Along with the huge explosion, Ygritte crashed into the wall. At the same time, a message from the system popped up. Tearing. Your HP has dropped below 30% and skill, tenacity, has been activated. All damage received will be reduced by 50%. The impact force was great enough for the entire boss room to tremble momentarily. Kuyuk. Jin Wu took a step back. Ygritte was buried halfway into the wall, yet it was still alive. The flame of life burning under the helm was still flickering visibly. I need to finish this. Jin Wu yanked the poison Fang of Kasaka, still buried in its eye loose. That caused Ygritte's body to quiver once. Jin Wu held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed hard at the ***'s neck. Vital points targeting. Clang. The attack failed to work. One more time. Vital points targeting. Clang. Sparks flew off from the tip of the dagger. A small nick formed on the metal covering the monster's neck. One more time. Vital points targeting. Clang. One more. Clang. One more. Clang. And finally, vital points targeting. Crack. The poison Fang of Kasaka broke past the protective metal and dug deep into its neck. You defeated the captain of the knights, Ygritte the Crimson. Level up. Level up. Jin Wu raised both of his hands up high into the sky. He took several steps back before losing all strength in his legs and faltered to the floor. Pant, pant. Jin Wu spat out the heavy breaths he'd been holding in until now. He won somehow. It was an incredibly close fight. However, wasn't this the end of the quest? Jin Wu collected his breaths for a long time, before painfully raising his body up. He expected the class quest to end once he killed this guy, but not one message popped up in his view. He looked around, but he failed to spot anything different in the boss room. No, there was one thing that was different from before. Several strands of light began flickering on Ygritte's body, meaning his loot was now ready. For the time being, let's grab those. After all, he couldn't tell what else might happen here. Grabbing things that he could grab when there was a chance was the smartest move one could make, wasn't it? Jin Wu reached out towards those lights. Item, Red Knight's helm has been found. Take it. Runestone, Ruler's Reach has been found. Take it. Item, Leather Pouch has been found. Take it. Item, Immediate Return Stone has been found. Take it. Why were there so many? Jin Wu felt rather puzzled, but still, he couldn't hide his elation either. Acquire them all. The first thing to enter his inventory was the leather pouch. Item, Leather Pouch has been opened. 1,500,000 gold is inside. 1,500,000 gold has been acquired. Jin Wu's eyes went extra round. The level of reward is on another scale altogether. It definitely was worth it, defeating it after going through so much crap. He wasn't expecting all that much to begin with, yet the leather pouch spat out an unbelievable amount of 1,500,000 gold. With this amount, he'd be able to buy something useful from the store now. However, Jin Wu's attention was directed elsewhere at the moment. If the leather pouch, he didn't even hold high hopes for managed to produce such wealth, then just how high was the value of the helm or the runestone? Jin Wu tried very hard to calm his heart and brought up the information on the helm. Tiering. Item, Red Knight's helm. Rarity S. Type, armor. Reduction in physical damage, plus 15%. Stamina plus 20, strength plus 20. It's an S. Jin Wu cried out in elation. Chapter 48 Fin. Chapter 49. For the first time ever, an item with a rarity ranking of S showed up. Just the effect of 15% reduction in physical damage alone would have made it a top-tier item. Yet it even possessed two more remarkable additional attributes of raising the stamina and strength stats by 20 points each. Just seeing those options alone made his heart palpitate so much faster. The rarity A items can't even compare to it. He had acquired two A-ranked items up until now. The first was the poison sack of Kasaka, the one he got after he defeated the snake Blue Kasaka. The second one being the Gatekeeper's necklace after he defeated the Cerberus. Those two items were already quite excellent. The poison sack had the terrible penalty of stealing 35 points from his strength stat, but its effect also decreased the physical damage taken by 20%. What about the Gatekeeper's necklace, then? It was one of the best items out there that increased both agility and perception stats by 20 each, two stats he now knew the importance of. But the Red Knight's helm possessed the kind of buffing effect that combined both of those items. And without any penalty, to boot. No need to mention it. It's the best. He was fully aware of the fact that he was standing in the middle of the dungeon's boss room, yet the smile on his face didn't want to go away. And if he were to add in one more unnecessary point here, he even liked the helm's design. It's a bit of a pity to hide this thing, though. The crimson helm that immediately reminded all onlookers of the flowing blood, and the mane connected to the helm itself, made him feel like he was holding an artistic masterpiece. It was only for a brief moment, but he even felt compelled to put on the full set of this armor if it existed somewhere. However, what a waste. Ygritte's other armor pieces weren't considered to be loot, as there were no lights coming off from them. Only the helm could be taken away. Jin Wu forced back a rueful smile and cautiously put on the helm. Poof! Just as always, the helm disappeared from the view immediately. Although he couldn't show off his new look, his stats had gained a huge boost thanks to his new headwear. Stats: Strength, 128, plus 20. Stamina, 87, plus 20. Agility, 107. Intelligence, 66. Perception, 89. Reduction in physical damage, 46% plus 15%. The numbers appearing in brackets were the increases in his stats from the helm itself. Not only the strength and stamina stats, but the hard-to-increase damage reduction stat all enjoyed massive boosts. He was completely and utterly satisfied now. Having confirmed the increase with his own two eyes, his heart began beating even faster. No. Jin Wu quickly shook his head. The quest isn't over yet, so let's calm down. Besides, he still had other items to sort out too. With the trace of excitement still lingering in his mind, Jin Wu shifted his gaze to the other two items. Runestone, Ruler's Reach. Item, Immediate Return Stone. 2 pieces of stones. Out of the 2 walnut-sized stones, the first one to grab his curious gaze was the Immediate Return Stone. I know it is a rune stone, but just what could this Immediate Return Stone do? His curiosity got resolved pretty quickly, however. The information on the Immediate Return Stone floated up right away. Tiering. Item, Immediate Return Stone. Rarity, Type: consumable. An item exclusive to this class change quest. When destroyed, you'll be transported outside the dungeon immediately. However, once the class change quest has been concluded, it will automatically be destroyed. Can't be stored in the inventory. The way to use it was similar to a runestone. However, to think that its effect wasn't about absorbing a new skill, but to escape from this dungeon. Hang on a sec. The class change quest isn't over yet? If that were the case, then this particular item should have been destroyed already. Since it hadn't, that could only mean, for some reason, he felt a creeping chill slowly caress his spine. What an odd sensation that was. He had received one of the best items out there that could help him make his escape from this dungeon. Yet why was he getting this incredibly bad premonition right now? If this stone could be used in regular dungeons, and not only inside the system-generated ones, then just about everyone alive would try to buy this thing. Seriously, this stone would be the same as having a surefire way to save their lives, so no one should be foolish enough to pinch pennies when trying to get their hands on one. It was the same with Jin Wu too. Just this item alone should decrease the burden of this quest by a great deal. If I so choose, he'd be able to escape at any time. However, the ominous feeling taking root in the corner of his mind didn't want to go away, no matter what. And, sure enough, the warning beep from the system went off in his head as if it was waiting for this moment. Tearing. Player has acquired the immediate return stone. The class change quest will now commence. Son of AB *TCH. So, this was the item to start the quest for real. He nearly fainted on the spot. He felt like he had stepped on something he shouldn't have in the first place. If I knew this might happen, I'd have taken a short break first. What would regret do for him now? No matter how much one relied on one's experience and knowledge to predict the future, one would never be able to correctly guess the tricks of fate. A strand of cold sweat dripped down from Jin Woo's forehead. Jin Wu summoned the status window inwardly and confirmed the remaining HP and his fatigue level. HP 4161/10270. MP 390/850. Tiredness 61. The tiredness stat is a bit on the high side, but I can still do this. The helm's added effects enhanced his stamina stat by a lot, which meant that his overall endurance had increased greatly as well, and his remaining HP had risen up as an added bonus too. What a relief that was. As if to encourage himself, Jin Wu continued to tell himself that, I can still do this. It's not impossible. Of course, his life should not be in any imminent danger, because he held the immediate return stone after all. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, this immediate return stone sounded awfully like an item that signified him giving up on the quest. If that was not the case, then it shouldn't have been the quest starting item to begin with. If I give up on this quest, wouldn't it be the same as him giving up on this chance to get his class? The cold sweat on his forehead rolled past his temple and down to his chin before dripping down. Gulp. Just as he swallowed a bit of dry spit and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, the system's new message popped up in his view. Tearing. In 10 seconds, dimensional doorways will be randomly generated. Dimensional doorways? Even before his question could be cleared up, huge numbers appeared up in the middle of the air. 10 seconds. He could easily tell what that was. It most likely was signifying the countdown. Meanwhile, the messages continued on. Player has a choice. You can escape from the dungeon by using the immediate return stone, or 876. The timer continued to tick down to 0. Or, endure as long as you can and earn as many advancement points as possible in order to access the higher rank classes. Endure? Endure what exactly? He ended up shouting out loudly as his frustration mounted. However, Jin Wu was already holding the poison fong of Kasaka summoned from his inventory. He stored the runestone inside the inventory, while the immediate return stone was placed inside the back of his pocket, since it couldn't be stored there. Even though his heart beat fast and hard enough to nearly explode, he didn't forget to get ready for the battle that was about to come. That was how Sung Jin-Woo operated. The class change quest will soon commence. 4-3-2. Jin Wu anxiously glared at the time and quickly scanned his surroundings. His head and eyes darted around quickly, over here and over there. Something ominous was clearly getting ready to begin. The space around him was separating and twisting visibly to his eyes. 1 second. I wish you the best of luck. What? For the first time ever, the system expressed emotion. Too bad, he had no time to stew inside his shock. The moment the timer hit 0, several gates began forming all around him. Buzz. Wong. Not just 1 or 2 either. He first spotted 6 around him. The number continued to climb up even higher, however. And at the same time, the timer began ticking upwards. 2 seconds. The countdown began again. The time would become his so-called advancement points. He hadn't understood everything the system said, but still, he did figure out some parts of it. The longer I endure, the stronger I will get. No, more specifically, he'd instead get a powerful class. There was no way he'd throw away a golden opportunity like this. He also had some wiggle room left with his HP and MP. Let's endure as long as I can. 3 seconds. When the timer hit exactly 3 seconds, weaponless knights poured out from the nearest gate. Thud, 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 thud. When the knights decked out in full armor formed silver-colored waves, the ground couldn't help but tremor from the weight. The momentum these things displayed would have been enough to overwhelm most people. But there was a smile floating up onto Jin Woo's lips instead. If it's these guys, I can definitely fight them. In a way, he was oh so glad to see them as his opponents. If the monsters coming out from the gates happened to be as strong as Ygritte, then he wouldn't even be able to last a couple of seconds. Stealth. Jin Wu used some part of the remaining MP and activated the skill Stealth. For the time being, I should observe what's happening here first. Jin Wu's form blurred and slowly disappeared. As expected, the knights rushing towards him all came to an abrupt halt. However, the mage has used skill, Eyes of Detection. The crisp tearing of the warning beep resounded in his head. Jin Wu's head snapped in the direction of the beep. What was that? He spotted a mage that had just emerged from the gate chanting a spell. That's also when Jin Wu discovered an eye-like symbol floating above the head of the mage. The moment that eye flashed. In that moment, Jin Wu's stealth was cancelled. F***CK. From the get-go, his calculation proved to be way off the mark. Snap! Snap! The knights that stood around like telephone poles snapped their heads all at once towards Jin Wu's direction. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. And soon enough, the silver waves pounced on him. Jin Wu's eyes opened wider, and he gritted his teeth. Boom! His punch blew away the head of the incoming knight. That guy died where it stood. You defeated the knight. Crazed lights shone in Jin Wu's eyes. Intimidation. Skill. Intimidation has been activated. Effect. Fear has been activated. The target's all stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. The movements of the monsters became much duller through the effects of fear, but his mana fell down to 90 points. The intimidation required 100 MP in order to activate. He wouldn't be able to use it the second time. However, I just bought myself a minute, intending to use this precious minute to the best of his abilities as the monsters were noticeably weakened. Jin Wu began wailing on them with everything he had. Boom! Crack! Kaboom! Slam! With a terrifying momentum, he proceeded to utterly dismantle the knights. Boom! Slam! Crack! Too bad. The speed of him defeating knights was far inferior to the rate of the replacement knights popping out from the gates. Rumble! Even in the midst of the maddened battle, Jin Wu sneaked a glance at the timer. 3 minutes and 19 seconds. It had only been 3 minutes and 19 seconds. If that was converted into points, how much would he get? Wouldn't it be fine for him to leave this place now? However, he didn't have any leeway to dwell on that matter. Even while he was thinking to himself, knights were continuously pouring out from the gates like unstoppable waves. He managed to destroy countless knights, yet he simply couldn't deal with so many of them. In the end, Jin Wu was buried in the sea of knights. Passive skill, Tenacity, has been activated. Passive skill, Tenacity, has been activated. His HP was in a freefall now, and eventually it hit rock bottom. HP 1036/10270. The time is 5 minutes and 8 seconds. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. He had endured enough, hadn't he? Let's get out of here. Now completely entrapped among the knights, Jin Wu flailed about helplessly in this silver prison and dug through his back pocket. However, drop. The immediate return stone slipped out from his grasp and fell to the floor. And the roundish stone hit the soul of one of the knights and rolled away far from him. No. Jin Wu hurriedly reached out towards the stone, but the knights blocked him. Soon, knights piled up on top of him too. It became almost impossible to breathe in an instant. Passive skill, Tenacity, has been activated. Passive skill, Tenacity, has been activated. His consciousness began to blur. Pow pow. He continuously got struck by the knights while trapped below them, and as his mind began to grow dimmer, he thought he heard a snarky cackle coming from somewhere. Lee, you have brought this upon yourself. Remember that. /Lee/ul. Lee, why did you risk it all when there was a safe path for you to follow? Isn't it already a huge break for a ranky hunter to become a C, or even a B? /Lee/ul. Lee, well, in the end, this was as far as you could go. /Lee/ul. Shut up. Lee, remember, you killed yourself today. /Lee/ul. Shut the hell up. Quabble. The knights surrounding and pressing down on Jin Wu were suddenly all blown away. Even though he somehow managed to crawl out from death, his eyes were burning with life. As a matter of fact, his eyes were burning with a stubborn will and sheer malice. I won't let it end like this. He earned this opportunity after going through so much. So, how could he let it end like this? Never. Because he was stuck at the very bottom for so long. He yearned to be on top more than anyone else. He knew the sorrow of the weak better than anyone. He tried everything to survive, and when he did survive, others kept pointing fingers at him. Lee, how will a rank E be of any help here? Lee, the association is being way too much. They should have dispatched someone who could actually lend a bit of help, but that guy is a few. Lee, that be asterisk starred. Maybe he keeps surviving by hiding behind his colleagues every time? Lee/oh. So, how could he simply watch and do nothing when a ladder that could take him to the very top was put in front of his eyes? What a rubbish notion that was. I remember now. That voice ringing around his head just now. That voice belonged to those be asterisk starts. The voice that always yapped on and on from behind his back. Fine, laugh all you want. I'll struggle on until the bitter end. It's fine if my HP drops to 10, no one. I'll struggle and struggle on like crazy, right until the end. I'll fight until I won't be able to move anymore. You-ah! Jin Wu threw his body forward. Crack! He thrust forward another punch. A knight's breastplate caved in, and the monster flew away. Other knights collided with it, and they all fell on their butts. But then, more knights rushed in again. Jin Wu's movements became a step more violent in response. Crack! Boom! Slam! Without an exception, knights colliding with Jin Wu's body parts, be that his fist, elbow, knee, feet, were all destroyed like a bunch of paper dolls. Tiredness has exceeded 70 points. Your movement is being restricted. Just as the warning message said, his movements became duller. However, the malice and anger in Jin Wu's eyes didn't weaken in the slightest. One by one, the knights he couldn't defeat in one hit slammed into him. Jin Wu resorted to hitting them 3, 4 times, and made sure to destroy them. 8, 7, 6, 5. In the meantime, a strange countdown was silently ticking down. He was too focused on the battle, so he failed to notice it before the timer had reached the single digit. What's this? Is the quest coming to an end? A small ray of hope blossomed in his head for a brief moment, but it turned out to be nothing but a useless dream. 6 minutes and 27 seconds. The quest timer was still ticking up as it's supposed to. No, something separate from this timer was counting down 1 second at a time. 4, 3, 2. Is it to show me the time of my death? Indeed, the system did tell him this way back then. It told him that if he didn't accept becoming a player, he'd die 0.02 seconds later. Fine. Jin Wu glared fiercely. I'll gladly use up every moment, right down to the final second. Slam! Crack! 2 more knights were destroyed in the meantime. Unlike Jin Wu's unyielding stubbornness, though, his entire body was now riddled with all sorts of wounds. It progressively much harder to lift his arms. His weakened fist wasn't enough to stop the knight's tackles and charges anymore. From the front, one. From the back, another one. Slam! Jin Wu was sandwiched powerfully by the 2 knights, slamming into him from the front and back, and he spat out a pain groan. Other knights pounced on him as if they didn't want to miss this chance. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wu was buried under the masses of knights and couldn't even lift a finger. Rumble dash! Even during that, more knights continued to pile on top of Jin Wu. The silver waves had transformed into a silver mountain instead. Jin Wu's breathing became incredibly harsh. Pant, pant. At this rate, he'd be asphyxiated to death first. Jin Wu's hand somehow broke out from the gaps of the knights and helplessly pointed towards the sky. HP 93/10270. He was in a truly desperate situation. Even then, Jin Wu did not give up though. No, not yet. I can still go on. Just as Jin Wu managed to clench the hand pointing at the sky, the mysterious countdown ticking down finally announced its conclusion. 1, 0. You failed to complete the daily quest. You'll be transferred to the penalty zone. Chapter 49 Fin. Chapter 50. Jin Wu doubted his own hearing just then. Penalty zone? Ah! He then remembered it. He didn't do the daily quest for today. He was planning on confirming the results of his constant leveling up and to help him decide whether he was ready to tackle the demon's castle or not. Who could have guessed that things might unfold in this manner? Rumble dash! Just like back in the hospital, everything began to violently shake. Plop! Plop! The knights piling on top of Jin Wu turned into figures of sand one by one. The world surrounding him was changing. Ha! Ha ha! Jin Wu soundlessly laughed to himself. For some reason, the words the system spoke to him before the beginning of the quest circled around inside his head. I wish you the best of luck. Was it trying to imply that the quest itself was unimaginably hard, to the point that he needed luck to complete it? Or was it implying that it'd cheer him on, as he resorted to borrowing the power of luck and earn a ton of advancement points that way? Luck, coincidence, whatever it was called, he didn't care. No matter what it was, his chance had come. The important thing was how he'd go about utilizing that. Rumble dash! The tremor was getting worse. Rather than wasting time trying to stabilize himself, Jin Wu entrusted his body to the tremor and closed his eyes. Let's not get agitated here. When he did that, he felt airborne and weightless, and all sound vanished from his hearing. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of the endless sea of sand. Jin Wu plopped down, face first. Kurhioyak. Pant, pant, pant. His fingers dug into the desert sand as the held-up breaths exploded out of his mouth. Fresh air entered and flowed into every corner of his body via his lungs. Finally, I feel alive. The sense of relief wrapped Jin Wu up tightly as he rolled onto his back. He could see the black sky above with nothing in it. The endless expanse of the pitch-black ceiling was the only thing his eyes could capture. This place looked exactly the same as the penalty zone from his memories. Wait, I shouldn't be wasting time like this. He had forgotten that this place was not a safe zone either, since he just made a miraculous escape from a comparably far worse area. But Jin Wu couldn't be AR*Ed into standing up anytime soon, so while lying on his back, he summoned the status window. HP 104/10-270. MP 202/850. Tiredness 91. He was wondering why it was so difficult to move his body, but as it turned out, the D*MN tiredness stat was over 90. This is probably my first time that stat has gone past 90, right? He really didn't want to even lift a finger here. His health was one thing, but he figured that lowering his fatigue took priority. Store. Tiering. 2 words, buy and sell, popped up in the air. Although the layout of this store imparted not one hint of sincerity, no matter how kind he looked at it, he found it such a welcoming sight right now. He picked out the most expensive healing potion on sale. As soon as he confirmed the purchase, Shuru, a glass bottle containing red liquid appeared on his wide-open palm. Jin Wu laboriously popped the cork open and poured the potion down his mouth. Gulp, gulp. The red liquid traveled down his throat and entered deep into his body. Your fatigue is recovering. Your fatigue is recovering. Your fatigue is recovering. Maybe because it was the most expensive potion, just one bottle was enough to lower the tiredness value at a visible rate. However, for some reason, his HP value didn't change at all. HP 106/10-270. MP 204/850. Tiredness 0. Even after he finished the whole bottle, his HP didn't recover. It was such a noticeable contrast to his tiredness stat hitting 0. Why is it doing this? Only after he completely drained the bottle did he finally get to understand the reason for this anomaly. Tiering. When your remaining HP is less than 10%, it is impossible to heal yourself with healing potions. What a simple reason. That his remaining HP was too low. Of course, even healing magic had its limitations. It was not a foreign concept to him. Just as a healer's ranking determined the scope of their healing capabilities, potions too couldn't heal past a certain limit. And that limit is 10%. He learned something important today. He might have landed in really hot water during a critical moment by believing potions could solve everything. This was why experiencing it firsthand was important. Well, there was an old saying, wasn't there? Things that couldn't kill him would make him stronger? That perfectly illustrated the usefulness of personal experience. And thankfully, Jin Wu possessed experience regarding the penalty zone. I'm sure they should pop up right about now. And, just as he expected, he sensed the presence of life forms beneath the surface. Jin Wu tightly shrunk his body for a second, before springing up to his feet. His entire body felt as light as feather. His strength had returned in full, thanks to the potion. Standing straight on his feet, Jin Wu turned around and took a look. Just as he expected, the spot he was lying on a second ago began caving in and a crater formed there. Back then, I thought I'd die if I slipped and fell in there. But now, he had so much leeway that he was actually spectating on the whole process with some leisure. At the very bottom of the sandy crater, the ground began to boil and tremble about before. Pushwi I dash. The sand exploded up like a pillar, and a huge centipede revealed itself. Giyik. Everything matched up to his memories so far. And I found this thing so terrifying to look at back then, too. But now, he couldn't help feeling like he was looking at some video footage being played in slow motion. Jin Wu raised his eyes a bit higher, and he got to clearly confirm those red letters floating above the centipede's head. Poison-fanged giant desert centipede. Its name was in red letters, the same color as the Cerberus from the demon's castle. It was then the quest message appeared before his eyes. Tiering. Penalty quest. Survival. Goal. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit. 4 hours. Remaining time. 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Confirming the details of the message, Jin Wu clenched his fist tightly. I can buy myself time with this. Since he hadn't used the immediate return stone to escape from the dungeon, he still had a shot here. I'm pretty sure that as soon as the penalty quest is over, I will be sent back to that place. What if time spent inside the penalty zone was acknowledged as the time he endured during the quest? His advancement points tally would be enormous. He couldn't even imagine just what kind of an impact that would have. However, when he thought back to how the system affected him every day, he was sure of this becoming something absolutely huge. 4 hours. He couldn't even endure 10 minutes and tried to use the immediate return stone. Yet simply by transferring into the penalty zone, he now got himself 4 hours for free. There was one issue he still had to resolve first, however, and that would be whether he could get out of this place unscathed with only 100 or so HP remaining. As it was impossible to heal himself using potions, he had to do his best to cautiously kill these centipedes until he leveled up. It was kind of like a new mission for him. Let's do this. Jin Wu summoned the poison Fong of Kasaka. And then, remaining time, 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Then, as soon as the penalty quest began, he dashed forward, even before the centipede had the chance to move. Jin Wu closed the distance in the blink of an eye and lightly leapt up right in front of the centipede. Ha! He landed on one of the legs near the midpoint of the centipede, and, as he made his way up, Jin Wu proceeded to inflict several injuries on the body of the monster. Stab! 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 On all the spots the reverse-grip poison Fong of Kasaka brushed past, flesh split open and bodily fluid poured out. Kiik! The centipede roared out and thrashed about as if each wound inflicted was too painful to bear. Dash! Jin Wu's sprinting legs became even faster. Step, 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 step. Jin Wu deftly treaded on the centipede's body and arrived at the top of its head only a second later. He gripped the dagger with both of his hands and raised it up high. And then, vital points targeting. He used his skill and stabbed down on the centipede's head with every ounce of his power. The downward pointing blade dug deep into the flesh of the centipede's head. Crack! Skill. Vital points targeting has leveled up. Nice. What a wonderful piece of news to show up in such a long time. The damage from the leveled up vital points targeting must have been pretty substantial, because the centipede shook its head around quite violently and thrashed about in great pain. Keek, keech. Jin Wu didn't stop there. He stepped away from its head and moved to its back, because he saw a completely unguarded body part to attack. Stab! Jin Wu stabbed the dagger deep into the monster's back flesh, and by using gravity, he fell to the ground while holding onto his weapon. S effect for Centipede's back splitting up, the power from the strength stat exceeding 120 points, as well as the helping hand of gravity added on top as he fell from the height of a 5-story building, caused the Centipede's back to split open quite splendidly. Tap! Jin Wu landed on the ground without any trouble. Kia! The centipede spewed out its bodily fluids everywhere. Its giant body thrashed and quivered before it slowly crashed on the ground. Boom! The huge body of the centipede landed and kicked up the dust cloud. Tearing. You defeated the poison-fanged giant desert centipede. Jin Wu dusted himself off while checking out the remaining time. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. I spent 17 seconds. He didn't even need 20 seconds to kill a single centipede. It was a complete contrast to when he was fighting the Cerberus, ostensibly on the same level as this centipede. He had become unbelievably strong now. Well, yeah, I've leveled up so many times since then, and just how many items did I get my hands on in the meantime? It was a rather obvious conclusion. He now felt confident of hunting other centipedes down without getting hurt if these monsters posed such a little threat. Now then, my problem would be the number of monsters in this place that I can hunt to reach my next level. That would be the only way to raise his odds of his victory when he got thrown back into the class quest. If he went back without having recovered his HP, only a dog's death would be waiting for him there. It was at this point when more sand pillars began erupting out from the ground. Pushui dash. Pushui. It seemed that quite a lot of centipedes rushed over here after picking up on the scent of the blood from its dead kin. Kick. Almost immediately, Jin Wu's expression brightened. Just how many are here? Seeing all those centipedes poking their heads out from the sandy surface, Jin Wu could no longer suppress the wide smile from blooming on his face. Level up, level up, level up, level up. As the result of wrestling around with these centipedes for the past 4 hours, his level rose up 4 times, and now it sat at 51. Before he knew it, the penalty quest was coming to an end. Penalty quest, survival. Goal. Please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit, 4 hours. Remaining time, 0 hours, 3 minutes, 19 seconds. Soon, he'd have to go back. Jin Wu took a sweeping look around him. The corpses of centipedes filled up his view everywhere he looked. Thanks to them, he got to recover his HP back to full. It's a bit of waste that these things don't give any loot or gold. Well, It'd be strange that loot would come out when he was supposed to get punished in this place. He stopped worrying about that and got ready instead. Store. Current gold. 3,115,629. Humanoid-type monsters drop the gold-containing leather pouch really often. And also, Ygritte also gave him 1.5 million gold in one go. So, he now had enough funds to spend. Jin Wu spent all that gold to buy one single weapon. As a matter of fact, there was this one dagger that caught his eye. Item: Night Killer. Rarity B. Type: Dagger. Attack: plus 75. A sharp and sturdy dagger designed to cut through the armor worn by the knights. The edges of the blade are shaped like the teeth of a saw blade. Thus it won't slide off the armor's surface easily. Effect: Killing Knights. Plus 25% additional damage when attacking heavily armored opponents. It was a specially crafted weapon to deal with armor-wearing enemies. And it cost 2.8 million gold. He had to spend almost every gold he had in reserve to buy this weapon, but he didn't have any leeway to shed a tear over it. It's not like I can take the gold with me to the grave anyway. He didn't hesitate and bought the dagger. You have purchased Night Killer. You have purchased bandages. Along with the Night Killer, Jin Wu also bought a roll of bandages. He held the dagger with a rather scary-looking saw blade-like cutting edge in his right hand, and wrapped them both tightly with the bandage. Swish! Swish! When he swung the Night Killer around a couple of times, it felt like the dagger had become a part of his limb now. At a bare minimum, I shouldn't drop it accidentally. He thought about tying the poison fong of Kasaka to his left hand too, but he decided not to. It'd be too cumbersome when he couldn't use both of hands. He figured that at least one of his hands still retaining its mobility would make his life more flexible. While he was putting away the leftover bandage into inventory, he spotted the rune stone from Ygritte. Ah, there was this thing too. Rune stone, Ruler's Reach. You can absorb the skill by breaking this rune stone. Right now, he needed to grasp at everything, even if that was a piece of straw. Whether that was an item or a skill, he needed to obtain whatever that could become his combat strength. Jin Wu didn't hesitate and broke the rune stone. You've acquired skill. Ruler's Reach. Skill. Ruler's Reach LV1. Active skill. Required mana to activate. None. Even without touching, you can physically influence an object. Ah! As soon as he read that description, he recalled a certain scene. It was when Ygritte extended its hand towards its longsword that was discarded on the floor, far away. So, this is the skill that made the sword move back then. A skill that could move objects around from a distance with nothing but his will. On top of that, he didn't even have to spend any mana, either. If I am able to move any object I see, just like the description says, then this would be one hell of a skill to possess. Jin Wu immediately tried to experiment with the skill on the corpse of the centipede next to him. Your proficiency is too low and the target can't be moved. Your proficiency is too low and the target can't be moved. If he wanted to move something heavy, then it was likely that his proficiency with the skill had to be much higher. How about this then? Jin Wu dropped the poison fong of Kasaka to the floor, and he extended his hand towards the dagger. Then the dagger quickly rose up. Grab! Oh! Jin Wu snatched the poison fong's hilt and stared at it with totally mystified eyes. Nice! This will come in handy. And with that, he was as prepared as he could get. When he raised his head to confirm, the required time was almost up. Remaining time? For seconds. When the timer changed from 4 to 3, a new message from the system popped up in his view. Tearing. Penalty quest will conclude shortly. And another message followed after that one. Tearing. As you have tried to hunt inside the penalty zone, the difficulty of the next penalty quest will be adjusted to a higher level. The difficulty would be adjusted higher, meaning it'd make the hunting so much harder that the penalty quest would actually serve its purpose as proper punishment again. But, then again, would there be the next time? Jin Wu anxiously swallowed his saliva. From here onwards, it's back to the class change quest. Inside that boss room, hundreds of monsters were waiting for his return. Or, the number could be even higher now. If he was being kind here, he was returning to that place, but truthfully, it was more like him being thrown back in there. HP, MP, tiredness, equipment, and even a new skill. And his renewed resolve. His current condition was so much better than when he first set foot in that place, but when he thought about going back there, he couldn't help but get tense and nervous. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat so hard that it actually hurt. Jin Wu closed his eyes. He tried to maintain his calm. Soon, the familiar mechanical beep went off in his head. Tearing. Penalty quest has concluded. This is my last chance. When Jin Wu opened his eyes again, his vision was filled with the silver-colored knights, all snapping their heads in his direction at once. However, they weren't important right now. Right away, Jin Wu narrowed his eyes and searched for something. I gotta find the mages first. Chapter 50 Fin.